Chapter 1791. While Remilia, Gumming Dijue, and the other young ladies were at their wits' end and were getting anxious, Patrice walked out of the corridor leading to her library with an old magic book in her hand. Seeing this scene, Remilia, who was familiar with Patrice, asked in pleasant surprise, "Patrice, do you have a solution?" "It shouldn't be a problem." Patrice didn't give a confident answer. However, such an answer was in line with Patrice's personality. Patrice raised the aged grimoire in her hand and said, "I obtained this grimoire by chance in the past. It's called Gluttony." Gluttony? Remilia, Gumming Dijue, and the other girls were slightly taken aback. Gluttony? Isn't that one of the 7 deadly sins? The original sin that's affecting Wu Yan? Actually, there are many spells that involve the 7 deadly sins. Patrice explained patiently when she saw the doubt in Remilia and the others' eyes. In the category of magic, magic that targets the mind, soul, and spirit has always been a relatively rare and controversial category. Many magic envoys have never given up on their past research, and among these magic envoys, there are also many who study the 7 deadly sins. After all, when it comes to affecting the mind, spirit, and even the soul, who wouldn't associate it with the original sin of the 7 deadly sins? Patrice explained calmly. So naturally, the magic developed for the 7 deadly sins also existed, and the grimoire related to the 7 deadly sins was also left behind. Very fortunately, I coincidentally met with the 7 deadly sins. By chance, I obtained this gluttony. Is that so? Apart from reading Patrice's mind, Gumming Dijue and the others were all shocked. Gumming Dijue, who had obtained the information he needed, showed an expression of sudden realization. The rest of the girls were a little confused, and Remilia even began to ask directly, "Then what's the use of this gluttony?" "It's the same as what I said earlier. It can affect a person's mind, spirit, and even soul. It can draw out the sin in the depths of a person's heart. It's similar to the medicine used by the Moon People in the Forever Pavilion." Patrice placed the gluttony book in her hand and turned her eyes to the book. However, this gluttony can only draw out the original sin of gluttony from the depths of one's heart. But in terms of effect, it should be more effective than the medicine of the Moon People in the Forever Pavilion. Remilia, Gumming Dijue, Zueyi, Lingwu Lukong, and Flaming Cat Phosphor could not help but glance at Wu Yan, who was still madly eating when they heard that. Their hearts chilled slightly. The effect was even stronger than that. Remilia, Gumming Dijue, and the others didn't dare to imagine. "But what we need to do is solve the problem of that guy's overeating." Remilia came to a realization. "Why did you bring out this grimoire that can trigger the original sin of gluttony?" Remy, generally speaking, magic that affects the mind, spirit, and even soul is hard to detect and control. If you're not careful, you might even fall into a state of being affected. Patrice's expression turned somewhat unnatural. Needless to say, Patrice recalled the time she tried to use the Book of Souls to plot against Wu Yan in the library. In the end, she suffered a backlash from the Book of Souls and suffered a loss. Therefore, generally speaking, a grimoire with related magic knowledge would more or less have a method to resolve this situation. Patrice suppressed the unnatural feeling in her heart and spoke. "It's the same for this gluttony. Apart from recording the magic that causes the original sin of gluttony, there are also some magic spells that target it. I can use this gluttony to tamper with some of the side effects of the original sin of gluttony." Tamper? Remilia tilted her head in confusion. "Simply put, as long as I use this grimoire named Gluttony, I can borrow the effect of gluttony in the grimoire to decompose the food by 8 into pure magic residue and expel it out of the body." Patrice nodded. "If that's the case, no matter how much White eats today, it will be instantly disintegrated into mana residue by the gluttony grimoire and expelled from the body. It's as if she didn't eat anything at all." Don't mention Remilia and Gumming Dijue. Even Wu Yan, who can't stand the feeling of fullness in his stomach, is overjoyed. At this moment, the flaming cat behind Gumming Dijue raised his hand like a primary school student who was about to ask a question. "Isn't this too much of a roundabout way? Does this grimoire not have a method to directly eliminate the original sin of gluttony?" "Of course there is," Patrice said helplessly. It's just that, due to certain reasons, we can't let the Moon Man's medicine be affected. Otherwise, the 5 sins would have been in vain. If he drank the medicine that could trigger the 7 deadly sins, he wouldn't be able to achieve his goal. So, we can only use this roundabout method. Leaving this sentence, Patrice didn't explain further. She turned around and shut her eyes. Boundless magical aura gushed out from her lovable body that was wrapped in loose pajamas. Like flowing water, the magical aura poured into the aged grimoire in her hand. Hum. The grimoire flickered with a faint radiance and floated up from Patrice's hand. Then, as though an invisible hand was flipping through the pages, the grimoire stopped at one of the pages. At the next moment, firefly-like light particles formed a dazzling Milky Way that flowed through the air and landed on Wu Yan's body. Enveloped by the light particles that looked like fireflies, Wu Yan, who was in the midst of his frenzied eating, could clearly feel the feeling of fullness that has been tormenting him for a long time. Slowly but surely, the feeling of fullness started to subside. As the feeling of fullness subsided, traces of mana started appearing in Wu Yan's body. It was the magic residue of the food that had been decomposed by the Book of Gluttony. Under the effect of gluttony, the mana residue slowly came out of Wu Yan's body like a black mist. Every bit of black mist that came out of Wu Yan's body reduced the bloated feeling in his stomach. It didn't take long for him to return to his normal state. Feeling the tormenting feeling in his abdomen, the feeling of fullness that could explode at any moment subsided, Wu Yan couldn't help but feel relieved. He continued to wolf down his food while sneering inside. How could he let the food that had tortured him for such a long time go to waste just like that? Wu Yan mobilized the mana within his body. Like a ferocious tiger, his mana pounced on the dregs that haven't dissipated yet. Like a furnace, he refined the dregs into pure mana and slowly absorbed it. Under these circumstances, the black mist coming out of Wu Yan's body slowly dissipated and didn't appear again. Seeing this, Remilia, Gu Ming, and the others were stunned. Patrice was also stunned for a moment before she cried out in surprise. He refined the dregs of magic power into pure magic power and absorbed it. It was natural for Patrice to be shocked. If mana was like gasoline that could ignite flames, then the residue of mana would be the carbon dioxide released by the burning gasoline. Who could refine carbon dioxide and turn it back into gasoline? Wu Yan was doing the same thing. Let alone Patrice. Perhaps no other magician in the past had ever done such a thing. That was why Patrice was so shocked. Of course, Patrice didn't know that Wu Yan cultivated the best magical power cultivation method. In addition, he had the body of a true ancestor that had the strongest magical powers among all races. That was why he was able to do something that went against the common sense of magic. Patrice didn't know that Wu Yan cultivated the best magical power cultivation method. But she knew that the true ancestor was the race with the strongest magical powers. She could guess the reason behind it and felt complicated. For the first time, Patrice started to ponder. Yakumo-bai, the true ancestor that should have disappeared in the river of history, where did she come from? How did she come to be? No matter how one looked at it, he was a mysterious man. Chapter 1792. Time trickled by as Wu Yan continued to eat. Patrice continued to activate the grimoire greed. Remilia, Gumming Dijue, and the other girls fretted, and the fairy maids of Scarlet Fiend Mansion bustled about. During this process, all sorts of things kept happening. Young miss, there aren't enough plates in the kitchen. Go to the warehouse. Take out all the plates that are used for banquets from the storeroom. Young miss, there aren't enough plates. Aren't there bowls, basins, and wine plates? Let me use all those as well. Young miss, a maid fell asleep from exhaustion. She won't die from not sleeping for a day. Since she's a fairy, endure it. Wake her up. Young miss, there isn't enough food in the kitchen. Hurry up and buy some. Young miss, the maid who came back can't enter. What? Young miss said she doesn't recognize the maid's face and won't let her in no matter what. China, do you believe that I won't suck your blood dry? The fairy maid's anxious reports and Remilia's exasperated roars echoed throughout the Red Devil Mansion, causing the mansion to be in a noisy state for the entire day. It was even livelier than the banquet. Originally, these miscellaneous matters should be handled by the butler Wu Yan, or the head maid Ruoyi. But now, Wu Yan was still in a state of gluttony, and the entire Red Devil Mansion was in this state because of him. How was he going to handle these matters? As for Ruoyi, she had been guarding by Wu Yan's side. While preventing Wu Yan from eating the plates, she had a worried expression. She took a handkerchief and sat beside Wu Yan, wiping Wu Yan's oily face. Lord Bai, seeing Wu Yan's wretched eating appearance, Ruoyi didn't mind at all and continued wiping his face. The work of oiling and polishing. Her gentle voice drifted into Wu Yan's ears as she carefully wiped off the greasy soup on Wu Yan's face. Slow down. Be careful not to choke. Luoyi. Hearing Luoyi's soft voice, Wu Yan was still eating and drinking. However, his movements also slowed down slightly. After vaguely responding to Zuoyi, he continued to grab the dishes on the plate in front of him and started to chew on them. She couldn't help but stare at Wu Yan, who was wolfing down the food. Jiye's icy blue eyes softened. Perhaps it was because every woman had a trace of maternal instinct hidden in her heart. During this period of time, she had been taking care of Wu Yan, who kept causing trouble for others. While feeling helpless, it seemed that her feelings for Wu Yan had become more and more special. After all, if it was in the past, Zuoyi would never have this kind of gaze, even if it was the young lady he was loyal to. However, Zuoyi understood that he already had someone he was loyal to. Remilia's feelings for Wu Yan are becoming more and more special. However, for her to admit that Wu Yan is her brother is harder than ascending to the heavens. Therefore, before Remilia admitted that Wu Yan was her brother, Zuoyi could only hide this special emotion. For Zuoyi, serving Remilia was more important than anything else. Therefore, Zuoyi had to put her feelings behind Remilia. At least, before Wu Yan truly became the person that Zuoyi had to serve, it had to be like this. With this kind of mood, Zuoyi continued to wipe Wu Yan's greasy face and take care of Wu Yan, who was like a greedy child. She didn't notice that her hidden feelings had already been seen by someone else. No, it should be said that it was read by someone else's extremely special third eye. In this noisy state, all kinds of steaming hot dishes were still served on the table one after another. At the same time, the empty plates were also taken away one by one. The fairy maids in the Red Devil Mansion didn't know much about the butler of the Red Devil Mansion. Therefore, as time passed, seeing their butler wolfing down the food like a hungry ghost, every fairy maid looked at Wu Yan with an extremely strange expression. Then, they looked at Wu Yan stacking the empty plates on both sides, forming at least 2 layers of 1-meter-tall mountains. They were somewhat stunned. For the first time, these fairy maids knew that their boss could eat so much. In the blink of an eye, it was already afternoon. Not long after, Wu Yan would welcome the original sin of gluttony. It was almost dusk. In other words, Wu Yan had been eating nonstop for almost an entire day. At this point, the fairy maids are no longer looking at Wu Yan with a weird expression. They didn't show any other emotions as they continued with their boring work. Aside from Zuoyi, who was taking care of Wu Yan, and Gumming, who joined halfway, Remilia, who was instructing the fairy maids, Patrice, who was maintaining the grimoire of gluttony, Fran and Gumming's love, who were continuously serving water to Wu Yan, Spirit Wu Lukong and Flame Cat Phosphor were looking at each other. Nah. Spirit Wu Lukong said in boredom. How long has this man that master has taken a fancy to been eating? Almost a day. Flame Cat Phosphor also yawned in boredom. Based on the situation, it seems like he will eat until the end of the day. That's too much of an appetite. When he said this, Spirit Wu Lukong's face showed a numb expression. Although I also like to eat good food, after eating so much for so long, I won't want to eat for 10 days. If I eat so much at once, my cute face will be as ugly as the corpses I dealt with. Flame Cat Phosphor said those words that would make one vomit. He even licked the corner of his mouth. 7 deadly sins: pride, envy, wrath, sloth, greed, gluttony. A total of 6 sins. This man that master has taken a fancy to has already suffered 6 sins. How interesting. Pride, envy, wrath, sloth, greed, gluttony. Spirit Wu Lukong raised his fingers and counted them one by one. There are already 6 out of the 7. What's the last one? As soon as he said that, the excited expression on the flaming cat's face froze on its cute face. Its pair of cute cat ears began to tremble. The confused spirit crow Lu Kong tilted its head and poked the cute face of the flaming cat Phosphor. Phosphor, what's wrong? No, it's nothing. Flame cat Phosphor took a deep breath and calmed down. People say that stupidity is a sin. I used to think so too. But now, Phosphor, I have to say that stupidity has its uses. If you didn't remind me, I would have forgotten about this most important thing. I'm not stupid. Spirit Wu Lukong grumbled in dissatisfaction. But soon he asked curiously, what's the most important thing? Do you want to know? Flaming cat Phosphor looked at Spirit Crow Lukong with a faint smile, and suddenly said with a charming tone, Phosphor, do you remember what Master told you to do? What? Spirit Wu Lukong was startled. What is it? It's that thing. Flame cat Phosphor kindly reminded. Mate with the man that Master has taken a fancy to. Did you forget? Spirit Wu Lukong's eyes widened, but he immediately reacted. No, Master told us to mate with that man, not me. You're usually so stupid. How come you're so quick-witted at this critical moment? Flaming cat Phosphor said in a displeased tone. Then it smiled seductively. Phosphor, Phosphor, do you want to mate with that man? Oh. Spirit Wu Lukong's face was a little red, but he still stammered to express his loyalty. If it's Master's order. Then. Flame cat Phosphor showed an enigmatic smile. What if that man wants to mate with Master? No. Spirit Wu Lukong shouted without hesitation. Master clearly said that she was going to intersect with us. She didn't say anything about intersecting with herself. Flame cat Phosphor was speechless. But it still whispered in Spirit Wu Lukong's ear like it had achieved its goal. If that's the case, we have to. Flame cat Phosphor said something to Spirit Wu Lukong. Spirit Wu Lukong nodded in realization. The flaming cat Phosphor laughed. It was an evil laugh. Chapter 1793. Night fell and covered the entire sky of the fantasy village. It gave the people, demons, and ghosts of the fantasy village an unclear night. When the clock on the clock tower pointed to the early hours of the morning, Wu Yan, who was sitting at the head of the round table on the staircase in the hall, suddenly stopped. He covered his mouth, stood up, and rushed to the toilet. When Wu Yan rushed out of the hall, Remilia, Guming Dijue, Patrice, and Zuoyi looked at each other. Finally, all of them wailed and fell to the ground. And this wail was undoubtedly the signal to free the fairy maids who had been busy all day in the Red Devil Hall. Immediately the fairy maids, who numbered more than 100, also cried out and fell to the ground. The cries rose and fell, echoing throughout the entire Red Devil mansion. Even Fran and Love of Gu Ming, who were supposed to be the most energetic, sat on the ground, leaning back against each other. Their faces were filled with exhaustion. There was no helping it. Basically, since the original sin of gluttony broke out, none of these girls had rested. They had been tormented to death. Moreover, don't forget that before the original sin of gluttony broke out, these girls had gone through an entire day of costume play because of Wu Yan's original sin of greed. At this moment, whether it was mentally or physically, they were all in a state of exhaustion. In this state, whether it was Remilia, Guming Dijue, the other girls, or the fairy maids in the Red Devil Hall, none of them had the strength to speak. They could only wail. Gradually, they closed their eyes and fell asleep as if they were trying to outdo each other. As a result, not long after, in the hall of the Red Devil Hall, only the sound of breathing was left. The only ones who could stay awake were Spirit Crow Lu Kong and Flaming Cat Phosphor, who had been watching the show all day and didn't help at all. Looking at the group of young ladies who were lying on the ground in different positions and sleeping soundly, Spirit Crow Lu Kong and Flaming Cat Lin looked at each other in tacit understanding. As though they had been waiting for this moment, they nodded heavily. It's finally over. Flaming Puss lowered its voice. He said to Ling Wu Lu Kong. Now is a good time. Ah Kong, take Master and Lian Lian away. Yes. Spirit Crow Lu Kong nodded his head forcefully. Then he became confused. But why did you take Master and Lian Lian away? You idiot. Flaming Pussy Phosphor said in disappointment. Didn't I tell you that it would be dangerous for Master and Lian Lian to stay here? That's right. Ling Wu Lu Kong suddenly understood. However, he immediately asked in confusion. If that's the case, wouldn't the people of the Red Devil Mansion be in danger if we only take Master and Lian away? That's why I said you're an idiot. Flaming Cat Phosphor sighed. If you don't leave them here, you'll be in trouble. Later, the man that Master has taken a fancy to will definitely cause trouble. What is it? The spirit crow murmured to itself. What is it? Forget it, I'm not going to explain it to you. The flaming puss snapped. If you want to stay and copulate with the man that Master has taken a fancy to, I don't have any objections. Flaming Pussy Phosphor didn't care about Ling Wu Lu Kong anymore. He tiptoed towards Gu Ming Di Ju and Gu Ming Di Lian. As for Ling Wu Lu Kong, when she heard the words copulate, she shrank her head. After hesitating for a while, she couldn't help but stay here. She followed behind Flaming Pussy Phosphor. Then Ling Wu Lu Kong and Flaming Pussy Phosphor picked up Gu Ming Di Ju. One of them picked up Gu Ming Di Lian, and quietly left the hall of the Red Devil Mansion. Ugh! He rushed into the toilet. Wu Yan didn't hesitate to vomit. He had been eating and drinking all day. He didn't even want to do it. Of course, this reaction happened when the original sin of gluttony ended. However, because everything he ate today was disintegrated into magical residue by Patrice's gluttony, Wu Yan couldn't vomit anything out. But he still wanted to vomit. If he didn't vomit, he might become anorexic. Now Wu Yan is 100% sure that in the near future, as long as he sees food, he will feel nauseous. Even if he doesn't feel nauseous, he won't have any appetite. The hunger that had been tormenting him for the whole day had disappeared without a trace. After vomiting for a while, Wu Yan came to the sink. He turned on the tap and washed his greasy hands and face. He shrugged his shoulders and felt a strong sense of powerlessness. It wasn't a physical powerlessness, but a mental exhaustion. Compared to pride, jealousy, rage, sloth and greed, gluttony is too scary. These were Wu Yan's truest thoughts. No matter who it is, they would have the same thoughts as Wu Yan. After all, be it arrogance, jealousy, rage, sloth or greed, they only affected one's heart and mind, causing one to embody that evil mentality. However, gluttony did not only affect one's heart and mind, but also one's body. Think about it, if he didn't have gluttony's effect, what would have happened to Wu Yan? Wu Yan is going to explode from the sheer amount of food in his stomach. Moreover, he would continue to eat and drink even when his stomach was bursting. Who wouldn't say that it wasn't scary? If not for Patrice's gluttony, helping Wu Yan, his impression of the original sin of gluttony wouldn't be as simple as scary. Not only that, even if he was stuffed to death, under the baptism of the original sin of gluttony, Wu Yan wouldn't be able to break away from the urge to eat. If that happened, the feeling of fullness would turn into real pain and torment Wu Yan. Thinking about it, Wu Yan shuddered. This was the first time he felt resentment towards Yonglin, who caused him to fall to such a state. In the end, I'll let it go if I can get what I want, but if I can't, I'll play a bullet comment game with that wretched Yonglin, even if I have to activate the red jade mode. After muttering a few words, Wu Yan finally felt better. He propped up his tired body and walked towards the main hall. Upon arriving at the main hall, Wu Yan was startled by the scene before him. Remilia was sprawled on the table. Fran was also paralyzed on the ground and couldn't get up. Patrice didn't even care about the precious gluttony grimoire, and was also sprawled on the table. Even the usually tireless Ziyi couldn't support herself. She leaned against the corner of a chair, and fell into a deep slumber. All the fairy maids in the Red Devil Mansion were so tired that they were lying on the ground. Every one of them looked exhausted, causing the floor of the Red Devil Mansion's hall to be filled with people and corpses. The scene was like a group of drunkards who were all drunk. From time to time, there would be a few wails. After scanning the Red Devil Mansion and witnessing the scene of corpses, Wu Yan bitterly smiled in his heart. Wasn't this caused by Wu Yan, who had tormented everyone for an entire day? No, to be honest, Wu Yan had tormented them for more than an entire day. Wu Yan could only silently apologize in his heart. He walked up to the platform and arrived beside Remilia, Fran, Patrice, and Ziyi. Compared to the fairy maids who were casually sprawled on the ground, Remilia, Fran, Patrice, and Ziyi didn't appear sloppy even though they had collapsed. However, this still made Wu Yan scratch his cheek helplessly. Even Night Saber has fallen? With such a helpless mood, Wu Yan arrived beside Patrice, who was closest to him. He extended his hand and placed it on Patrice's waist. Originally, Wu Yan wanted to carry Patrice back to her room to rest. However, the moment his hand touched Patrice's waist, Wu Yan's body froze. Even though they were separated by a layer of thick clothing, Wu Yan could clearly feel how soft Patrice's waist was. Her slender waist curves could be clearly felt in his palm. It was as though he was caressing a soft cotton blanket. The feeling was inconceivably wonderful. Wu Yan clearly intended to carry Patrice back to her room. However, at this moment he suddenly hesitated. His mouth started to feel dry and a peculiar feeling pervaded his heart. Under these circumstances, Wu Yan felt a burning sensation erupting from his chest. It felt like an explosion was going off in his chest. Chapter 1794. Ugh! Perhaps sensing something, Patrice gently twisted her body in her sleep. Wu Yan seemed to have received encouragement as he uncontrollably stroked Patrice's waist with his hand. His gaze fell upon Patrice's sleeping face. From Wu Yan's perspective, Patrice's sleeping face was extremely serene with a hint of fatigue. However, her fair skin and gentle expression were exposed to the air and Wu Yan's gaze. Looking at such a peaceful sleeping face, the fire in Wu Yan's heart flared up like a flame that has been doused with gasoline. It's burning fiercely. This wasn't the first time Wu Yan had intimate contact with Patrice. Although he hadn't known Patrice for more than 10 days, but in these 10 days, this knowledgeable and calm young lady had actually had intimate contact with Wu Yan. If their relationship was good, then it was indeed good. If it wasn't, then it couldn't be said that it wasn't. After all, with such rapid development, even if Wu Yan didn't mind, Patrice, as a normal woman, couldn't help but hold a grudge. That was why Patrice pleaded with Wu Yan to consider it. Wu Yan also felt that the time he had known Patrice was too short. However, the development of his relationship with Patrice was rather thought-provoking. Therefore, he intended to distance himself from her for the time being, allowing both of them some time to relax. However, Wu Yan couldn't restrain the passion in his heart as he pressed his body against Patrice's. Patrice was seated on a chair while her body was sprawled across the messy tabletop with plates scattered all over. Because she was wearing pajama-like clothing, Patrice's alluring figure was almost completely covered. But even so, when she was sprawled on the table, there was still a pair of flat objects that couldn't be ignored. Even if they weren't directly exposed, they would still attract the attention of others. This caused Wu Yan's breathing to become heavier. The passion in his heart burned even more vigorously. Driven by the passion in his heart, Wu Yan placed his hand on Patrice's slender waist. He slowly moved his hand up and caressed Patrice's ample bosom that could make one's blood boil. In an instant, a soft sensation burst forth from Wu Yan's palm. Even the thick clothes couldn't isolate it. Wu Yan felt as though he had jumped into a swimming pool in summer. His head felt extremely refreshed. Ugh! Her most important part was being attacked. In her sleep, Patrice once again let out an unconscious moan that entered Wu Yan's ears but didn't wake him up. No, it should be more accurate to say that Wu Yan, who is still conscious, didn't stop his actions. Wu Yan clearly knew what he was doing, and even more clearly knew that he desired to get closer to Patrice. However, Wu Yan's hands were out of his control and couldn't stop. He clearly intended to pull away from Patrice to ease the tension between them. But now Wu Yan was spoiling his plans. It wasn't that Wu Yan's thirst had reached an unbearable level. Instead, it was an intense desire and impulse that dominated his body. It was as though he was attracted and couldn't help but make a move on Patrice. There was only one explanation for this situation. The final sin of the 7 deadly sins, lust. This was to be expected. After all, he had already overcome the first 6 sins. The sin of gluttony had also vanished after midnight. At this moment, Wu Yan naturally had to face the final sin of the 7 deadly sins. As long as he could endure through today, the test that Yonglin gave Wu Yan would be over. Wu Yan could then enter the Everlasting Pavilion to retrieve the mission item for his Demigod Path mission. However, that wasn't something to be happy about. At least not now. Ugh! Patrice's unconscious moans were heard. Wu Yan released his heavy breathing and kneaded Patrice's ample bosom. It was as though he couldn't resist violating this young lady before him. From behind the chair, Wu Yan pressed Patrice's delicate body against the table. His hands reached under her armpits as though he was embracing her. One of his hands was kneading her ample bosom. His actions became frantic while his other hand reached downwards. At the next moment, his sinful hands caressed Patrice's perky buttocks that were similarly wrapped in thick pajamas. A soft sensation assaulted him, causing Wu Yan's hands to tremble. He couldn't bear to let go as he fondled greedily. As Wu Yan's actions intensified, the sleeping Patrice knitted her brows and her breathing quickened. Wu Yan lost control of himself as if he was being guided by some unknown force to occupy the high spots on Patrice's body. His hands moved up and down Patrice's voluptuous body, her butt, her waist, and her slender thighs. The string that represents rationality is stretched taut. Needless to say, it wouldn't be strange if this string that represented reason were to snap at any time. Ugh! Ugh! Patrice let out a soft moan that caused one's heart to tremble. Her eyelids and lips trembled as a blush surfaced on her charming face. Hearing such moans, Wu Yan couldn't help but reach his hands into Patrice's thick clothes, yearning for closer contact. At this moment, Patrice couldn't continue sleeping. After knitting her brows tightly, her eyebrows trembled and she abruptly opened her eyes. What's wrong? As soon as she woke up, Patrice felt that something was wrong with her body. She turned around in a daze and saw Wu Yan panting heavily. Then her body and expression stiffened and her eyes revealed a flustered expression. What are you? Patrice, who wanted to ask more questions, reacted before the words left her mouth and cried out in surprise. Could it be the last sin of the 7 deadly sins? Upon realizing this, not only was Patrice flustered, but her heart was also in a mess. If it was really the last sin of the 7 deadly sins, then Patrice felt that she was in big trouble. On the other hand, Wu Yan looked at Patrice's slightly parted lips. He leaned forward and kissed her on the lips. Wait! Ugh! Ugh! Before Patrice could beg for mercy, her delicate tongue was captured by Wu Yan's large tongue and tasted carefully. Ugh! Chirp! Ugh! Patrice could only let out helpless sighs. She couldn't control her tongue as she bashfully accepted Wu Yan's assault. Of course, she didn't know how easy it was for a man to lose his rationality from such an action. Wu Yan tasted the lips and tongue of the young lady before him in a frenzy. His hands were also frantically caressing Patrice's clothes. No matter where he touched, his hands were filled with smoothness. In addition to Patrice's seductive moans, Wu Yan finally couldn't endure it any longer. Following Patrice's purposely suppressed exclamation, a ripping sound reverberated throughout the Red Devil Mansion's hall. That was the sound of Patrice's heavy pajamas being violently torn apart by Wu Yan. What are you doing? Patrice was unable to conceal her panic. She clutched at her tattered clothes in an attempt to cover her exposed body as she curled up into a ball on the chair. Patrice. Wu Yan rested his chin on Patrice's shoulder and spoke with difficulty while breathing heavily. I'm afraid you can only tell me the answer to that question of yours now. Patrice's delicate body trembled violently as she clutched the tattered clothes on her body. Her eyes flickered with panic, bashfulness, and anger. But more than that, there was hesitation and struggle. Patrice knew that Wu Yan could no longer control himself. The final sin of the 7 deadly sins. This sin seemed to be a declaration that Patrice was running out of time. Patrice understood that she had to give an answer now. If you don't want to, then say it now. Wu Yan moved his chin back and he started kissing her smooth shoulder. While I can still control myself, give me an answer immediately. Otherwise, you won't have the chance to regret later. Patrice's eyes were filled with hesitation and struggle. But she knew that now wasn't the time to hesitate. Not long later, Patrice resigned herself to her fate and closed her eyes. She spoke with a trembling voice. At least, return to the room. This sentence caused Wu Yan's rationality to crumble. He carried Patrice and disappeared in a flash. Chapter 1795. The Scarlet Devil Mansion had very few windows. At the very least, Remilia's room was windowless. When dawn arrived and the sunlight sprinkled down, it was hard for the residents of the Scarlet Devil Mansion to notice. However, the instant dawn arrived, Wu Yan gradually awoke from his sleep with a hazy feeling. Oh! As though sensing Wu Yan's awakening, a soft murmur resounded, drawing Wu Yan's attention to his front. Over there, a beautiful girl with long purple hair is lying on top of Wu Yan. She looked like she lost all her bones. She looked like she's paralyzed. Her slender thighs seemed to have lost all strength as they gently rested on Wu Yan's thighs. Her eyes were tightly shut as her lips were pressed against Wu Yan's body. Her sweet breaths hit Wu Yan's skin and brought about an itchy sensation. At this moment, Wu Yan's hands were holding onto Patrice's ample bosom, pinching it neither lightly nor heavily. His other hand was gently caressing Patrice's round buttocks, causing her to moan comfortably like a little kitten. It was truly adorable. Patrice's state clearly indicated what kind of devastation she went through last night. Under the urging of the last of the 7 deadly sins, Wu Yan pulled Patrice. The two of them fought for an unknown amount of time. Not only were the sheets wet, they were also messy as though they had just been fished out from a washing machine. It was extremely sloppy. Opening his hazy eyes, Wu Yan watched the chaotic scene before him. He took a deep breath and let out a satisfied sigh. Last night, Patrice initially panicked and struggled. Then, she carefully cooperated with him. Then she begged for mercy. The entire process was clearly engraved in Wu Yan's memory, causing Wu Yan to indulge in it so much that he forgot to leave. From start to finish, Wu Yan didn't know how long had passed. He also didn't know how many times he had fought with Patrice. He only knew. He didn't even know how many times he had changed his posture. Patrice, who didn't have enough stamina, couldn't satisfy him. Hence, in the latter half of the night, Patrice had already raised the white flag in surrender. If not for Wu Yan pulling out Natsuki, Kanon, and Nagisa, who were residing in his blood, last night would have been a sleepless night for the Scarlet Devil Mansion. In the end, under Wu Yan's tireless pleading, Nagisa even took over Agrora's place, causing the panicking Agrora to fall into Wu Yan's embrace. Thinking back to last night, Kanon, Nagisa, and Agrora, who were constantly betraying their other personalities, finally begging to return to Wu Yan's body. Even Natsuki frantically dispelled her physical body and admitted defeat. Wu Yan couldn't help but laugh in his heart. Therefore, only Patrice was left in a mess, sleeping in Wu Yan's embrace. Her plump bosom was undulating, and her body was covered in a thin layer of sweat. Her fair skin was flushed red like a rose. Her appearance was simply too beautiful. Hugging the unconscious Patrice and feeling her smooth skin, Wu Yan's dormant passion seemed to have awakened. Wu Yan bitterly smiled and retracted his hand with difficulty. This was Patrice's first time, and she was a pure mage. In the past, she suffered from asthma and her stamina was weaker than ordinary humans. After last night's lovemaking, Patrice was completely exhausted and couldn't endure Wu Yan's thirst. If he didn't control himself, Wu Yan was afraid that he would exhaust Patrice to death. While Wu Yan was worrying, a calm voice with a hint of annoyance responded to his thoughts. "Don't doubt, if you continue like this, I will definitely die from exhaustion." Wu Yan was slightly taken aback. He lowered his head and looked at his embrace. He saw that Patrice had woken up. Her pair of purple eyes were fixated on Wu Yan's face, as though she wanted to engrave his appearance in her mind. Wu Yan bitterly smiled and patted Patrice's shoulder. The heat from Patrice's delicate body and her undulating curves made his heart burn. But it wasn't to the point where he couldn't control himself. "You're awake?" "I originally wanted to continue sleeping." Patrice moved her body, but her body was limp and she couldn't muster any strength. She could only squint her eyes and speak in a languid voice. "But if I don't get up and Remy and the others find out, it will be terrible." "If they find out, so be it," Wu Yan said with a puzzled expression. "Why are you being so secretive?" "You may be shameless, but I am." Perhaps because she was caught off guard and lost her virginity, the usually calm and composed Patrice couldn't speak in a pleasant tone. She struggled to sit up with her limp body. As she stood up, her round and full breasts rose and fell violently, causing Wu Yan's eyes to almost pop out. Don't look." Patrice's face finally turned red, and she subconsciously covered her chest with her hands. This action attracted Wu Yan's attention and angered Patrice. If you have the time to take advantage of me, why don't you think about how to spend the next day? How to spend the next day? Wu Yan stared blankly. His blank expression made Patrice even angrier. Don't forget, you have to experience the last of the 7 sins today. So that's what you're talking about. Wu Yan smiled knowingly. His gaze towards Patrice gradually turned gentle, causing her gaze to waver and her heartbeat to accelerate. Don't I still have you? Although Wu Yan said that, he knew that it was just empty talk. With Patrice's physique, she almost didn't make it through last night. If it wasn't for Natsuki, Nagisa, Kanon, and Agrora, she definitely wouldn't have made it through so easily. Moreover, Wu Yan didn't know how to account for Patrice. That day in the library, Wu Yan promised to give Patrice time to consider. In the end, he didn't do it. Last night, before taking Patrice, Wu Yan did ask her to give him an answer. However, the situation at that time was similar to coercion. Strictly speaking, he didn't consider Patrice at all. Of course, since Patrice agreed in the end, it proved that she didn't reject Wu Yan. However, whether she truly liked Wu Yan or not remained to be seen. After all, the two of them have only known each other for less than 10 days. Patrice seemed to have seen through Wu Yan's thoughts. However, she didn't know the specifics and could only pretend not to notice. She turned her head away and stuttered in embarrassment. I can't do it anymore. If you want me to help you through the last of the 7 sins, I'm powerless. Oh. Wu Yan raised his brows and looked at Patrice, who was sitting on him. His hand gently kneaded her smooth buttocks. You mean, you want me to find someone else? Even someone as calm as Patrice couldn't help but cast an icy glare at him and snorted. Up to you. I can't do it anymore. Leaving these words, Patrice supported her limp body and wrapped the blanket around her delicate body. Just when Wu Yan thought that Patrice was going to leave, she spoke with her back facing Wu Yan. If you don't know what to do, you can go to the magic forest. Magic forest? Wu Yan stared blankly and his expression turned strange. Don't tell me you want me to look for Marissa? Who told you to look for Marissa? Patrice glared at Wu Yan and spoke angrily. I'm asking you to stay in the magic forest. The mushrooms and mushroom monsters there will release illusionary miasma and magic. Even if they don't work on you, they can more or less alleviate the 7 deadly sins in your heart. Didn't you notice this when you went to look for that doll last time? Wu Yan recalled something after hearing Patrice's words. Indeed, when he was with Alice, Wu Yan noticed it in time. It wasn't like when he was at the Scarlet Devil Mansion where he only noticed it after it flared up. Wu Yan wanted to say something to Patrice, but realized that she was no longer there. Wu Yan laughed in spite of himself. Chapter 1796. Fantasy Village, Scarlet Devil Mansion. Walking along one of the corridors, Wu Yan walked towards the main hall under the strange gazes of the fairies passing by. On the surface, Wu Yan appeared calm. But in reality, he felt helpless when he sensed the strange gazes and whispers from the fairies around him. Wu Yan naturally knew why the fairies were looking at him with such strange gazes. If it was someone else, they would be gorging on food for 24 hours in front of the fairies of the Scarlet Devil Mansion. The fairies of the Scarlet Devil Mansion would also look at that person with such strange gazes. Not to mention, these fairies were in charge of cooking, delivering food, buying ingredients, and washing utensils yesterday. They knew better than anyone else how much Wu Yan ate in that 24 hours. Without a doubt, if this wasn't the Scarlet Devil Mansion, but some other place, they wouldn't be able to find so much food for Wu Yan to eat. Nor would they be able to find so many fairies to cook for Wu Yan. Wu Yan didn't doubt that if he spent yesterday in the Boli Shrine, he would have devoured everything in the shrine. He might even have taken a bite out of Lingmeng. Therefore, Wu Yan was grateful to the fairies who worked for him the entire day. Of course, other than thanking him, Wu Yan is still enduring. Ever since Patrice left, the fire in Wu Yan's heart grew stronger and stronger. He wanted to vent it. For this reason, Wu Yan purposely asked Natsuki, Kanon, and Nagisa to accompany him. However, it was unknown if they were frightened by the madness last night, but none of them responded to Wu Yan. With no other choice, Wu Yan could only endure. Looking at the fairies who were wearing cute maid outfits and walking around him, Wu Yan was worried that he would suddenly find one of them and force her into a room to do her on the spot. Why didn't the last sin of the 7 deadly sins appear in the capital of a different generation? Wu Yan couldn't help but grumble. I have so many wives, but none of them are by my side. I still have to endure. How miserable is this? As he grumbled, Wu Yan walked towards the end of the corridor. While enduring the strange gazes of the fairies around him, he walked out of the corridor and arrived at the main hall. At this time, some of the fairies were cleaning up the mess left behind from yesterday. Under the influence of the sin of gluttony, Wu Yan's victory yesterday was glorious. Since the tableware was washed and cleaned every second of the day, it didn't look like much. However, the remains of the food were left behind. For example, the bones were piled up on the ground beside the round table like a small mountain. It was more than a meter high. Other than that, because they were wolfing down the food, the soup and other things were spilled all over the floor. There were even fish bones, meat scraps, and other things, making the floor around the round table look like a garbage dump. It was so dirty that it couldn't be any dirtier. Seeing such a scene, Wu Yan couldn't help but feel a little embarrassed. To be honest, this was the first time Wu Yan ate without paying attention to hygiene. Although he was a more casual person and didn't pay much attention to hygiene, he would at least pay attention to it to preserve his image. Now, after yesterday's gluttony, Wu Yan really didn't have any image left. Perhaps because of this, there were no fairy maids cleaning up the floor around the round table. The one cleaning up the mess was Buyi. Perhaps it was because he was too tired, but Zuyi didn't use the time freeze that he had always been good at to clean up the mess on the platform. Instead, he held a broom in his hand and carefully swept the broken bones and flesh on the ground. He would probably clean it up later. Aside from Buyi, Remilia, Fran Guming Di Love, Guming Di Ju, Spirit Wu Lukong, Flaming Cat Phosphor, and many other girls weren't here. It seemed that they were really exhausted from Wu Yan's matter, and were still resting. Looking at Sakuya, who was cleaning up the mess on the platform, Wu Yan scratched his cheeks and said with a bit of embarrassment, Is there anything I can help you with? Hearing the voice, Buyi paused and turned around to look at Wu Yan. When she saw Wu Yan scratching his cheek embarrassedly, she couldn't help but chuckle. Being laughed at by Buyi, Wu Yan's expression became even more awkward. He could only say this helplessly. Laugh if you want to. Buyi shook her head and restrained the smile on her face. Buyi didn't mean to laugh at Master Bai. Not sure if it was Wu Yan's illusion. Wu Yan felt that Buyi's attitude towards him seemed to have changed slightly. If he had to describe it, it was as if she was a little gentler than usual. I see. Wu Yan continued to scratch his cheek. Is there anything I can help with? Master Bai is the housekeeper of the Red Devil Mansion. This kind of servant's work can be done by us maids. Moreover, Buyi alone is enough. When it comes to work, Buyi's awe-inspiring and free appearance appeared again. It was very dazzling. Please wait a moment, Master Bai. Buyi will prepare breakfast for Master Bai. Hearing Buyi's words, Wu Yan's head shook vigorously like a rattledrum. No. Don't ever talk about food again. Please. Hearing this, Buyi couldn't help but smile. Then she seemed to think of something and looked at Wu Yan with a little worry and a little strange. Then did Master Bai feel anything strange today? Strange. Wu Yan looked at Nuoyi suspiciously. When he saw the worried and weird expression on her face, he understood what is going on. Because yesterday was too busy and chaotic, perhaps everyone forgot that Wu Yan still had the last of the 7 sins to experience, including Buyi. But now Zuyi should have remembered, and she should know what the last sin of the 7 sins is. That's why she looked at Wu Yan with such a weird expression. This undoubtedly made Wu Yan feel even more awkward and ashamed. However, he couldn't help but secretly look at Buyi. She was wearing the usual blue and white maid uniform. Her fair arms below her shoulders and smooth thighs below her knees were directly exposed to the air. This was Buyi's outfit. In terms of figure, Buyi naturally wasn't as good as Patrice. However, Wu Yan did have an intimate encounter with her before. Although he didn't see her body directly, he did feel the curves of her body. It might be an exaggeration to say that she's voluptuous, but her figure is definitely exquisite. At the very least, she still has some of the places that she should have. As for the figure, it was just a side effect. The most attractive part of Beauty was that she had an extremely delicate face and a temperament that others couldn't match. Perfect and chic. This description was the most essential summary of Beauty. Basically, no man wouldn't be tempted by such a perfect and chic head maid. Wu Yan, who was closer to Beauty and felt her charm, was even more so. Thus, in his heart, the fire that was bitterly suppressed began to burn fiercely in Wu Yan's eyes. Of course, Sakuya felt Wu Yan's burning gaze. At that moment, while feeling a little uncomfortable, Beauty said with a stern face, "It seems that Lord Bai will bring a lot of trouble to everyone today." This sentence made Wu Yan sober up a little. He looked at Beauty's eyes that were looking directly at him. The worry and strangeness were still there. In addition, there was also a bit of vigilance. Wu Yan couldn't help but pinch himself. "I will go out later." What he meant was that he would go out today and wouldn't bring trouble to the people of the Red Devil Mansion. Little did he know that what Beauty was most worried about was that Wu Yan would run out. "Lord Bai," Beauty said as if she was trying to persuade him, "you'd better not go anywhere today. Otherwise, you will definitely cause more trouble." "That's true." Wu Yan glanced at Beauty with a faint smile. "Then Beauty, will you accompany me today?" "Me." Beauty was stunned for a moment. Then she blushed and turned her head away. "Beauty is just a servant. Lord Bai, please don't make fun of me." After saying that, Beauty took the cleaning tools and left the scene. Her figure was a little embarrassed, which made Wu Yan laugh in his heart. R1152 Varwosode config equals SID 23130 8 1036. Chapter 1797. Fantasy Paradise Magic Forest. Kachi 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 rhythmically stepped on the ground full of leaves and branches. Walking in the forest that is as humid as a tropical rainforest, Wu Yan took a deep breath. This kind of action was actually very unwise. As long as one was in the fantasy village, one would know that the air of the magic forest was filled with many spores and miasma, released by the mushroom monsters that could cause people to fall into hallucinations. If an ordinary person inhaled it, not only would they suffer from hallucinations, but in serious cases, they would even become delirious. Was it wise to take a deep breath in the magic forest, where the air was filled with spores and miasma? A wise move? If this action was carried out too many times, not to mention ordinary humans, even ordinary monsters, fairies, and spirits would fall into hallucinations and be unable to extricate themselves. Of course, Wu Yan is no ordinary human, nor is he an ordinary yokai. In terms of strength, level, and bloodline, Wu Yan is the best of the best. Even in genjutsu, he is blessed by the gods. Spores and miasma won't make him fall into a hallucination. However, Patrice wasn't wrong. The illusionary spores and miasma inside the magic forest can't affect Wu Yan. But it's like some kind of chemical that can calm down the restless sins in his heart. However, it wasn't as if it was calmed down. Even though he was taking deep breaths in magic forest, Wu Yan's desire for the opposite sex was still throbbing. He was constantly thinking about the curvaceous bodies of the beautiful young ladies he knew. The effects of the spores and miasma in magic forest that could induce hallucinations could only be diluted. It's like diluting his desire for the opposite sex. It can only soothe his impulsive and passionate desire for the opposite sex. Of course, if that's all, it would be a great help to Wu Yan. At the very least, with the help of the spores and miasma, even if his inner desire for the opposite sex is still active, he wouldn't lose his mind and push down anyone he sees. Spores and miasma. Walking in the magic forest, Wu Yan raised his head and looked at the miasma that was filled with moisture and traces of purple mist. He couldn't help but feel conflicted. Forget about the miasma, but the spores and whatnot. Even if it doesn't affect me, it's still a little disgusting. Wu Yan is probably the only one in Fantasy Village who thinks this way. After all, unlike the outside world, there were humans living in Fantasy Paradise. Their common sense was completely different from the common sense of the outside world. In the hearts of the humans in Fantasy Paradise, not to mention absorbing spores, if any monster's flesh could cure their illness, they definitely wouldn't mind taking a bite. This was the difference between fantasy paradise and the outside world, the fundamental difference in concept. Wu Yan is different from them. He's a bit resistant to absorbing spores and stuff like that. It's even more impossible for him to eat the flesh of some yokai, but now's not the time to be fussing over such trivial matters. Compared with the behavior of pushing down anyone he saw, it was much better to be a little disgusting. Wu Yan didn't want to get the title of Fantasy Paradise Bulldozer or Perverted Vampire Ancestor when he returned to normal tomorrow. Forget it. Thinking of this, Wu Yan was also a little relieved. Anyway, the spores in miasma and magic forest have the effect of increasing magic power. Even if the increase is not as good as sitting down and meditating for a while, at least it's better than not getting anything at all. Or rather, even if he absorbed spores and miasma in magic forest for an entire day, the amount of magic power that Wu Yan could get was not as good as sitting down and meditating for a while. It couldn't be helped. Wu Yan's magic power was too large and very pure. It was far from being comparable to ordinary magic power. In addition, Wu Yan also used the body of a true ancestor and the top magic power cultivation method to cultivate his magic power. The amount of magic power that he cultivated was not small. Therefore, absorbing the spores and miasma in magic forest may be a good shortcut for an ordinary mage to improve their magic power, but for Wu Yan it was a bit useless. Even Marissa and Alice, who lived here all year round, could not get magic power improvement, let alone Wu Yan. The effect was almost negligible. Sigh. With a sigh, Wu Yan grabbed his hair. I have to stay here all day. Where should I go? In the magic forest, Wu Yan is not without a place to go. Marissa lived in the forest of magic, and so did Alice. Visiting Marissa and Alice should be a good way to pass the time. If it was in the past. Haha. Wu Yan smiled bitterly. If I go visit Marissa and Alice now, it will cause all kinds of trouble, right? Such as pushing them down, or pushing them down, or pushing them down. Sigh. Sighing again, Wu Yan folded his arms. Maybe I should go walk around or find a place to sleep. Unfortunately, Wu Yan was destined to go against his wishes. Just as he finished talking to himself, a kind voice came from behind Wu Yan. It sounded like someone was trying to give him advice. If you don't know where to go, I can recommend you a good place. Wah! The sudden voice startled Wu Yan, who was still talking to himself. He screamed reflexively. Ah! Wu Yan's shout seemed to have startled the other party. Then, a cute squeal rang out, attracting Wu Yan's attention. Behind Wu Yan's back, a cute girl is suspended in midair while maintaining a screaming posture. She was wearing a very ordinary white shirt and a black pleated skirt. She had shoulder-length black hair and a red hexagonal hat on her head. She had a pair of raven wings on her back. The person who came was Takomaru, whom he met not long ago. It's you. Wu Yan was surprised. Paparazzi-one? You can call me Takomaru-one, or my full name. You can even call me One-one, but please don't call me Paparazzi-one. Sensei Marifumi patted his heart, which had just been frightened, and said with dissatisfaction. I'm a responsible reporter, not a paparazzi. Okay, Paparazzi-one. Got it, Paparazzi-one. Wu Yan nodded and touched his chin. But I didn't expect you to make such a cute sound. Is this still the paparazzi I know? I said I'm not Paparazzi-one. A look of anger and embarrassment appeared on Saimaru's face. It seemed that he was a little embarrassed for making such a cute sound. Also, strictly speaking, before today, we didn't know each other. No, it should be said that we only know each other's names. Don't talk as if you know me very well. Am I not cute? Hearing Takomaru-wen's words, Wu Yan looked at Takomaru-wen, who was floating in front of him. It had to be said that Saimaru-fumi was indeed very cute. His figure was not tall, nor was it plump, but the places that should be big were big, and the places that should be small were small. He had a standard figure, and was a bit better than Sakuya. Noticing this, Wu Yan's heart started to stir. He couldn't help but gulp down his saliva. Oh. Seeing this scene, Marksman Marifumi first flew a short distance back vigilantly before chuckling. Looks like my charm hasn't decreased. Although I'm attracted to the butler of the Scarlet Devil Mansion, who is in the 7th sin. Hearing this, Wu Yan suppressed the fire in his heart and smiled helplessly and confusedly. So, you know all about it? Fu. Takamaru proudly puffed out his chest and put his hands on his waist. You can't find anything in the fantasy village that I don't know. Let's not talk about this. Takamaru's eyes turned and he waved at Wu Yan. Hey, butler over there, you don't know where to go, right? Do you want to come with me? I can't leave the magic forest. Wu Yan rolled his eyes. Besides, don't you know my current situation? How dare you come with me? Don't worry, I can run very fast. If you can catch up to me, I'll let you touch me. Takamaru said impatiently. Also, the place I'm going to is in the magic forest. You won't lose out anyway. Come with me. Takamaru didn't wait for Wu Yan's permission and flew forward. Wu Yan felt sad. Chapter 1798. Wu Yan followed Fumaru to an empty plot of land in the magic forest. Wu Yan's lips twitched when he saw the mansion in front of him. Is this the place you wanted me to come to? That's right. Wen Li, who was still floating in the air, nodded his head in agreement. Is there a problem? Not really. Wu Yan rubbed his forehead as he replied. However, if I'm not mistaken, this house seems to be Alice's residence, right? Yes. Wu Yan, who came here once, or rather, he was brought here by Alice. Naturally, he would recognize this familiar building. This is Alice's residence. I recognized the humanoid master's residence at a glance. Takamaru flew towards Wu Yan excitedly. What? Are you close? As Takamaru approached, Wu Yan smelled the fragrance of a young girl. Wu Yan's heart burned with lust. On the surface, Wu Yan maintained a cold expression. I'm sorry, I'm not as close to Alice as you think. If you want to dig out some insider information from me, you'll be disappointed. It's not a rumor. It's news. Saimaru retorted subconsciously, then clicked his tongue. There are so many beautiful women and demons in Fantasy Village. There are very few males. Yet you came here. With such a unique environment, you didn't even make a single rumor. You're such a boring man. You really want to write a rumor? Wu Yan felt a headache coming on. Can you please go gossip about other people? Don't look for me, okay? How can I do that? Takamaru refused without hesitation. Princess Lingmeng said that you're a natural-born troublemaker. If I follow you, I'll be able to dig out many interesting things. I'm not afraid of not having enough material to write a report. So that's how it is. Wu Yan's eyes twitched. He resisted the urge to burst his veins and said with a fake smile. In other words, you're hoping that I'll cause some trouble, but you saw that I only wanted to spend the day alone. That's why you're so anxious. You jumped out. You took the initiative to help me find conflicts with other people and write a report about them. That's why you brought me to Alice. Am I right? Akamaru didn't answer. She winked at Wu Yan and admitted it without saying anything. Wu Yan lowered his head. After a moment of silence, he turned around and walked to the other side. Wait. Like a money grubber who saw a little gold mine, Markumaru leaped forward and grabbed Wu Yan's arm. This is a great opportunity to be on the headlines. How can you give it up? Isn't that too strange? I would be surprised if I heard you say that. Wu Yan struggled. I don't want to be on the headlines, let go of me. Hey, don't say that. Takamaru hugged Wu Yan's arm tightly. He didn't care that his chest was squeezing Wu Yan's hand. Aren't you suffering the last sin of the 7 deadly sins? Can't the girl I found for you satisfy you? Wu Yan almost tripped when he heard this. Are you going to let me turn into a wolf and force myself on a girl while you record the whole process and prepare to report it? That way, you'll be satisfied and I'll be satisfied. It's killing 2 birds with 1 stone. What's wrong with that? Takamaru said. Although I'll be very shy and you'll be very shy if I watch from the sidelines, just being shy for a while can satisfy the 2 of us. Isn't that worth it? Don't you want to think about the girl I forced myself on and reported the whole process? Wu Yan was stunned. If something goes wrong, someone will die. What's a human life? The most important thing is to report it. Takamaru said again. Don't you want to be famous? I don't want to use this kind of method to become famous. You definitely want to ruin my reputation. Wu Yan increased his strength as he struggled madly. Let go. No, let go. I don't want to. If you don't let go, I won't hold back. Otherwise, you can return the film you confiscated from me the day before yesterday. In your dreams. I won't let go even if I die. I'm still under the influence of the last sin of the 7 deadly sins. If you don't let go, you'll have to bear the consequences. Don't worry, my photography skills are top-notch. As long as you touch me, I'll immediately take a picture of that scene. The photo will only have your face and not mine. If that's the case, I'll be done collecting material for today. You don't even mind being taken advantage of in order to collect material? Since I don't know if anyone will be able to take advantage of me in the future, I might as well use it to exchange for material. I give up. Wu Yan and Takamaru didn't notice that their loud voices and violent movements had already spread far and wide in the silent magic forest. As long as one was within 100 meters, they would be able to hear it. Naturally, the people inside the building, who were less than 4 to 5 meters away from them, could hear them clearly. Not long after, the door of the building was quietly opened. 2 small beautiful girls walked out of the building. They looked at Wu Yan and Takamaru, who were wrestling in front of their house. After a moment of silence, they spoke. What are you guys doing? Wu Yan and Takamaru, who were wrestling, stiffened at the same time. They slowly turned their eyes to the door of the building in front of them, and saw the beautiful girls standing there. Who else could it be? Of course, it could only be Alice. Alice. Seeing Alice's confused expression and strange eyes staring at him who was wrestling with Takamaru, Wu Yan's voice became stiff and hoarse. He smiled foolishly. Long time no see. Long time no see? To be precise, Wu Yan and Alice had just met not long ago. After all, on the day of the sin of jealousy, Wu Yan gave Alice a big hug and kiss. After that, the sin of wrath, the sin of sloth, the sin of greed, the sin of gluttony, and the sin of lust. It's only been 5 days since the sin of lust. In other words, Wu Yan and Alice hadn't seen each other for 5 days. It couldn't be considered a long time. However, what happened 5 days ago was still vivid in her mind. It made Alice's face unnatural, and also made Wu Yan feel very awkward. At the end of the day, Alice's first kiss was taken by him because of the sin of jealousy. It was Wu Yan who was affected by the sin of jealousy and became jealous of Marissa. Left with no choice, Alice acted like Patrice and used a kiss to awaken the deeply affected Wu Yan. If they were to pursue the matter, it would be Wu Yan's sole responsibility. How could Wu Yan not feel awkward? While one was feeling awkward and the other was feeling unnatural, the surrounding atmosphere suddenly became awkward, making Alice unable to stay any longer. If you want to play, go somewhere else. I'm making a doll and need a quiet environment. Alice suppressed the unnatural feeling in her heart and pretended to be indifferent. Then I won't accompany you. Leaving these words, Alice wanted to return to the house. At this moment, Hitomaru rolled his eyes and yelled out before Alice entered the room. Come on, let's go. Wait. Alice. Yakumo Haku has something to say to you. Alice's footsteps came to a halt in midair. Wu Yan widened his eyes in disbelief as he stared at Takanumi Maru. You. Have a good chat. Takamaru shouted and interrupted Wu Yan before Wu Yan flipped out and denied. I won't disturb you guys anymore. Takamaru's figure blurred and in a swish, Wu Yan could barely see his afterimage. Wu Yan and Alice stared at Takamaru in bewilderment. Then, Alice knitted her brows and revealed a dubious expression. It was apparent that she didn't understand what Takamaru was trying to do. On the other hand, Wu Yan snarled inwardly. This hateful Takamaru. Strictly speaking, he betrayed his teammate whom he had known for less than half a day. If I knew this would happen, I would have gotten rid of him. Chapter 1799. Wu Yan and Alice stood in the forest with trees and miasma as the background. They looked at each other in silence and quickly turned their heads away, making the atmosphere more and more awkward. This was especially so for Alice. As a standard victim, she looked at the man standing in front of her, scratching his cheeks awkwardly. They had only known each other for less than 10 days, but he had taken away her first kiss. The look in her eyes was surprisingly complicated. If possible, Alice really didn't want to see Wu Yan again. There was no other reason other than Alice didn't know how to face this man. After all, Alice has a Yuri plot and likes girls. Now that she gave her first kiss to a guy, the complicated feelings in her heart couldn't be any more complicated. In addition, after what happened, she couldn't face Wu Yan properly. Thus, Alice could only think of such thoughts as if she was trying to escape. Alice didn't realize that if she really didn't want to see Wu Yan anymore, why did she stay put and wait for him to speak in this awkward atmosphere when Akamaru only said, "He has something to say to you?" Thus, it could only be said that Alice's heart was extremely complicated at this very moment. In such an awkward atmosphere, Wu Yan didn't dare to look at Alice directly, and Alice didn't dare to look at Wu Yan's eyes. There was a strange silence between the two of them. If there was a third party, they would be quite embarrassed. It didn't take long for Alice to break the strange silence. She couldn't stand the atmosphere any longer, and took the lead to break the silence. "What do you want to say?" Wu Yan was quite speechless. He scratched his cheeks in a panic, his body turned around, and his heart was filled with hatred. Facing Alice is already embarrassing enough for Wu Yan, but the paparazzi actually brought him here to meet Alice directly. He even went as far as to create such an awkward situation. If possible, Wu Yan would really like to take care of Sensei Maru. But it wasn't the time to think about whether to kill the paparazzi or not. Now, first, he had to think about the conversation with Alice. Driven by such thoughts, Wu Yan touched his head and laughed foolishly. He said something stupid. "Today's weather is good." Whoosh! A gust of cold wind blew through the forest. It took away some of the miasma. It brought new miasma, but at the same time, the atmosphere changed from awkward to heavy. Oh! Alice was speechless as she looked at Wu Yan, who looked like he wanted to slap himself. She said such a sentence. "I really am an idiot to feel like I can't face you." Ugh. Wu Yan didn't know what to say. "Is that what you want to say?" Alice looked at Wu Yan with a trace of anger in her eyes. "Then, I hear you, I will remember." After saying that, Alice turned around again, wanting to return to her home. "Wait!" Seeing Alice turn around and leave, Wu Yan almost subconsciously stepped forward and pulled Alice's hand. At that moment, Wu Yan could clearly feel Alice's hand trembling violently as if she got electrocuted. Or perhaps it's more accurate to say that she's panicking. She started struggling with all her might. Let go. Taking in Alice's panicked face and overreaction, Wu Yan understood what was going on. When Alice was facing him, she definitely wasn't as calm as she looked on the surface. Realizing this, Wu Yan's awkwardness disappeared. Instead, he calmed down and looked at Alice's beautiful eyes. "Isn't your reaction a bit too big?" No. Alice tried to calm down, but her hand that was pulled by Wu Yan was still struggling hard. "I just don't want to be pulled by you, quickly let go." However, not only did Wu Yan not let go of Alice's hand, but he also held it tightly. "Originally, there was no problem letting go of you, but your overreaction made me very puzzled. So first answer my question. Then I will consider whether to let go or not." You. Alice was anxious, but with her casual and indifferent character, she couldn't find the words to scold him. She could only force herself to reduce her reaction. But her hand was still trembling, showing the panic and nervousness in her heart. "Okay, now let go of me." Hearing Alice's deliberately indifferent and calm speech, Wu Yan also knew that he couldn't go too far. However, when he felt that the touch of Alice's hand was smooth and unceasing, Wu Yan's heart was slightly warm. He couldn't help but hold Alice's hand and gently knead it. Alice's heart suddenly jumped, and her heartbeat suddenly accelerated. Looking at Wu Yan, who was constantly kneading her hand and taking advantage of her. Even if Alice's character was indifferent, she couldn't help but want to get angry. However, before she was about to get angry, Alice noticed. In Wu Yan's pair of wine-red eyes, the deep color had been replaced by the fiery temperature. His eyes were incomparably hot, and even faintly carried a trace of madness. That look made Alice slightly stunned for a moment, and she asked such a question. You can't be the same as before. Suffering the root of the 7 deadly sins, right? Wu Yan, who was playing with Alice's small hand, didn't answer, but he subconsciously reacted and casually nodded, allowing Alice to straighten out her thoughts in an instant. In a short period of time, she also knew which of the 7 deadly sins Wu Yan was suffering now. However, sometimes knowing too much was not a good thing. Today's situation proved this point. At least, after knowing which of the 7 deadly sins Wu Yan was suffering, Alice, who was completely panicked, and used all her strength to struggle. "You let go of me. Don't move." Alice's fierce resistance was met with Wu Yan's reprimanding words. "Keep it like this, otherwise, it'll be too late for you to regret it later." Alice almost reflexively stopped her struggle. She bit down on her teeth. What do you mean? Although it's a bit shameless to say this, if possible, it's better to keep it like this. Wu Yan replied with a bitter smile as he played with Alice's slender and soft hand. "I'm longing to touch you. It's okay now, I'm just touching your hand. But if you take your hand back, I'll want to continue touching you. At that time, I won't know where I'm touching." Hearing this, Alice almost fainted. The two of them had only known each other for less than 10 days, so short that it was a bit difficult to even establish a friendship. Why did she have to let him take her first kiss, and now she had to let him touch her? Alice was already starting to regret. She regretted coming out to see what was going on when she heard the sound. If she didn't come out, she wouldn't have encountered such a situation. Fortunately, if it was just touching her hand, Alice could accept it. Alice's tone became helpless. "How long do you plan to touch me?" "I don't know." Wu Yan played with Alice's slender hand as if he was playing with a piece of jade, excitedly kneading and caressing it. "Maybe I'll have to wait until after today." Alice didn't know how to express her feelings. Looking at Wu Yan, who was obsessed with caressing her hand, a complicated emotion appeared in her beautiful eyes once again, and after a long time, she sighed. "I regret going to the Scarlet Devil Mansion's banquet." "Why?" "Because if I didn't go, I would never have known you." This time, it was Wu Yan's turn to be speechless. He also couldn't find the words to refute her words. After all, no matter what, he was in the wrong again. Alice glanced at Shanghai and Peng Lai, who were floating on the side, looking at Wu Yan with vigilance and curiosity. After hesitating for a while, she looked at Wu Yan helplessly. "I don't want to stand here and let you touch my hand all day." After saying this, Alice had no choice but to take Wu Yan into her house. Not far away, on a tree, Akamaru watched Alice take Wu Yan into his house and said in annoyance, "Why are we going in? Then I won't be able to take any pictures." It seems that Akamaru has been hiding here, secretly taking pictures. Chapter 1800. Magic Forest. Alice's residence. Sitting in the middle of her room, fiddling with an old but exquisite doll, Alice's expression was full of helplessness. It was obviously her favorite doll. In the past, when making such an exquisite doll, Alice's attention would be very focused. Even if Marissa came, she wouldn't be able to take her eyes off the doll in her hand. But today, for the first time ever, Alice couldn't concentrate on something as intricate as making a doll. However, Alice couldn't be blamed for that. No matter who it was, when they wanted to do something, one's hand was constantly being rubbed by someone else, they wouldn't be able to concentrate. Even Alice was the same. Turning her head slightly, Alice looked at Wu Yan, who was sitting next to her, constantly playing with her hand. She felt as if she had lost all her strength, and her tone revealed a trace of anger. "How long do you plan to touch it?" Wu Yan didn't even lift his head as he continued playing with Alice's hand. As if he was disturbed by someone, he impatiently opened his mouth and said, "Even if you ask me, I don't know how to answer you. So don't put your attention on this, just do your own thing." "I also want to do my own thing." Alice's voice was slightly raised. "But with you like this, how do you expect me to concentrate?" "I told you, even if you ask me, I don't know what answer I should give you." Wu Yan replied to Alice in an incoherent manner. "Otherwise, what can you think of?" Alice was stunned, and for a long time, she didn't say a word. Looking at Alice like this, Wu Yan didn't say anything on the surface, but he wanted to hold his belly and laugh. To be honest, Wu Yan really didn't expect that a trip to Magic Forest would result in such an embarrassing sight of Alice. He also didn't expect that after the two of them met, things would develop like this. But Wu Yan really couldn't do anything about it. Under the influence of the sin of lust, Wu Yan really didn't want to let go of Alice's hand, not even for a moment. Of course, even without the influence of the 7 deadly sins, Wu Yan would not be willing to let go of Alice's hand. Although it was just a touch of her hand, it was enough to make Wu Yan yearn for it. Alice's hand was very soft. Even though she often played with those dolls, her palms were not rough at all, let alone calluses. After touching for so long, Wu Yan really did not find any calluses on Alice's hands. Alice's skin was also very smooth. It was as if it was wrapped in a layer of pearls, smooth to the touch, and extremely wonderful to the touch. It was precisely because of this factor that even without the influence of the 7 deadly sins, Wu Yan did not dare to admit that he did not wish to caress such a jade hand. The 7 deadly sins only infinitely magnified the desire in his heart. It had to be said that the 7 deadly sins were indeed the most fundamental evil in people's hearts, and it was unstoppable. Therefore, what Wu Yan said before was indeed true. He longed to be close to Alice. Therefore, Wu Yan loved Alice's hand so much that he could not let go. If Alice took her hand back, then the burning desire to be close to Alice would make Wu Yan bear the sin of lust and violate Alice. Therefore, if touching her hand could stop this desire, what else was there to be dissatisfied with? However, Alice was 100, 1,000, or even 10,000 times unwilling. Forget it. In the end, Alice seemed to have given up and put the unfinished doll in her hand on the ground. There is no way to make a doll like this. I can only do it another day. Wu Yan glanced at the doll on the ground and he asked her in a casual manner, "Why don't you make a doll that looks like a real person?" A doll that looks like a real person. Alice paused for a moment and then shook her head. Because there is no need. Wu Yan asked doubtfully. Why is there no need? My method of fighting seems to be manipulating the puppets, but in truth, manipulating the puppets to fight is just a bonus. My initial plan was to have these puppets self-destruct when fighting with the enemy. The self-destruct spells I set up in the puppets are about the same in terms of power. Alice explained softly. Do you think it's more worth it to create a life-sized and lifelike puppet and have it self-destruct, or to create a small puppet and have it self-destruct? I see. Wu Yan smiled in relief, but then he said with a confused expression. Could it be that all the puppets you make are used to perish together with the enemy? Basically. Alice nodded, reached out her hand, and touched the heads of Shanghai and Penglai, who were sitting next to her. Except for them, the other dolls are self-destruct. Then why don't you focus on creating a doll that is good at fighting? Wu Yan frowned. That kind of doll should be much more useful than just using self-exploding dolls, right? Hearing this, Alice fell silent for a moment before replying. I've thought about creating puppets that aren't used for self-destruction but for combat. However, if I do that, I'll need to carefully control them in order to unleash the perfect combat power. This will cause the number of puppets I can control to decrease significantly. Instead of that, I might as well create puppets that self-destruct. That way, they'll pose a greater threat to the enemy. In that case, what's the difference between that and controlling a bunch of moving bombs? Wu Yan and Alice had different viewpoints. There are too many limitations. If you encounter an enemy that can't be killed by self-destructing dolls, you're basically helpless. That's why I've always hoped to be able to create living puppets. A trace of hope appeared on Alice's pretty face when she said this. That way, the dolls can fight on their own. I don't need to control them, and I don't need to control them either. It's like having an extra person to help me in battle. Alice's method of manipulating dolls could be said to be very primitive. She used threads made of magic to connect the dolls. Through a method similar to a puppet show, she injected magic into the bodies of the dolls and pulled them into battle. In other words, without Alice's control, the dolls like Shanghai and Penglai could only fly around like real people, unable to do anything even if they wanted to. However, if Alice could create living dolls, it would be a different story. Just like the automaton in the world of The Smart Girl Can't Get Hurt, It could fight on its own even without its puppeteer. However, without the magic provided by the puppeteer, the automaton couldn't activate the magic circuit and use magic. The golems that Alice wanted to create should only have a life of their own. They shouldn't be like automatons that could use magic and magic. If that was the case, Wu Yan wasn't out of ideas. "Hey Alice," Wu Yan suddenly said. "If I were to give you the heart of a puppet, would you be able to create a puppet with a life?" Unsurprisingly, Alice was stunned. The heart of a doll? Actually, Wu Yan scratched his cheeks and after a bit of deliberation he continued. "I've seen living dolls before." Alice's eyes shone brightly and with a whoosh, she stuck her head in front of Wu Yan's face and she exclaimed excitedly. "You've seen living dolls before? Is that true? Where is it? What does it look like? What materials or magic are used to create it?" Questions came out of Alice's mouth one after another. Her sweet breath hit Wu Yan's face 10 centimeters away from Alice's face. Looking at Alice's beautiful face filled with excitement and hope, feeling the girl's aura coming from her body, Wu Yan's heart seemed to have skipped a beat. It paused for a moment before it started pounding violently. This was because the evil fire that he was all too familiar with was slowly starting to burn. Alice didn't seem to notice. She tilted her head. Her cute appearance finally broke Wu Yan's string of reason. Without any hesitation, Wu Yan pounced on Alice. R1152. Var wozoad config equals SID 23130 81036. Chapter 1801. Caught off guard, Alice couldn't react in time, and with a cry of surprise, she got pushed down by Wu Yan who pounced on her and pinned her to the ground. As Alice fell to the ground, the blue sleeveless dress that is neither too thin nor too thick, draped over her body like a shawl, perfectly accentuated the curves of her body. Wu Yan's line of sight was snatched away by the sight of it. At this moment, Wu Yan realized that even though Alice's figure wasn't as voluptuous as Patrice's, her curves were extremely enchanting as though they were specially drawn by an artist. Her curves had reached the point where any slight increase or decrease would destroy her beauty. If one were to use a word to describe it, that would be perfection. Moreover, even though Alice's figure wasn't as good as Patrice's, it wasn't bad either. At the very least, Wu Yan felt a soft object pressing against him the moment he pressed down on Alice. Just like what was mentioned in the Lost Bamboo Forest, Alice belonged to the type who appeared thin with clothes on. In fact, her figure was much better than it appeared from the outside. Wu Yan's eyes showed a trace of surprise, a trace of passion, and a trace of infatuation. Even his breathing became irregular. On the other side, Alice was stunned by this sudden situation. When she returned to her senses, she lifted her head and caught sight of the frenzied gaze in Wu Yan's eyes. Deep uneasiness surged in her heart, and she revealed a panicked expression. What are you trying to do?" Wu Yan didn't answer. Instead, his eyes burned with burning passion and Alice's mind was in a mess. Before Alice could say anything else, Wu Yan's hand suddenly reached out and grabbed the softness hidden under the dress. Alice screamed in shock. Her voice was filled with panic and uneasiness. However, it carried an undetectable gentleness that slowed down Wu Yan's hand and almost made his bones go soft. Alice finally understood what kind of situation she was in, and her mind instantly went blank. Apparently, Alice didn't expect this at all. It was just a moment. To think that the man in front of her had touched her most important part. Her round and supple breasts entered Wu Yan's palms through her clothes. That soft sensation made Wu Yan's heart burn even hotter. Instinctively, he gripped the place where that wonderful sensation came from. He fondled and kneaded to his heart's content. "Agu. Alice let out a muffled grunt. Her already blank mind had completely fallen into a state similar to that of a sluggish state. That was only natural. One had to know that even Alice herself rarely touched her pair of soft breasts. But now, the man in front of her was wantonly rubbing the part of her body that even Alice herself rarely touched. That shameful and strange numbness struck Alice's nerves like an electric current. How could Alice react to it? Alice could only stare blankly in a state of near panic. Then she began to struggle. "No. Don't. Alice's panicked pleas for mercy didn't dissuade Wu Yan. On the contrary, Wu Yan seemed to be encouraged by her pleas as he pressed down on Alice's soft body and suppressed Alice's struggles. The strength of his hands increased as he kneaded Alice's body into various shapes. Don't. Ugh. Alice's heart is in complete chaos. Her eyes started to water up and her cheeks started to flush. Maybe it's because she's too shy or just too embarrassed. Her body is being toyed with by Wu Yan like this. That feeling she's never felt before made her heart flutter. If it was another person, Alice would definitely not hesitate to kill the person who violated her. However, at this moment, even if Alice really had such thoughts in her heart, she couldn't really put it into action. Why? Alice didn't know the reason either. But Alice just didn't associate it in that way. The only resistance she made was to beg for mercy and struggle. However, although Alice was a monster, her race was a magician. In terms of physical ability, compared to ordinary monsters, there was nothing much. But compared to Wu Yan, she was much weaker. Hence, being pinned down by Wu Yan, Alice felt like she was being pinned down by a mountain. She couldn't escape. Not long after, the sound of clothes tearing and a scream sounded at the same time. At the same time, pieces of clothes flew into the air and scattered on the ground like garbage. Then Wu Yan, who was in a frenzy, stopped his movements and didn't respond. He had already been completely captivated by the beautiful scene in front of him, and had also been robbed of all his ability to move. What appeared in front of Wu Yan was a Snow White. Smooth as snow, white to the point that it was almost transparent. Snow White and charming, exquisite and proud jade body. Slender and straight, shining with a sparkling luster. White, tender, round and attractive buttocks. And abnormally firm, full breasts that contained infinite charm. All of these were enough to make a man go crazy, including Wu Yan. His gaze fell on Alice's flustered, frightened and uneasy face. Wu Yan slowly lowered his head and gently touched Alice's lips. Then, following her chin, he slid down and kissed her little by little. Beautiful swan-like neck. Sparkling and dazzling smooth skin. Exquisite collarbones like wings. Her shoulders were smooth and slender. Wu Yan lingered on this beautiful and delicate body, leaving his own light kisses one by one. Finally, he stopped at the pair of high, white and sparkling full breasts. Ugh. Alice was still struggling, but her strength was getting weaker and weaker. It wasn't because Alice didn't want to struggle, but even if her mind was blank and her heart was in chaos, Alice still knew that such a struggle was completely futile. Therefore, Alice could only open her eyes and stare blankly at the ceiling. The depths of her eyes weren't dull and lifeless. Instead, there was a trace of moisture in them, and they were trembling violently, as if they had been startled by great waves. The heavens pitied her. Before this, Alice was a girl who had never been in love, and had never even been held by a man of the opposite sex. Now, the arrival of this irresistible love like a storm, and the strange feeling of her body that was extremely strange, were all challenging the bottom line in Alice's heart. So, in this completely unimaginable feeling and treatment, Alice was almost conditionally struggling, and a trace of pleading came out of her mouth. Don't. But in Alice's pleading voice, Wu Yan was still loving Alice's delicate body, and an amazing flame was burning in his heart. He greedily tasted Alice's beautiful and delicate body, causing Alice to be dominated by a strange feeling like an electric current was passing through her. And for a long time, she was unable to think normally. As for Alice, there's no longer anything covering her body. She's completely naked in front of Wu Yan, revealing her beauty that can make one's heart beat faster. Wu Yan's heart had been completely attracted by this perfect body in front of him, and he couldn't call it back. Under the guidance of the fiery impulse in his heart, Wu Yan gently pulled Alice's hands away, and pressed them on the floor that seemed to be warm, and his whole body pressed on it. Alice seemed to have instinctively realized what was going to happen next. She opened her watery eyes and stared at the man on top of her. It was as if she wanted to remember his appearance. She didn't move her eyes away for even a moment. Wu Yan lifted his head and met Alice's gaze. Looking at Alice's beautiful eyes, the fiery heat in his eyes eased up a little, and a trace of gentleness appeared in his eyes. It was this trace of gentleness that made Alice's eyes ripple again, and the confusion in her heart towards this strange feeling also cleared up a little. Looking at each other in tacit understanding, Wu Yan's hand slid down and grabbed Alice's slender waist. While Alice's body trembled slightly, Wu Yan pushed her forward and pressed her down. As if struck by lightning, Alice opened her mouth wide, and her body suddenly became as taut as a bowstring. The world in front of her eyes became a blank, and her head that had sunk into chaos also tilted back. The moisture in her eyes completely turned into tears that represented pain, and quietly slid down. This scene made Wu Yan, who had lost his wolf, look clear on the spot. He finally woke up, and stretched out his hand to wipe the tears on Alice's face. Under this gentle wiping, a trace of redness appeared on Alice's dazed face, and her body also slowly relaxed. The next moment, the sound of panting echoed in the room. Chapter 1802. Fantasy Town Magic Forest. The silent forest was still misty, filled with a dizzying miasma, causing this rather beautiful forest to have no trace of life, as if it was a dead land. Bang! At a certain moment, a loud explosion suddenly rang out in this incomparably silent forest, startling many mushroom-looking monsters that were stealthily hiding in the forest. Like startled birds, they scattered in all directions. If one took a closer look, many mushroom-shaped monsters actually saw it. In one of the corners of the magic forest, after the loud bang, a light smoke diffused from there and floated into the sky. That place was where Alice's residence was located. If someone was nearby, they would definitely be able to see that a hole had exploded on the roof of Alice's residence. The smoke was rising from this hole. While the smoke was rising, two streams of light flew out from the inside. One was up and the other was down. Like shooting stars chasing each other, they flew into the sky through the medium-sized hole. Whoosh! Before the two streams of light flew out of the smoke and fog, and were exposed to the air, a burst of air-breaking sound resounded. They were a few small afterimages that flew out from the body of a stream of light behind him. The afterimages cut through the rising smoke like a sickle at extreme speed, sweeping out like lightning. With a burst of air-breaking sound, they cut through the air, and caught up with the stream of light flying in front of them. The next moment, the afterimages that caught up with the stream of light flashed with a rich magic light, and suddenly exploded. Bang! A thunderous sound reverberated once again, accompanied by dense flames and smoke. It was like an atomic bomb had exploded, slowly rising into the air in the shape of a mushroom. Immediately after, the stream of light that was covered in flames and dust flew out from within. It showed its original state. A figure in a sorry state. A figure that seemed to be very panicked. At the same time below, another stream of light also showed its original form. A beautiful and delicate girl flew out from it. She came to the opposite of the figure in a sorry state. Small, exquisite figures floated around him. His eyes were cold, but more than that, they were filled with shame and anger. Naturally, these two people. They were Wu Yan and Alice. Although there was still light smoke coming out of his body, and his figure was quite disheveled, Wu Yan's clothes were not even messed up. Obviously, he did not suffer any injuries. However, even so, Wu Yan's face was still full of awkwardness and panic. Looking at Alice, who was floating in front of him with a cold and angry expression, he hurriedly spoke. "Wait. Alice. Don't call me." In the face of Wu Yan's words, Alice, who usually did not get angry, did not hide her anger at all. Her beautiful face was filled with anger, and her eyes were filled with anger and killing intent. "Do I know you that well?" At first glance, such a sentence sounded like a willful child throwing a tantrum. However, Alice was a person who was cold to others and indifferent to people she was familiar with. Basically, she was not constrained by things and was a very casual person. How could such a person throw a tantrum casually? Therefore, those who were familiar with Alice would know that this time, Alice was really angry. Wu Yan did not really know Alice for long. Strictly speaking, it was not even 10 days, but he was quite familiar with Alice. Naturally, he also knew that Alice was really angry this time. Of course, if Alice was not angry, Wu Yan would find it strange. After all, as mentioned just now, Wu Yan and Alice really knew each other. Strictly speaking, it was not even 10 days. But even so, Wu Yan still ate up such a young girl who he had known for less than 10 days. If Alice was not angry, then there must be something wrong with her head. Knowing that he was in the wrong, Wu Yan could only smile bitterly and raise his hand as if surrendering. I know you are very angry, but at least give me a chance to explain. Explain? Alice took a deep breath, as if she was trying to suppress the anger in her heart, said in a cold voice. Is there anything else that can be explained? You obviously know. Wu Yan could not help but take a step forward. I did not do that on purpose! Exclamation point. Alice clenched her teeth and stared at Wu Yan. So, just because you did not do it on purpose, I have to let it go? Wu Yan choked and was speechless. Indeed, no matter how you look at it, Alice is just a victim. Even though Wu Yan didn't do it on purpose, not only did he not lose out, he even took advantage of the situation. She even forced herself to calm down and listen to him. That's something worthy of burning incense and praying to Buddha. I know you are very angry now, but it has already happened. Even if you really kill me, you can't erase what has already happened. Wu Yan's face was full of worry. Give me a chance to make it up to you. I will take responsibility, okay? Hearing this, Alice was not happy at all. Instead, she was very angry. Who wants you to take responsibility? After saying that, Alice spread out her hands like a young girl in the middle of a dance. Threads of magic power danced from her 10 fingers. The exquisite little people hovering around Alice immediately raised the long spears in their hands. Like soldiers in a battle formation, they got into a formation and charged forward. However, the little people did not directly charge in front of Wu Yan, but as if they were running, they charged out a distance and then stabbed forward with the long spears in their hands. Dong! Suddenly, a shockwave burst out from the little people who were in formation, and stabbed forward with the long spears in their hands. Like a huge cannonball, it shook the air and blasted forward. Seeing this, Wu Yan waved his hand as if he had a headache. With a wave of his hand, a pure white flame flashed by like a beam of light, cutting through space. Amidst the turbulence in the air and the turbulence in the air, the flame silently swept out. In the blink of an eye, the pure white flame collided head-on with the invisible shockwave. The invisible shockwave immediately collapsed like a collapsing rock, turning into wind waves and dissipating into nothingness. Seeing this scene, Alice's pretty face slightly changed. Alice had also heard from Marissa that Wu Yan had challenged Remilia and Black Knight repeatedly by himself, beating them until they had no power to fight back. He had also suppressed Marissa in an overwhelming manner. In terms of strength, Alice was quite powerful. Even Marissa did not dare to say that she could completely defeat Alice. It could be assumed that Black Knight was the same. Only Remilia dared to say that she was stronger than Alice. But compared to Wu Yan, he's still a far cry. In addition, even with Alice's eyesight, she was unable to see the origin of the white flame Wu Yan had just used. It had actually silently disintegrated her attack. Alice finally understood the tip of the iceberg of Wu Yan's strength. It was impossible for her to win against him. Alice's expression became somewhat uncertain, but she did not continue to attack forcefully. This undoubtedly made Wu Yan breathe a sigh of relief, secretly praising himself for his luck. In the face of this attack, Wu Yan did not need to use the white dragon's burning flame to resist. The reason why he used this move was to intimidate Alice, to make her calm down and listen to him. Now it seemed that this move was the right one. No matter what, can you calm down first? Wu Yan cautiously tried to persuade her. You didn't follow the rules of the rune card at all. If you provoke Soul Dream, then it will be really troublesome. Do you want the entire fantasy paradise to know what happened between us? Hearing this, the uncertainty in Alice's eyes became more intense. She stared at Wu Yan's eyes, her expression constantly changing, making Wu Yan's heart also rise. There was no other way. Who told him to be in the wrong? Although he said that he did not do it on purpose, the matter was still done by him. Moreover, the factor that caused him to not do it on purpose, that is, the medicine of the 8 Will Yonglin, was also something that Wu Yan willingly drank. He had no way to convince himself that he was innocent. That's why, if possible, Wu Yan really hopes that Alice can forgive him. That would be for the best. Just as Alice was still hesitating, A voice filled with surprise rang out from not far away and entered the ears of the two of them. What happened? Chapter 1803. What happened? When these words entered the ears of the two people who were confronting each other, their expressions both changed. Wu Yan was surprised with a trace of pleasant surprise. There was a trace of unnaturalness in Alice's surprise. Under such circumstances, the owner of the voice appeared in front of Wu Yan and Alice, riding on a broom, wearing a black and white witch-like outfit with an apron and a hat that only witches would wear. Impressively, it was Marissa. When I was drinking mushroom soup at home, I heard a loud noise. It scared me so much that I spilled the soup that I cooked with great difficulty. Riding on a broom, Marissa leisurely flew over while shouting. When she saw the big hole in Alice's house, she shouted even louder. Wah! What's going on? Wu Yan and Alice ignored the shouting Marissa. They glanced at each other, then one coldly snorted and turned his head away. The other quietly sighed in relief and wiped the non-existent cold sweat on her forehead. Since Marissa was here, then unless Alice wanted to make a big deal out of this and risk Marissa finding out what had happened, she shouldn't make a move again. Of course, Alice not making a move didn't mean Marissa would give up. He curiously looked at the silent Wu Yan and Alice who were facing each other in midair. Marissa tilted her head as if she thought of something. She raised her eyebrows and looked at Wu Yan with a strange expression. I say, little brother from the Yakumo family, this time, you wouldn't find trouble with Alice because of the 7 deadly sins, right? Hearing this, both Wu Yan and Alice's mouth twitched. When Wu Yan suffered the sin of jealousy and the sin of rage, Marissa had been approached by him before. One time he was forced to play a bullet screen game, and the other time, he was directly bombarded to the point that he jumped up and down in the Red Devil Hall. It could be said that he had suffered greatly. Presumably, Marissa thought that Wu Yan was the same as before. What was he jealous of? What is there to be angry about? That's why she came to Alice and made a scene, right? This idea could not be said to be wrong. After all, Wu Yan did push Alice away because of the influence of the last sin of the 7 deadly sins. That's why Alice flew into a rage out of humiliation. She didn't care about the damage to her territory and started hunting him down. Thus, Marissa had guessed correctly. Unfortunately, looking at the situation, Marissa only guessed that Wu Yan was affected by the 7 deadly sins and caused trouble for Alice. She didn't know which of the 7 deadly sins Wu Yan was currently suffering from, nor did she know what kind of trouble Wu Yan had caused for Alice. And this also made Wu Yan and Alice breathe a sigh of relief. Marissa. At that moment, Alice said in an indifferent tone. Don't worry about this. The meddlesome Marissa muttered in dissatisfaction. She was a busybody. The more you don't let me care, the more curious I am. This is just a small misunderstanding, Wu Yan hurriedly said, as if seeking reinforcements and protection. It's fine. It's fine. Although Wu Yan's original intention was to get away with it, the words it's fine still made Alice anxious. What do you mean it's fine? Everything has been taken advantage of by you. Is this still not a hindrance? Feeling Alice's incomparably angry gaze, Wu Yan almost shed tears. Sure enough, forcefully pushing someone without properly cultivating their relationship. Although it felt good, there would definitely be a lot of trouble afterward. Fortunately, his strength was strong enough. Otherwise, even with the protection of a true ancestor's body, he would have died a few times today. No matter what, tell me what happened first, Marissa said casually. Little brother from the Yakumo family, you look very normal. Why did you fight with Alice? Marissa. Alice shifted the target of her anger to Marissa. Didn't I tell you to stay out of this matter? That's why, the more you don't let me care, the more curious I am, Marissa shouted with a face full of dissatisfaction. Moreover, she was eager to give it a try. Alice, if that little brother from the Yakumo family bullies you, tell me quickly. Let's join hands and give him a blow. I don't believe we can't beat him together. I say, Black White Lord. This time, it was Wu Yan's turn to be dissatisfied. Are you here to mediate or to fight? Is there even a need to say it? Marissa nodded as if it was a matter of course. However, She said something that almost made Wu Yan fall to the ground. Mediating is so boring. Fighting is more fun. Wu Yan put on a fake smile. If it wasn't for Puki and Alice's mediating, you wouldn't have been able to escape from me last time, Black White Lord. Last time was last time. This time, I'm going all out. I won't lose again. Marissa directly choked and shouted unconvinced. If you don't believe me, let's do it again right now. Hearing Marissa saying one blow after another, Alice's face became darker and darker. Even more intense anger appeared in her eyes. Clearly, Marissa's words made Alice think of the scene where she was forcefully pushed down. Lee. Shaw. Alice's voice rose a few notches. Anyone could hear the thick anger contained in her voice, causing Marissa to be petrified on the spot. Her head also shrunk back. Alice looked at the man and woman in front of her who occupied different, but equally special positions in her heart. Her silent appearance caused Wu Yan and Marissa's heartbeat to accelerate at the same time. After a long time, Alice faintly sighed. Her gaze paused on Wu Yan for a long time, until Wu Yan's expression became somewhat uncomfortable. Only then did she bring the puppets around her, and descended into the large hole in the roof of her house. Wu Yan and Marissa silently watched Alice return to her house. They looked at each other. For a moment, they didn't know what to say. Hey, lil bro from the Yakumo family. As it turns out, Marissa can't keep her silence. She rode her broom and wobbled over to Wu Yan's side as she asked him out of curiosity. What did you do to Alice to make her so angry today? Marissa was a person who often did stupid things. Although Alice's personality was relatively indifferent and casual, how could she not be angry with her ability to be black and white? However, Marissa was certain that she had never seen Alice so angry before. Therefore, Marissa was very curious to the point of gossiping. Just tell me, I won't tell anyone. Believe you? Wu Yan glanced at Marissa. That's not true. With that, Wu Yan pressed down on Marissa, who still wanted to say something, and used a spatial transfer magic to send her away. As for where she was sent to, that wasn't Wu Yan's concern. In any case, she must be in Fantasyland. Looking down at the mansion that was still emitting smoke, Wu Yan hesitated for a moment. In the end, he didn't summon the courage to go down. For now, I'll let Alice calm down. I'll come back in a few days. As soon as he said that, a voice echoed beside Wu Yan. Is that really okay? Wu Yan's anger rose when he heard this voice. He didn't hesitate, he didn't even look at the source of the voice. He reached out his hand and grabbed something beside him. Hey. Wu Yan's speed was very fast. Even Remilia might not be able to react in time. However, the owner of the voice reacted and quickly turned around and flew away. Paparazzi won. Failing to land a hit, Wu Yan yelled as he chased after her relentlessly. It's all because of you that I ended up like this. How dare you appear in front of me? Hey, you're going too far. Shitoshi Maruin nimbly flapped his wings, causing black feathers to flutter down. He dodged Wu Yan's pursuit and laughed out loud. I only brought you here. You were the one who did everything after that. Also, if I hadn't called Marissa over, you would have been chased around by Alice already. Hearing this, Wu Yan's anger flared up even more. Sure enough, not only did this paparazzi cause my tragedy, he was also peeping from the side. Could it be that he was also there when I did that with Alice? And he even took pictures? Thinking of this, Wu Yan couldn't remain calm. Stop right there. Hee. Immediately, a chase unfolded in the sky above the magic forest. Chapter 1804. Fantasy Village, Red Devil Mansion. After night fell, the fairy maids in the Red Devil Mansion all went to rest. Originally, because Remilia was a vampire and a nocturnal creature, even though there were fairy maids working in the Red Devil Mansion during the day, there were even more fairy maids working at night. It was impossible for the entire Red Devil Mansion to be quiet at night. However, today was an exception. Due to a certain housekeeper who had been out of control recently, the fairy maids in the Red Devil Mansion were rather tired. On the second day, when the crime of jealousy occurred, Remilia sent out all the fairy maids in the Red Devil Mansion to search for Wu Yan, who had escaped from the crime of jealousy. They searched for him for an entire day. On the third day, when the crime of wrath occurred, Wu Yan had ignited the flames of anger in his heart because of Marissa. He chased Marissa around the Red Devil Mansion and left behind quite a bit of damage during the chase. These had to be repaired by the fairy maids. On the fifth day, when the crime of greed occurred, Wu Yan had provoked the people of Earth Spirit Hall. As a result, Remilia sent all the fairy maids in the Red Devil Mansion to set up a formation and put on an act for quite a while. But that was nothing. What really made these fairy maids so tired was when the crime of gluttony happened yesterday. On that day, these fairy maids were really exhausted. And then there was the next day. They still had to clean up the mess today. Tonight, they were all kneeling. Fortunately, Remilia was also extremely tired and had yet to wake up. It seemed that she would have to rest until tomorrow morning. Therefore, the fairy maids on duty at night were given leave to rest. Of course, there was definitely no time for rest in a certain sect. If one were to ask why, the reason was very simple. There were many fairy maids in the Red Devil Mansion, but there was only one door. If Hong Meiling was allowed to rest, who would guard the door? And this. It was also because Hong Meiling had never had a holiday. She worked hard at the door of the Red Devil Mansion without complaint. Without time to rest, she could only slack off and sleep. I have to say China is really miserable. At this moment, in the hall of the Red Devil Mansion, only Zui Yi was there. Just like in the morning, he was still holding a broom in his hand and sweeping the stairs. However, on the platform, the mess that could still be seen in the morning had disappeared. The bones, soup, and meat dregs had all been cleaned up. It was as smooth and beautiful as before, not as sloppy as it was in the morning. However, even so, Bu Yi still held the broom and swept every corner of the platform over and over again. His eyes were a little lax and he seemed to be absent-minded. Looking at the time for the umpteenth time, Zui Yi murmured softly while sweeping the floor. I wonder how Lord Bai is doing. Today was the last day of the 7 deadly sins. In other words, after today, the 7 deadly sins on Wu Yan's body would all recede, allowing Wu Yan to return to normal. However, Zui Yi didn't seem too happy. Instead, his face was full of worry. After all, today was the last sin of the 7 deadly sins. To others, it was really the most dangerous sin. If arrogance made Wu Yan's attitude bad, jealousy made Wu Yan narrow-minded, anger made Wu Yan restless, laziness made Wu Yan let go of everything, greed made Wu Yan insidious, gluttony made Wu Yan suffer. Then lust made the people around Wu Yan suffer. Therefore, Zui Yi was really worried about Wu Yan going to the magic forest alone without anyone accompanying him. He was worried that Wu Yan would be impulsive and commit an unforgivable crime. There was no other way. There was nothing much in Fantasy Village except for cute and beautiful girls. If Wu Yan couldn't control himself well, then it was very likely that he would cause more trouble than the previous 6 deadly sins, or even cause a fatal disaster. Zui Yi couldn't help but worry, and the facts proved that Zui Yi's worries weren't superfluous. Although Wu Yan could use the hallucinogenic spores and miasma to alleviate the root of the sin in his heart due to Patrice's suggestion, he didn't become a real bulldozer that would incur the wrath of the heavens. Wu Yan got himself into a bit of trouble with the appearance of the kamikaze Maru. Zui Yi, who didn't know about all this, could only suppress the worry in his heart and continue to scan the platform to waste time. There wasn't much time left before midnight arrived, and the day was over. It seemed that Zui Yi planned to wait here until Wu Yan returned. To Sakuya's surprise, before the wee hours of the morning, the door of Scarlet Devil Mansion was opened. Wu Yan shrugged his shoulders as he walked in from the outside looking very tired. Lord Bai. Zui Yi was slightly surprised. He placed the broom in his hand to the side and disappeared in a flash. When he reappeared, he was already in front of Wu Yan. Hi-sama. Zui Yi looked at Wu Yan. She asked with a concerned tone. You look very tired. Also, why did you come back early? Wu Yan lifted his head and looked at Sakuya. He took in Sakuya's concerned expression into his field of vision. He suddenly reached out and hugged Sakuya, who was standing in front of him. Ruoya's body clearly stiffened. Her soft body instantly became stiffer than a rock, and a rare blush appeared on her pretty face. She looked around in a panic. and only when she saw that no one was present did she involuntarily let out a sigh of relief. Lord Bai, don't talk. Wu Yan leaned his chin on Zuoye's shoulder and closed his eyes. Don't worry. Although it's not midnight yet, I'm too tired to move my hands. So can you stay like this and not move? Hearing this, Zuoye's eyes showed a trace of hesitation. However, this trace of hesitation didn't last long. After a few seconds, she became calm again. Zuoye also calmed down. She reached out and gently hugged Wu Yan. This wasn't the first time Zuoye did this. On the first day of Wu Yan's 7 deadly sins, when he suffered the sin of pride, Zuoye also hugged Wu Yan in the same posture. He resisted the sin of pride and almost fainted because of the mental burden. Now Wu Yan's 7 deadly sins was on the last day. Seeing that dawn was about to arrive, Zuoye hugged Wu Yan in the same posture again. Zuoye couldn't help but wonder if fate was trying to pull the strings between him and Yakumo Bai, using this posture to announce the beginning of the 7 deadly sins. It also ushered in the end of the 7 deadly sins. It had to be said that even if it was a coincidence, Zuoye felt that it was very meaningful. With this thought in mind, Zuoye hugged Wu Yan tighter and tighter. It was as if she was worried that the warm embrace would disappear. Feeling Zuoye's strength, Wu Yan took a deep breath and said in a voice as soft as a mosquito, "The smell on Zuoye's body is really nice." Zuoye's beautiful face was inevitably dotted with a little blush. It was very cute. However, in the next moment, Wu Yan's other words made Zuoye's heart tremble. "I realized that I seemed to like you a little. Tell me, what should I do?" Zuoye's heart suddenly trembled. Her pair of eyes slightly widened. What does this mean? Is this a confession? Zuoye's expression changed frequently. Sometimes it was shy, sometimes it was angry, sometimes it was ashamed, and sometimes it was timid. The emotions she revealed were almost as rich as her previous life. In the end, there was only the usual calmness on Zuoye's face. She sighed and said blankly, "Actually, Zuoye doesn't know what kind of feelings I have for Lord Bai." Hearing this, Wu Yan smiled. His smile was very joyful. Zuoye, who thought that Wu Yan was laughing out of anger because she did not respond, actually felt timid. That Lord Bai, to be able to make the perfect and elegant head maid go from being enemies when they first met to not even knowing if she likes me in less than 10 days. Before Zuoye could say anything, Wu Yan interrupted her with a smile. "I should be honored, right?" With one sentence, the timidity and confusion in Zuoye's heart were swept away. A gentle expression appeared on her face. "There is a secret that I have never told anyone after coming to Fantasy Village," Wu Yan said in a very gentle voice in Zuoye's ear. "My real name is Wu Yan, Wu Yan." Zuoye repeated this name over and over again. She engraved it deeply into her memory and heart. In the vast hall, a man and a woman hugged each other. They did not separate until the clock struck midnight. Chapter 1805. Oh, today, it was rare for Wu Yan to wake up early. Not only was he neatly dressed, but he was also stretching with a satisfied expression on his face. This was not only because he had a good sleep last night, but also because he was very relaxed mentally. 7 days ago, on the morning when the 7 sins first started to take effect, Wu Yan did not notice any changes in his body. However, when he noticed that the sin of pride was affecting him, his own nature clashed with the sin of pride. As a result, Wu Yan had a splitting headache. Since then, Wu Yan could feel that his head was very heavy almost every day, as if something was constantly pressing on it. It was very uncomfortable. Of course, this was not because of the sin of the 7 sins, but because he knew his own situation. It was somewhat similar to a psychological effect. Now that 7 days have passed, the 7 deadly sins is officially over. Whether it's a psychological effect or the influence of the root of the 7 deadly sins, Wu Yan felt very relaxed. Well, after stretching, Wu Yan smiled bitterly. Although I felt very tired playing hide and seek with the paparazzi yesterday, Sensei Maru had the fastest speed in the entire Fantasy Village. Even though there were many bosses in the Fantasy Village, there were not many of them. However, there were still many demigod experts. In terms of speed, Sensei Maru was much faster than these demigod experts. If it was purely a competition of speed, Wu Yan could not compare to Sensei Maru, nor could he catch up to him. However, that was purely a competition of speed. Don't forget, Wu Yan had the magic of space teleportation. In the hands of Wu Yan, no matter how fast Sensei Maru was, there would be a time when he would be caught up. Therefore, yesterday, Sensei Maru was tragically caught by Wu Yan. After catching Sensei Maru, Wu Yan wanted to directly get rid of this scourge. However, compared to this, he was more concerned about whether this paparazzi had watched the whole process when he and Alice were having sex. As a result, after a round of interrogation, Sensei Maru told the truth. Basically, before Wu Yan arrived at Alice's mansion, Akamaru had been hiding outside Alice's mansion and peeking at her. However, after Wu Yan pounced on Alice, Sensei Maru took a picture of this crucial moment. Then he was embarrassed and left. In other words, although Sensei Maru did not watch the whole process, he did not save Alice, who was being forcefully pushed, causing Alice to lose her first time in broad daylight. Sensei Maru's explanation was that in that situation, if she broke in and saved Alice, it would be fine. But if she could not save Alice, it was very likely that she would even herself. This idea could not be said to be incorrect. But don't forget, the reason why Alice ended up like that was because Sensei Maru brought Wu Yan to her house. Otherwise, Alice would not have been forcefully pushed. Wu Yan is infuriated by the fact that Akamaru chose to save his own skin, and even managed to take a photo of the most important part of the situation. Then Wu Yan tied Sensei Maru to one of the trees in the magic forest. Ignoring Sensei Maru's miserable cries, he confiscated the film again. As for the fatigue, it was because he had played hide-and-seek with Sensei Maru for the whole day. Anyway, the 7 sins are finally over. Wu Yan patted his cheeks and cheered himself up. Later, I will go to Yongyong Pavilion and ask Yonglin to fulfill her promise. After that, Wu Yan took the coat hanging on the hanger and slowly put it on as he walked out of the room. Arriving at the Red Devil Mansion's main hall, Wu Yan saw an unbelievable scene. Remilia was not sitting at the head of the round table. Instead, she sat to the side and looked at him with an unfriendly expression. Across from Remilia, Guming Diju sat there. He did not seem to be doing anything wrong. It was not elegant, but it was not rude either. He raised his teacup and sipped his black tea. Lingwu Lukong and Flaming Mao Lin were standing side by side behind Guming Diju. A cart had appeared in front of Flaming Mao Lin. On the cart, Guming Diju was sleeping soundly with her fingers sucked in her mouth. She looked very cute. The 4 from Earth Spirit Hall were all present. As for the members of the Red Devil Hall, other than Remilia, who was looking at Guming with an unfriendly expression, there was only San Yi, who was standing at the side with a tray in his hand, standing there in an awe-inspiring manner. Thinking about it, Fran should be the same as Guming Diju as love. As for Patrice, she should still be recuperating. After all, Patrice's stamina was not very good. This was the first time she had been tormented by Wu Yan for an entire night. It was already a good result that she did not suffer from asthma. Thus, the scene was unbelievable. It was unknown if Wu Yan's arrival had attracted the attention of the people present. Almost at the same time when Wu Yan appeared, many girls who were silently confronting each other turned their heads and looked at Wu Yan with different emotions in their eyes. Remilia first sized up Wu Yan. When she saw that there was nothing wrong with Wu Yan, her expression relaxed. Guming Dijue was purely pleasantly surprised. He even had a trace of expectation, as if he had seen a friend he had not seen in a long time. Spirit Crow Lukong and Flame Cat's expressions were rather strange. They seemed to be in disbelief and curiosity. Their gazes were constantly sizing up Wu Yan as if they wanted to see if there was anything wrong with Wu Yan's body. It was very suspicious. As for Ruoyi, she stared at Wu Yan, who walked in. Her eyes were slightly moved. Under the gazes of the girls, Wu Yan scratched his face. Under the gazes of the girls, he walked out of the corridor and arrived at the platform. Guming Dijue was the first to speak. Are you all right? How do you feel? Remilia also spoke up, unwilling to be outdone. Today should be the day when the 7 sins end. Do you feel anything wrong? Hearing the difference in tone between the two girls but the same concern, Wu Yan couldn't help but reveal a smile on his face. Don't worry, I feel very good. The effect of the 8 senses Yonglin's medicine has indeed ended on time. There are no accidents. Don't worry. Hearing this, Remilia and Guming Dijue did not seem to believe him. They looked at Wu Yan suspiciously, which made Wu Yan smile helplessly. At the same time, another intense gaze was cast on Wu Yan. Wu Yan turned his head in confusion. Then he met Ruoye's eyes that were filled with concern, sizing him up, and a trace of doubt. In response, Wu Yan just blinked and gave Ruoye a lecherous smile, which made Ruoye blush. Obviously, from Wu Yan's wretched smile, Ruoye remembered what happened last night. It was not a big deal. The two of them had been hugging each other for more than an hour. Zuyi had never had such intimate contact with a member of the opposite sex before, nor had he encountered such a thing. Naturally, Zuyi felt that it was inconceivable for him to hug a member of the opposite sex in the hall for over an hour without saying a word. It also made Zuyi feel rather ashamed. Remilia, who did not know all this, but observed Wu Yan and Ruoye flirting with each other. She frowned. Sure enough, there is still something strange. It seems that even Ruoye was affected. Hearing Remilia's words, Ruoye was embarrassed. Only Wu Yan shrugged at Remilia. Okay, there is nothing strange about me. Ruoye is not. Remilia's face was still full of doubt, but she didn't continue asking. She nodded nonchalantly and fell silent. Seeing this, Wu Yan turned his head and looked at Guming Dijue, who was looking at him. He smiled apologetically. I'm sorry to have caused you trouble these 2 days. No, it's nothing. Guming Dijue seemed to be slowly letting go of his restraint. His body was like that of a teenage girl, but a mature smile bloomed on his delicate face. Actually, I think it's quite interesting. Really? Wu Yan shook his head, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. Guming Dijue also smiled and looked at Wu Yan closely. By June, the battle that day did not seem to have a winner. Chapter 1806. By June, the outcome of the battle that day didn't seem to have been decided. With just a few words, the atmosphere at the scene changed fundamentally. If the atmosphere earlier was rather silent, then it was rather heavy now. Just like Wu Yan, Remilia, Wu Yi, Wu Lukong, Flaming Cat Phosphor, and the other girls all stared at Wu Yan, causing the heavy atmosphere to become a little tense. Gu Ming's meaning was very clear. He wanted Wu Yan to give a list of the winners of the battle that day. When the 7 deadly sins were still in effect, Gu Ming did not have the chance to raise this question. However, now that the effects of the 7 deadly sins were over, Gu Ming could not wait to raise it. Needless to say, Gu Ming was definitely looking forward to it. He was looking forward to Wu Yan choosing Earth Spirit Hall and living there with him. Other than Gu Ming, Wu Lukong and Flaming Cat Phosphor were also looking forward to it. This was not because Wu Lukong and Flaming Cat Phosphor were looking forward to Wu Yan living in Earth Spirit Hall. They were just thinking for their master. Gu Ming was lonely. And this loneliness, other than Gu Ming's love that was sealed in his heart and could not feel, Wu Lukong and Flaming Cat Phosphor were Gu Ming's 2 personal pets who understood it the best. Wu Lukong and Flaming Cat Phosphor could clearly feel that ever since they met Wu Yan. Gu Ming was very happy when he came to the Red Fiend Mansion and went through the process of the so-called battle. Indeed, these 2 days, Guming Dijue was indeed very happy. On the first day at the Red Fiend Mansion, Guming only kept changing his clothes in an attempt to win Wu Yan's favor. On the second day, because of the original sin of gluttony, he took care of Wu Yan for an entire day. It looked very tiring. However, Wu Lukong and Flaming Cat Phosphor understood. Guming's Dijue had actually been enjoying himself. In the past, he could only stay in Earth Spirit Hall. Compared to the days of reading books alone, Gu Ming was very happy even though these 2 days were very tiring. Therefore, Guming Dijue was also looking forward to inviting Wu Yan to stay in Earth Spirit Hall. To accompany him, Spirit Crow Lukong and Flaming Cat Phosphor knew that their master had high expectations for them. Only then would he look at Wu Yan with the same expectant gaze. Compared to Guming Dijue, Ling Wu Lukong, and Flaming Cat Phosphor, Remilia's expression was clearly nervous. Even Zuye's body had unknowingly tensed up. Just like Guming Dijue, Ling Wu Lukong, and Flaming Cat Phosphor, Remilia and Pai Yi were also looking forward to it. He was looking forward to Wu Yan's rejection. Wu Yan lowered his head and muttered to himself under the gazes of the young ladies. When the young ladies began to grow anxious, he let out a few helpless chuckles. Hearing this laughter, Gu Ming felt his heart sink. She already knew what choice Wu Yan would make. Ju, I'm very sorry. As expected, just as Gu Ming Diju's heart sank, Wu Yan shook his head and said this. I can't go back to Earth Spirit Hall with you. Remilia and Zuoye's eyes brightened. Spirit Crow Lu Kong and Flaming Catlin's faces also darkened. Gu Ming Diju felt as if a large piece of his heart had been dug out by something. It was empty, and a trace of unwillingness appeared on his face. Why? Why? These three simple words expressed all the emotions in Gu Ming Diju's heart at this moment. Wu Yan only looked at Gu Ming Diju as if he could see through him. He sighed. Actually, Ju, you already guessed that I wouldn't go back to Earth Spirit Hall with you, right? Remilia, Zuoyi, Spirit Crow Lu Kong, and Flaming Catlin were all stunned. Intense ripples appeared in Gu Ming Diju's eyes, and he fell silent. You are a rare monster with the ability to read minds. Although you can't read my thoughts, I believe that even the monster sage Yakumo Yukari can't compare to you in terms of understanding the human heart. Wu Yan's voice was powerful and resonated into everyone's ears. Therefore, Ju, even if you can't read my heart, I don't believe that you can't see who my heart is with. Hearing this, Remilia and the other young ladies more or less understood the situation. That's right. With Gu Ming Diju's understanding of the human heart, how could he not see that Wu Yan already had all sorts of unforgettable feelings for the girls in the Red Devil Hall? Therefore, even if this so-called battle was to take place, Gu Ming's Diju would definitely understand. No matter what, Wu Yan wouldn't choose to abandon the Red Devil Hall and go back to Earth Spirit Hall with him. Since that was the case, why did Gu Ming Diju come all the way to the Red Devil Hall and engage in a battle that he was bound to lose? Gu Ming Diju, who was silent, seemed to have sensed this question and replied with a bitter expression. Understanding is one thing, anticipating is another. Even if I understand this reality, I still want to try and see if I can make you choose Earth Spirit Hall. This time, it was Remilia and the others' turn to be silent. Ju. At this time, Wu Yan spoke. I remember you said that you did all this just to be friends with me, right? Gu Ming Diju nodded heavily. He nodded without a trace of confusion. He was very determined. Yes, I just want to be friends with you. I also want to be friends with you. Wu Yan met Gu Ming Diju's gaze and said with a smile. Although I can't go back to Earth Spirit Hall with you, I recognize you as my friend. Hearing this, Gu Ming Diju's face was first stunned before a joyful expression appeared. Really? Of course. Wu Yan replied without a trace of confusion. He was very determined. Even if I can't go back to Earth Spirit Hall with you, how can I not see the care you have taken for me these days? Then, Gu Ming Diju asked with a bit of unease. What do you mean? The winner of this battle has been decided from the beginning. There is no loser. Wu Yan smiled gently. If you welcome me, I will go to Earth Spirit Hall as a guest when I have time. At this moment, Gu Ming Diju's heart was filled with warmth and joy. A joyful smile hung on her face. Really? You don't believe me? Wu Yan blinked. Do you want me to remove my electromagnetic barrier and let you read my heart? No. No need. Gu Ming Diju slumped in his seat, as if a heavy burden had been lifted off his shoulders. He stared at Wu Yan. There was only one feeling left in his eyes, face, and heart. Joy. I believe in you. In the end, he brought Gu Ming Di Love, Gu Ming Diju, Ling Wu Lu Kong, Flaming Catlin, and the other girls of Earth Spirit Hall out of the Red Devil Mansion, and set foot on the path back to Earth Spirit Hall. Remilia let out a sigh and muttered in dissatisfaction as she looked at the departing figures of the four from Earth Spirit Hall, until they disappeared through the entrance. What the hell? If that's the case, we shouldn't have started this battle in the first place. Remilia could be said to be the winner of this so-called battle. However, Wu Yan also said that Gu Ming Diju was not the loser either. Therefore, Remilia didn't get any benefits from winning this so-called battle. She didn't get any satisfaction. All that was left was the loneliness and emptiness after a lively banquet. On the side, Wu Yan glanced at Remilia and shook his head with a smile. Weren't you the one who wanted to fight with Diju? Now you're unhappy? They wanted to steal my steward. They've already provoked me. If I don't teach them a lesson, they'll think that my Red Devil mansion is easy to bully. Remilia snorted coldly. And you? Why don't you just disqualify them? Why are you acting like there's no loser? It's so annoying. Is that so? Wu Yan raised an eyebrow and picked up a plate of food in front of Remilia. He used a fork to pick up a spring roll and put it in front of Remilia's mouth. Then, to my sister who's throwing a tantrum, let me feed you breakfast. You. Remilia didn't know if she was embarrassed or angry when she saw the spring roll in front of her. Don't look down on me. Otherwise, I'll suck your blood dry. Yes, Sakuya, who has been quietly watching the situation unfold, looked at Wu Yan, who pretended to feed Remilia with an amused expression. Remilia, who looked both angry and embarrassed at the same time, still ate the spring roll. Sakuya's expression softened a little. Chapter 1807. Fantasy Village, Lost Bamboo Forest. In the misty bamboo forest, it was as if there was no way for life to spread within it, giving people a lifeless feeling. Once one entered this bamboo forest, it was very likely that one would never be able to come out again, and it was extremely easy to get lost in it. Presumably, no one would come to visit on a normal day. It also seemed that there were no animals in the lost bamboo forest. At least, other than the whistling of the wind and the rustling of the bamboo trees, no other sounds could be heard in the lost bamboo forest. Wasn't this still lifeless? Compared to the lost bamboo forest, the magic forest that was full of miasma and spores, at least had mushroom monsters and magic users who cultivated and lived in it. It was not as lifeless as the lost bamboo forest. At a certain moment, in an empty space outside the lost bamboo forest, a figure silently appeared here, raised his head, and looked at the lost bamboo forest in front of him. It's still like a bamboo forest used to test one's courage as always. Wu Yan, who came to the lost bamboo forest by himself, when he saw the bamboo forest that looked like it had been a long time since he last came here. That was the first thing he said. Fortunately, I've been to the Forever Pavilion before, otherwise, I can't guarantee that I can find the way inside again. The reason why it was easy to get lost in the lost bamboo forest was because the bamboo trees here grew very fast, and the terrain was quite strange. The two complemented each other, causing the environment of the lost bamboo forest to change almost every day. Even people who had been there many times could not guarantee that they would not get lost. However, the only thing that changed in the lost bamboo forest was the bamboo trees and the environment. The terrain would not change every day, and the bamboo trees would not move, but it was easy to get lost. Therefore, even if the path in the lost bamboo forest was changed, the Forever Pavilion would always be in the same place. It would not run or jump. Wu Yan, who had been to the Forever Pavilion once, could use the coordinates in his memory to use spatial magic to teleport to the Forever Pavilion in one go. Let's hope that Yonglin will keep her promise. After saying that, strands of mana flowed out from Wu Yan's body as he activated spatial teleportation once more. His body then merged with space and disappeared. When it appeared again, the place Wu Yan came to was the same mountain path that he had taken with Patrice and Alice 7 days ago when they were searching for the Forever Pavilion. On the narrow mountain path surrounded by a bamboo fence, Wu Yan stood at the same place he had been 7 days ago and looked ahead. Wu Yan saw a strange house built in the style of an ancient Japanese house. It was built with bamboo, wood, and thatch. There was not the slightest trace of history. Forever Pavilion. The destination was clearly right in front of him, but Wu Yan only glanced at the Forever Pavilion before turning his gaze to the front. That was the end of the mountain path. After that, even if they entered the Forever Pavilion. However, at this very moment, at the end of the mountain path, a figure that seemed to have been standing there since the beginning occupied a corner. She was wearing a nurse's cap on her head, and a cheongsam dress that was half purple and half red on her upper body. Her lower body was also the same color, but the colors on both sides were switched. The dress was embroidered with various patterns, which looked very strange. Her long silver hair was tied into a braid, hanging behind her back, and the ends were scattered casually. There was a hairband tied around it, looking very casual. It also looked like she was carefully dressed up. Such a young girl occupied a corner at the end of the mountain path. Standing in front of him, Yonglin. After 7 days they met again. Yonglin was still the same as 7 days ago. She gave people a feeling of unfathomable, capable, and dangerous with a hint of awe-inspiring feeling. However, this time, Yonglin only stared at Wu Yan, who was standing in the middle of the mountain path. There was no hostility, malice, or kindness in her eyes. There was only calmness. Wu Yan didn't speak either. He fearlessly looked at Yonglin's eyes that were so calm that it was frightening. He didn't say a word. For a moment, neither of them said anything. Neither of them did anything. It was as if they were very arrogant. Or rather, they only had eyes for each other. They didn't speak for a long time, which made the scene quite strange. After a while, Yonglin finally spoke. Looking at you, it seems like you've been living a good life recently. Living a good life? Wu Yan pursed his lips. That's all thanks to you. You're calmer than I thought. Yonglin said with surprise and admiration. I thought you would hate me. Should. Wu Yan raised his eyebrows and said with a half smile. It turns out that our moon mind also has times when it uses words like should, that are uncertain. I've told you that I'm not the moon brain anymore. I'm just a doctor now. Yonglin replied faintly and glanced at Wu Yan. 7 days have passed. The effect of the medicine you took has disappeared. According to our agreement, I'll not only let you enter Yonglin Pavilion, but I'll also do my best to help you with one thing. Wu Yan furrowed his brows. Aren't you worried that I'll find a way to detoxify the medicine you gave me after I go back? Aren't you worried that I won't suffer the root of the 7 deadly sins in these 7 days? Oh. Yonglin looked at Wu Yan with interest. Then will you do it? What do you mean? Wu Yan's frown deepened as he mocked her. Will you believe me if I say I won't? Yonglin nodded in the face of this question. I believe you. Wu Yan was stunned and didn't respond. The best way to judge a person's character is not to analyze, but to understand. Yonglin said slowly. When it comes to you, I admit that I know a little about you. Understand? A little? Why? Am I familiar with you? Yonglin shook her head as if she saw Wu Yan's confusion. Don't think so highly of me just because of the title Moon Brain. I've told you that many things are not as complicated as you think. I just don't feel that you're a treacherous villain. Yonglin turned around. Come in with me. Seeing Yonglin leave behind a sentence and walk towards the Forever Pavilion without looking back, Wu Yan pondered for a while, lifted his feet and followed her resolutely. After passing through the long mountain path and entering the courtyard of the Forever Pavilion, Wu Yan realized that the interior of the Forever Pavilion was not as tranquil as it had been on the mountain path. In the simple and crude courtyard, plump rabbits were scattered like a flock of sheep, coming from all directions. Furthermore, the rabbits were squatting in the courtyard, staring curiously at Wu Yan with their red eyes. Yes, the eyes of these rabbits were filled with curiosity. This also proved that the rabbit in the Forever Pavilion was definitely not an ordinary rabbit. At the very least, it had not reached the condition to take on a human form. It was a monster that lived in the form of a rabbit, but its intelligence had already been activated. Under the watchful eyes of the rabbit-shaped monsters, Wu Yan followed behind Yonglin. They passed through the rabbit-shaped monsters and entered the corridor of the Forever Gazebo. Yonglin didn't stop. Instead, she opened a door in the corridor and walked in. Come in. Hearing Yonglin's voice, Wu Yan withdrew his gaze from those rabbit monsters and walked in. However, just as Wu Yan entered the door, a black shadow suddenly pounced on him and attacked him. Wu Yan, who had been observing the rabbit demon a moment ago, did not expect that he would be attacked in the Forever Pavilion. He was caught off guard and was pounced on by the black shadow. Bang! With a muffled sound, the black shadow pressed down on Wu Yan's body, pressing Wu Yan to the ground. What's going on? I was attacked. Didn't Yonglin agree to let me enter the Forever Pavilion? How could they still be attacked? Could it be that Yonglin went back on her words? As Wu Yan fell to the ground with his arms and legs spread out, Such questions emerged in his heart. Wu Yan even blocked out the pain of falling to the ground, leaving his heart full of questions. Ugh, ugh. Before Wu Yan could get an answer to his questions, the black shadow that had pounced on Wu Yan and was pressing down on him let out a muffled groan, awakening Wu Yan from his daze. Chapter 1808. Bang! With a dull thud, Wu Yan, who had been pounced on by the black shadow, fell to the ground. The pain had already been covered by the questions in his heart. He could no longer feel it. Wu Yan, who had fallen to the ground, was only wondering what had happened. Ugh! Ugh! A dull groan came from the black shadow pressing down on him. It sounded like it was in pain. Wu Yan only felt that the black shadow pressing down on him seemed to be very soft. No, it was really soft. The other party was pressing down on him. How could Wu Yan not feel it? At that moment, Wu Yan quickly raised his head and looked in front of him. The first thing he saw was a pair of wrinkled rabbit ears that were at least 20 centimeters long. They were folded in half from the middle. There was something like a button at the bottom of the ears. At first glance, it looked like a pair of ornaments. In fact, it was a pair of real rabbit ears. The owner of the rabbit ears was a young girl wearing a white short-sleeved shirt with a red belt around her waist. She wore a black coat that looked like a student's uniform. There was a crescent-shaped symbol on the left side of the collar of the coat. She wore a red tie and a pink pleated skirt on her lower body. From Wu Yan's angle, he could clearly see that the girl had light purple waist-length hair. She looked very sweet and cute. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that she was beautiful. However, it was such a beautiful and cute girl. At this moment, her beautiful face was filled with pain and depression. She was like a drug addict who hadn't taken drugs for a long time. Her delicate body was trembling nonstop. Seeing this girl, Wu Yan recognized her at a glance. Ling Xian? Superior Tanhua Courtyard? Fate Banner. One of the members of the Forever Pavilion. She was originally a rabbit soldier of the Moon Defense Force. Later, because of the war, she escaped and was taken in by Yonglin. She was now the pet of the owner of the Forever Pavilion. She was a rabbit demon that wasn't weak. However, the situation of this rabbit demon, it seemed very strange. Not only that, because Ling Xian was completely pressing down on him, Wu Yan could feel that Ling Xian's body was very hot. It was very hot. Too hot to touch. Wu Yan felt like he was about to start sweating. What's going on? Oh, Ling Xian groaned in response to Wu Yan's question. With a groan, Ling Xian slowly propped herself up. Sitting on Wu Yan's body, her face was as red as fire, and she slowly opened her eyes. When Wu Yan saw Ling Xian's eyes, he felt dizzy for a moment. Some of the famous existences in Fantasy Village basically had some kind of strange ability. Ling Xian's ability was to make people go crazy. She could make those who looked into her eyes go crazy. Therefore, Wu Yan felt a little dizzy when he saw Ling Xian's eyes. However, it was only dizziness. Ling Xian's strength was not enough to make him go crazy. However, after the dizziness, Wu Yan was shocked. This was because Fairy Ling's red eyes, which could make people go crazy, were filled with strands of water vapor that were constantly fluctuating. If Wu Yan was not wrong, what was fluctuating in Ling Xian's eyes was some kind of desire and impulse. This desire and impulse was the same as the desire and impulse in Wu Yan's heart when he was affected by the sin of lust of the 7 deadly sins yesterday. That was the desire and impulse for the opposite sex. In other words, Ling Xian longed for contact with the opposite sex. Oh, facts proved that Wu Yan's guess was indeed correct. Ling Xian seemed to have gone crazy. She stretched out her trembling hand and stroked Wu Yan's chest while looking for the buttons on his clothes. She did not hesitate to unbutton them. Give me. Wu Yan was completely dumbfounded. What was going on? Could it be that entering the Forever Pavilion allowed one to be pushed by Rabbit Bell Fairy for free? How was that possible? What are you doing? Wu Yan did not expect that he would be pushed by the rumored fantasy paradise. He hurriedly stopped Ling Xian from unbuttoning his clothes. Wake up. Oh, Ling Xian completely ignored Wu Yan. Her red eyes were filled with desire and passion. She kept reaching out to unbutton Wu Yan's clothes. Give me. Please give me. Frankly speaking, Ling Xian was indeed beautiful and had a great figure. She might not be as good as Patrice, but she was definitely better than Alice. If it was any other place, he wouldn't mind going at it with Ling Xian. But now, if he were to do it with her here, trouble is bound to come one after another. What is going on? Wu Yan wanted to cry but had no tears. He hurriedly stopped Ling Xian's hands and frantically searched for Yonglin. What made Wu Yan want to puke blood is that Yonglin is sitting in front of a small wooden table in the middle of the room. She's sipping her tea while observing the situation with interest. She didn't seem to have any intention of stopping Ling Xian. One must know that Ling Xian was not only the Forever Pavilion's owner's pet, but also Yonglin's disciple. Was it really okay to let his own disciple push someone else? Yatsuki Yonglin. Wu Yan yelled as he wrestled with Ling Xian, who's in heat. What the hell is going on? What is going on? Yonglin said with a smile that did not seem like a smile. Nothing, she's just in heat. Even a ghost can see that. Wu Yan almost roared at him. I'm asking you, what is going on with this person? Ling Xian? Yutanhua Court? Karma Banner. My disciple. Yonglin generously gave a concise introduction. At the same time, she also explained Ling Xian's situation very concisely. She took the same medicine as you in Yutanhua Court, and it was a day later. Hearing this, Wu Yan understood everything. The root of the sin, the 7 deadly sins. Ling Xian had taken the same medicine that could trigger the 7 deadly sins. A day later meant that the effects of the medicine in his body had passed today. Ling Xian was suffering the last sin of the 7 deadly sins. After understanding this, Wu Yan really wanted to cry to death. This was karma, and it had to be fast, right? Yesterday he had forced himself on Alice, and today this submissive bunny had forced herself on him. Being forcefully pushed down by a rabbit? This was intolerable. After understanding Ling Xian's situation, Wu Yan did not hold back. Buzz! The surrounding space fluctuated and Wu Yan, who was under Ling Xian, disappeared. Ling Xian, who was sitting on top of Wu Yan, was caught off guard and fell to the ground. Buzz! The surrounding space rippled again, and chains glowing with purple light extended out of the spatial ripples, wrapping around Fairy Ling with crisp sounds of collisions. Ding! Then the purple chains tightened and bound Ling Xian. Ugh ugh! Ling Xian let out a muffled groan as she twisted her body in unbearable pain. Give me! Give me! Give you my ass! Wu Yan, who appeared not far away, complained and looked at Yonglin unkindly. I say, what is going on? Are you angry? Yonglin did not answer his question, and tilted her head suspiciously. Shouldn't you men be happy about this kind of thing that comes to your door? Unfortunately, I just can't bring myself to be happy right now. Wu Yan asked in a depressed manner. Why did you give your disciple that kind of medicine? Is it that hard to guess? Yonglin said as if it was a matter of course. Of course it is, to test the medicine. Test the medicine? Wu Yan flinched at her words. Didn't you use me to test the medicine? The human body is a very mysterious existence. Some people have high immunity, some people have low immunity. Some people can be cured by drinking a certain kind of medicine. Some people will poison themselves to death if they drink the medicine of others. Yonglin replied. A drug may have one effect on you, but it may have another effect on others. Is it strange to let different people drink the same drug for an experiment? Indeed, Yonglin was right. Just like a medicine that could cure a certain disease, it naturally had to be tested on different patients. Only when it was confirmed to be effective on every patient could it be used officially. Therefore, Wu Yan had nothing to say. He could only mourn for Ling Xian. Not only was she often bullied by others, even her own master used her to test medicine. She was really pitiful. Chapter 1809. In the typical Japanese-style room, Ling Xian's muffled groans echoed in the air, indicating her inner struggle. Yonglin obviously used Ling Xian as a guinea pig for her concoctions. She only glanced at Ling Xian and ignored her. Wu Yan couldn't help but sigh at how shameless the people in Gensokyo are. Yonglin took a sip of tea and she didn't even look at Wu Yan. She continued without looking at him. You came to the Forever Pavilion to see the princess, right? Wu Yan took a deep breath and sat opposite Yonglin. Princess. That was how Yonglin addressed the owner of the Forever Pavilion. At least, that was how she addressed her. Yonglin had the highest combat power in the entire fantasy village, and her intelligence was unrivaled except for Yonglin. However, the owner of the Forever Pavilion was not Yonglin in name. Yonglin was from the moon, and the princess that she spoke of was not just an honorific title, but a real one. The owner of the Forever Pavilion was once a princess of the moon. Yonglin did not expect Wu Yan to answer her question. She spoke as if she was sure that Wu Yan was here to see the princess of the Forever Pavilion. That was what he said. I said that as long as you help me test my medicine, I will do my best to help you complete your purpose of coming to the Forever Pavilion. However, I have to tell you something first. Yonglin put down her teacup slowly and looked up at Wu Yan. Her eyes suddenly became sharp, and a monstrous aura was released. It turned into a sense of oppression. It filled the entire room. If you do anything harmful to the princess, I don't mind letting you try it. Live. What a painful process it will be. Along with this sentence, her aura was like a stormy sea that roared in every corner of the room. Creaking noises could be heard from the space, and the ground began to shake slightly. Ling Xian, who was struggling, held her breath. The desire and impulse in her eyes subsided at a speed visible to the naked eye. It was replaced by fear. Wu Yan felt his body become very heavy, as if an invisible mountain was pressing down on him, causing his shoulders to sink. If it was someone else, even if they were also at the peak of the 9th stage, and were only one step away from the demigod level, they would have collapsed to the ground under Yonglin's aura. Yonglin wasn't an ordinary demigod expert. She was a truly powerful existence who had walked a considerable distance in the demigod realm, and was constantly shortening the gap between her and the divine realm. At the demigod level, even a difference of one level could be described as heaven and earth. How could the aura of Yonglin, who was at level 95, be so easy to withstand? To put it bluntly, under Yonglin's aura, even those who had just advanced to the demigod level would break out in cold sweat, let alone a mere 9th stage. However, Wu Yan was also not an ordinary peak 9th stage powerhouse. He had many trump cards. It might be difficult for the current Wu Yan to challenge a demigod, but it was not an exaggeration to say that he was invincible except for the demigod level and the demigod level. In addition, Wu Yan also had Violet's Red Jade mode, which was his final trump card. He could transform into a powerhouse at the same level as Yonglin at any time and compete with her. Therefore, this aura that should have been impossible for a 9th stage powerhouse to withstand was forcibly withstood by Wu Yan. Raising his head, his wine-red eyes didn't show any fear towards Yuren's words. He also didn't show any anger towards Yuren's sudden outburst. Instead, he used an unusually calm expression to look at Yuren's sharp eyes. He didn't look calm, but he didn't seem affected by her words either. This surprised Yonglin a little, and her mind started to think quickly. This person was not as simple as his appearance suggested. Moreover, Yonglin vaguely felt that if she attacked this man who didn't seem to be a threat to her, she would have to pay a certain price. Yonglin's impression of Wu Yan increased by a few levels. She looked at Wu Yan from a sharp gaze to one full of meaning. I almost forgot. You have a close relationship with Yakumo Yukari. You can't be a simple person. Yonglin withdrew her aura bit by bit. She only stood up when all of her aura was withdrawn into her body. Remember what I just told you? Yonglin emphasized this point. She turned around and walked to the corridor. I'll take you to the princess. Wu Yan didn't say anything, but he secretly sighed in relief. He stood up and he ignored Ling Xian, who was struggling and whimpering behind him. He followed Yonglin out of the room. Walking along the corridor made of wooden planks, Wu Yan looked at Yonglin's back and fell into deep thought. Yonglin walked in front of him in a carefree manner. Yonglin said that as long as he helped her test the medicine, she would do her best to help Wu Yan achieve his goal of coming to the Forever Pavilion. However, even though there was such a promise in it, Yonglin Yagi gave him a show of strength when she mentioned the princess of the Forever Pavilion. Although the warning did not take effect, he could see a problem from this. If he really did harm to the owner of the Forever Pavilion, Yonglin would not mind breaking the promise. Powerful people were prideful. Yonglin was the same. Otherwise, during the Second War on the Moon, Yukari would not have used a trick to steal a bottle of wine from the moon to attack Yonglin. She used it to mock Yonglin and the people of the moon for their miscalculation. This caused Yonglin and Yukari to have a feud. Thus, according to the situation, since Yonglin had made a promise, even if it was for the sake of face, Yonglin shouldn't go back on her word. Unfortunately, this was the truth. What did this mean? It meant that Yonglin cared more about the owner of the Forever Pavilion than her reputation and integrity. According to Wu Yan's understanding, in terms of strength, the owner of Yongyuan Pavilion is strong, but Yongyuan Yonglin is more than capable of crushing the owner. However, Yonglin treated such a person as if she was loyal to the owner of the Forever Pavilion. She took good care of her. Wu Yan felt that he really needs to think things through. He shouldn't be too impulsive. While Wu Yan was deep in thought, Yonglin stopped in front of a door. Unlike before, this time, Yonglin didn't directly open the door in front of her. Instead, she stretched out her hand and knocked a few times. "Princess, I'm coming in." After greeting her, Yonglin opened the door in front of her. Standing behind Yonglin, Wu Yan's eyes followed Yonglin's action of opening the door and looked into the room. The next moment, Wu Yan's expression became strange. Because what Wu Yan saw was not a Japanese-style room like the hall just now. No, it should be said that the style of the room was indeed Japanese style, and the floor was covered with tatami mats. It was a typical Japanese-style room. However, in such a Japanese-style room, there were all kinds of things that were extremely incompatible with the room. First of all, on the tatami mats, there were comics with old and new covers. That's right. They were comics. In addition to the comics, there were also boxes with discs on the floor. Looking at the surface of the boxes, the discs in the boxes should be game discs. Secondly, there was a computer in the corner of the room. Yes, it was a computer. The design is a bit old, it's not the latest model, and it's a desktop model instead of a laptop. However, there's not a single trace of age on it. The screen is still lit up, and if he's not mistaken, it's a game interface. In the interface, a character was automatically killing monsters and leveling up little by little. It was a proper AFK. How could such a scene not be out of place in this ancient Japanese-style tatami room? However, the scene in the middle of the room was the most incompatible. There was a kotatsu there. What attracted Wu Yan's attention was a girl lying on one side of the kotatsu. Only her head and hands were exposed. Chapter 1810. She was an extremely beautiful young girl. She was wearing a pink top with a white shirt underneath. There was a big white bow tie tied up with a ribbon on her chest. The buttons on the shirt were a row of small white bow ties. The sleeves were very long and could easily cover the young girl's hands inside. On the two long sleeves, there was some kind of orange-yellow pattern. The left sleeve was embroidered with the moon and clouds, while the right sleeve was embroidered with the moon and mountains. The young girl's lower body was wearing a dark red skirt. The skirt was embroidered with the moon, cherry blossoms, bamboo, red leaves, plum blossoms, and other golden patterns. Inside the skirt, there seemed to be a white inner skirt. From the outside, one could see a little bit of the white inner skirt peeking out from the edge of the dark red skirt. Moreover, the inner skirt seemed to be decorated with translucent parts, making the whole skirt very long. It was so long that even if it was dragged on the ground, part of it could be unfolded. He was dressed in a Japanese style. However, on this Japanese style dress, there were also lotus leaves, bow ties, and other elements of the Western style dress. In addition to the dress, the young girl also had long straight black hair that was over her waist. It was extremely soft and even flashed with arcs of light. There was a hairpin on the side of the long straight bangs. The bangs were so long that it could cover her eyebrows. To sum it up, this whole body could be said to have the image of Yamato Nadeshiko. At first glance, she looked like a very noble young girl. It was believed that anyone who saw such an extremely beautiful and noble young girl would definitely feel that Hachiai Yonglin's name was the best word to describe this young girl. Princess. This was indeed a beautiful Princess Royal Highness. However, looking at this beautiful Princess Royal Highness, the corner of Wu Yan's mouth was twitching. There was no other reason. This noble Princess Royal Highness, at this moment, was nestled in the quilt, lying on her side like an abandoned house. Her soft long hair was spread on the tatami without the slightest bit of tidying. She looked like she couldn't wake up. Not only that, part of the bright clothes on this noble Princess Royal Highness was messy, exposing her entire abdomen. Her sleeping posture was a bit sloppy. If it wasn't for this young girl's faint noble temperament and dazzling exquisite face that could make people dazzled, this scene, it would definitely break the hearts of those who had a vision of the word princess. Not to mention Wu Yan. Even Hachia Yonglin's eyes twitched slightly. The enigmatic expression on her face suddenly disappeared. It was replaced with an angry and headache like a mother who saw a disobedient child. He didn't know if Yonglin ignored him or not, but she walked into the room. She walked past the manga and game discs on the floor. She stopped in front of the beautiful girl and she squatted down. Princess! Princess! Yonglin reached out her hand and patted the face of the girl. She called Princess. Wake up, Princess Royal Highness. Oh, the young girl frowned slightly. Then, she slowly opened her eyes, revealing a pair of beautiful eyes that were as deep as gemstones. She stared blankly at Yonglin in front of her for a while. Only after a while did she regain her senses. Yonglin. The clear dewdrop-like sound reverberated clearly in the surroundings. It was very pleasant to the ears, and it was quite pleasing to the eyes. Whether it was appearance, temperament or voice, this Princess Royal Highness was perfect. It was impossible to find someone more attractive than her. Unfortunately, even with such good hardware, this Princess Royal Highness software seemed to have some problems. She rubbed her eyes and yawned sloppily. Yonglin, is it dawn? Princess, you should know better than me whether it's dawn or not, right? Hachia Yonglin sighed. Princess, did you play games all night last night again? I didn't play all night. Yonglin retorted half-dead. This time, I went to bed before the sun rose. That means even if you didn't play all night, you still stayed up late? Hachia Yonglin said with an unfriendly expression. Looks like I'll have to confiscate some of your games and comics to make you behave. Her words made the sleepy princess jolt awake. She woke up and threw herself onto Yonglin's body, letting out a tragic cry. No. You can't do this to me. Yonglin. I just want you to pay attention to your image. Don't forget, you're the princess of the moon. I'm not the Princess Royal Highness anymore. Yonglin, you didn't object to me playing games back then, right? I don't object to you playing games, princess, but you have to pay attention to your body. I didn't agree to you playing games all night. What does it matter? I'm not only an immortal from the moon, but I've also swallowed Punglai's medicine. I won't die even if I play all night. Looks like you're not going to repent, princess. I'll have to confiscate your games and comics. Don't. Outside the door, the corner of Wu Yan's mouth twitched harder and harder as he watched the scene unfold. His expression kept changing until it turned into one of embarrassment. 7 days ago, Hachia Yonglin stopped him from entering the Forever Pavilion and made him a test subject for her new medicine. After that, she tried to intimidate him. She was also a mysterious being. Wu Yan almost forgot the true identity of the Princess Royal Highness of the Forever Pavilion. Mount Punglai Hui. That was the name of the Princess Royal Highness. She used to be a princess living in the Moon Palace. 1,000 years ago, she worked with Hachia Yonglin to create the forbidden medicine of immortality on the moon, Punglai's medicine. She violated the moon's taboo and was exiled to the earth. Because Yonglin was the head of the moon, she was very influential on the moon. Her status was much higher than Hui of Punglai Mountain. She was very important to the moon. Therefore, Yonglin was not judged by the moon. Only Hui of Punglai Mountain was punished and exiled to the ground. Therefore, Hachia Yonglin had always felt guilty toward Mount Punglai Hui. On the other hand, Mount Punglai Hui, who was exiled to the earth, was grateful and attached to the humans who had taken care of her. Because of her identity as a princess on the moon, she had been deeply involved in intrigue and yearned for life on the earth. Therefore, after her sentence was over, she chose to stay on the earth. Hachia Yonglin, who came to welcome Mount Punglai Hui, understood this. Plus, she felt guilty toward Mount Punglai Hui. She betrayed the moon on the spot, killed the moon messenger, and stayed on the earth with Mount Punglai Hui until now. Therefore, the Forever Pavilion was born. Wu Yan knew all of this. However, Wu Yan had forgotten that Mount Punglai Hui had another identity in addition to her identity as a princess of the moon. Princess Neat. She had lived in the Forever Pavilion for thousands of years. In these thousands of years, she had almost never left the Forever Pavilion. She had never stepped out of the house, causing Mount Punglai Hui to become a lazy, closed-door person who loved to surf the internet and play games. She liked to hide in the heater and sleep in bed. This was all that Mount Punglai Hui had now. Due to her guilt toward Mount Punglai Hui and having lived together for thousands of years, Hachia Yonglin's feelings for Mount Punglai Hui were no longer as simple as guilt. Instead, she was like a mother who loved her children, treating Mount Punglai Hui as her daughter. Wasn't this scene in front of her a mother who had a headache for her daughter, who didn't want to make progress and played games all day? Unfortunately, this daughter of his was more difficult to educate than he had imagined. No matter what, princess, you should tidy up your image first. Looking at Mount Punglai Hui's pitiful appearance, her clothes were messy, and her hair was messy, as if she had just woken up. Hachia Yonglin sighed again as if she had given up. There are guests today. Mount Punglai Hui, who was pretending to be pitiful, was stunned. Guests? Only now did Mount Punglai Hui notice Wu Yan standing at the door with an embarrassed expression. That pitiful appearance suddenly froze on her face. Looking at Mount Punglai Hui's stiff expression, Wu Yan laughed dryly a few times. Hello. Mount Punglai's Hui finally reacted, sizing up his own sloppy appearance. Wah! The sorrowful cry of the squatting princess resounded through the sky. Chapter 1811. As a princess, Mount Punglai Hui could be said to be very spoiled. It wasn't until she lived on the ground for a period of time that she gradually became able to get along with others as equals. Although she had lived in the Forever Pavilion for thousands of years and never left the house, becoming a complete otaku, whether it was as a princess or as a woman, Mount Punglai Hui couldn't reveal her undignified side in front of people who weren't close to her. Not to mention, this person was a strange man who she had never seen before. Unsurprisingly, Mount Punglai Hui's delicate and beautiful face turned black, white, green, and purple after realizing that there was a strange man at the scene. It was very wonderful. In the end, it even turned into a face full of red. Wah! In the midst of the sorrowful cry, Mount Punglai Hui jumped out of the quilt like jumping in the night. She hurriedly tidied up the clothes on her body that were so messy that it looked like they were about to fall off. Then, she hurriedly tidied up her hair. However, Mount Punglai Hui, who was too flustered, didn't notice that her room was still full of game discs and manga. As a result, in this panic, she directly stepped on one of the game discs. With a slurp sound, Mount Punglai Hui once again let out a sorrowful cry. Her body leaned forward and smashed onto the ground. Bang! In the midst of the muffled sound, Mount Punglai Hui's painful cry also sounded. That posture with her face on the ground made Wu Yan and Yonglin, who were watching this scene, feel very painful on their faces. Wah! Mount Punglai Hui miserably covered her face and sat up. Her eyes were full of water vapor, like a child who fell down, but still stubbornly found a comb and carelessly tidied up her messy hair. But the more she tidied it, the messier it became. Yonglin couldn't bear to look directly. She turned her head away. On the contrary, it was Wu Yan who shook his head with a smile. Walking forward, Mount Punglai Hui frantically tidied up her hair, snatched the comb from her hand, and sat behind Mount Punglai Hui. Let me help you. After saying that, Wu Yan didn't give Mount Punglai Hui any chance to respond. He lifted Mount Punglai Hui's messy hair, and used the comb in his hand to carefully comb Mount Punglai's hair. Mount Punglai Hui stared blankly. She didn't react for a long time. Even Yonglin didn't expect that things would develop like this. She looked at Wu Yan, who was combing Mount Punglai's hair, with surprise. In an instant, all the noises in the noisy room disappeared, leaving only silence. Under Wu Yan's skillful movements, Mount Punglai Hui's messy hair gradually recovered its smoothness. Some of the hair that was sticking up were smoothed out, making Mount Punglai Hui's originally bright and beautiful jet black hair even brighter and more moving. Penglai Mountain's Huey finally calmed down, feeling the strange man's hand constantly stroking his long hair. Her expression was slightly unnatural. Mount Penglai Huey, who had once committed a taboo and was exiled to the ground, actually didn't come to the ground naturally, but turned into a baby. She came to the heart of a bamboo tree. Coincidentally, when a bamboo cutter was cutting bamboo, he found Mount Penglai Huey in the heart of the bamboo and raised her. In a short 3 months, Mount Penglai Huey grew up. Her beauty shocked everyone in that era, and also attracted the proposal of 5 noble children. These suitors were all rich existences at that time, but these suitors were all defeated. Even the emperor at that time wanted to use his power to marry Mount Penglai Huey, but he was also rejected. He couldn't get close to her. This was the story in the famous Bamboo Monogatari. Mount Penglai Huey was the world's most beautiful bamboo monogatari in Bamboo Monogatari. What happened later? Presumably, those who knew about it knew that Mount Penglai Huey had ushered in the end of her sentence. Together with Yonglin, she killed the moon emissary and lived in the Forever Pavilion. In other words, there had never been a member of the opposite sex who could get close to Mount Penglai Huey. Until now, Mount Penglai Huey hadn't let a member of the opposite sex touch her hand. Now, a strange man who she just met and didn't even know his name made an extremely intimate action like combing her hair. How could Mount Penglai Huey, who hadn't had intimate contact with the opposite sex for many years, be natural? From this point of view, Wu Yan was indeed very lucky. He did something that the royal family of the world couldn't do 1,000 years ago. Of course, compared to being unnatural, Mount Penglai Huey was more curious and puzzled. You are. Didn't Yonglin already say it? Wu Yan didn't even look at Mount Penglai Huey, and continued to comb Mount Penglai Huey's long black and soft hair. I'm just a guest. Hearing this, Mount Penglai Huey's heart was slightly surprised, and a trace of unwillingness emerged. One must know that back then, almost everyone who was lucky enough to see Mount Penglai Huey was captivated by her beauty, causing them to be unable to sleep at night, unable to drink tea, unable to eat, and even the emperor fell under Mount Penglai Huey's skirt. Now a man was indifferent to her beauty. It's no wonder Mount Penglai Huey felt unconvinced. Mount Penglai Huey didn't know that although her appearance was indeed heaven-shaking, which of Wu Yan's female friends wasn't in existence with outstanding appearance? Without mentioning other things, just Ikaros's angelic appearance was enough to rival Mount Penglai Huey. Wanting to rely on appearance to make Wu Yan bow down to her was already an impossible task. Moreover, Mount Penglai Huey didn't think about it. No matter how outstanding her appearance was, no matter how extraordinary her temperament was, no matter how noble her identity was, after the farce just now, her image was almost shattered, enough to make the unreachable distance disappear completely. It's because of this that Wu Yan took the comb from Mount Penglai Huey's hand so naturally, and helped her comb her hair. One has to say, Wu Yan's combing technique was indeed not bad. Not long after, Mount Penglai Huey's previously somewhat messy black hair became smooth, like a waterfall made of black silk, hanging straight down. Mount Penglai Huey also tidied up her clothes. The whole sloppy image was gone, and her noble and elegant temperament was revealed. This kind of Mount Penglai Huey is worthy of the title of princess. Using the hand hidden in her long sleeves to stroke her hair, Mount Penglai Huey praised, "I didn't expect a man like you to be so good at combing hair. Practice makes perfect." Wu Yan casually put the comb in his hand on the side of the table, and casually replied, "I have a lot of headache-inducing girls by my side. I also help these girls comb their hair a lot, so I slowly became proficient." Although he said this, Wu Yan's expression didn't look like he was having a headache at all. Instead, it softened a lot, causing Mount Penglai Huey to come closer curiously. "Girls? Which girls? Even if I tell you, you won't know," Wu Yan said snappily, and then glanced at Yonglin, who didn't say anything. Yonglin seemed to understand the meaning of Wu Yan's gaze, and also glanced at Wu Yan, her expression unexpectedly calm. "Princess, this guest seems to have come here to look for you for some reason." "Looking for me?" Mount Penglai Huey was a little surprised. Why would someone want to look for me? Huey of Penglai Mountain had lived in seclusion in the Forever Pavilion for thousands of years. Not many people in the fantasy village knew her. Even many of the people from the moon who had hunted her down in the past had forgotten her. Generally speaking, it should be impossible for anyone to come looking for her. I have something to ask of you. Seeing Mount Punglai Hui's doubts, Wu Yan thought about what to say in his heart, but on second thought he gave up. Don't look at Mount Punglai Hui's current appearance. In the past, Mount Punglai Hui was the princess of the moon, and had experienced a lot of intrigue. If he hid it, it would easily arouse the suspicion of Mount Punglai Hui. Besides, there was the moon's brain next to her. Wu Yan didn't think he could hide anything from these two if he wanted to. Therefore, instead of hiding it and arousing the suspicion of Mount Punglai Hui and Yonglin, and complicating things, it was better to directly state his purpose. In that case, perhaps it would be easier to succeed. After making up his mind, Wu Yan didn't hesitate any longer. He went straight to the point and said this. I want a drop of your blood. Chapter 1812. Blood. Mount Punglai's Hui was stunned. Blood. Yonglin frowned deeply, and looked at Wu Yan as if she wanted to see through Wu Yan's heart. I know you're a vampire, and not an ordinary one at that. But you didn't take the princess's blood to satisfy your stomach, did you? Hearing this, Wu Yan secretly praised Yonglin. From the beginning to the end, Wu Yan never said that he was a vampire, nor did he reveal that he was the true ancestor of vampires. Only the people from the Red Devil Mansion knew that he was the true ancestor of vampires. Yonglin, on the other hand, had only seen him twice. She didn't even touch his body, but she already knew his identity. Should I say, as expected of the former brain of the moon? The reason I want to get a drop of Princess Kagaya's blood is simple. Wu Yan spilled out his reason while thinking about it. Princess Hui's blood can make me stronger. Stronger? This time, it was Mount Punglai's turn to frown. Indeed, vampires live on blood. The princess's blood not only contains the life essence of the moon people, but also the essence of the immortal Punglai medicine. The blood contains a lot of power. Yonglin stared at Wu Yan and sneered. However, weak vampires can't get power from the princess's blood at all. They might even explode. Powerful vampires don't need the princess's blood to increase their power, right? Vampires are also one of the immortal existences. In terms of immortality, it was the effect of the moon people's Mount Punglai Bright Night, and the medicine of Punglai. Its immortality was comparable to the true ancestor of vampires. There weren't many people who could really kill Mount Punglai. However, wanting to use Mount Punglai's blood to increase their power, for vampires, it was a little redundant. As Yonglin said, weak vampires couldn't get power from Kagaya Punglai's blood. They might even explode because the power in the blood was too strong. Powerful vampires didn't need Kagaya Punglai's blood to strengthen themselves. Because for those vampires who had enough ability to absorb the power contained in Punglai Shan's blood, the power in Punglai Shan's blood was more or less insufficient. He couldn't compare. More than enough. If that was the case, what else could he do with the blood of Mount Punglai's Hui? In front of Mount Punglai Hui and Yonglin, Wu Yan shook his head. No, I want Princess Hui's blood, not because Princess Hui is from the moon, nor because Princess Hui's blood contains the essence of Punglai medicine, but because of Princess Hui's ability. Wu Yan looked at Kagaya of Punglai Mountain, and Yonglin of Hachiai Mountain as he enunciated his words. The ability to control the forever and the moment. The ability to control eternity and moment. This was the ability of Mount Punglai Hui. Eternity was a world without history. A world where the eternal calamity would not descend in the future. In that kind of world, any change was rejected. Even if there were signs of life moving inside, it was the same as time standing still. Nothing would change. For example, in the world of eternity, no matter what was destroyed, that kind of thing was not indestructible. Even if it was destroyed, it would return to its original state. It was the same for killing people. In the world of eternity, no matter how many people were killed, these dead people would come back to life again. Perhaps they couldn't be killed directly. This was the so-called eternity. In the past, the Eternity Pavilion was isolated from the world, because Mount Punglai Hui used this ability. as if it had never existed. Stay in a world where there was only eternity, stay in a world where everything had stopped. That was why it was called the Eternity Pavilion. Later, Mount Pinglai Hui unlocked the Eternity ability, and let the Eternity Pavilion leave its stopped state. Otherwise, the Eternity Pavilion would always be hidden in the lost bamboo forest, and would never appear in human history. A moment was an instant, a flash of time. Mount Pinglai Hui could gather the moment that outsiders could not perceive and use it. Using this moment, he could create multiple different histories. For example, a match could only burn for a short moment, but Mount Pinglai Hui could use his ability to collect this moment and fix it. In this way, the flame that could only burn for a moment could continue to burn. Whether it was forever or a moment, it was the ability to control time. That was a very powerful ability for ordinary humans, monsters, and even deities. However, unlike Zhuye's ability to control time, Mount Pinglai Hui could only control eternity and moment. He could make time change between eternity and moment. He could turn a long period of time into an instant, and also turn an instant into eternity. Therefore, Mount Pinglai Hui's blood must contain the eternal power that Wu Yan needed. Therefore, Wu Yan wanted to obtain Mount Pinglai Hui's blood. The blood that carries the power of eternity and moment can make me stronger. Wu Yan's tone was full of sincerity. Therefore, I want to obtain a drop of Princess Hui's blood to strengthen myself. Hearing this, Mount Pinglai Hui and Bai Yonglin sized up Wu Yan, and then looked at each other. Oh! Mount Pinglai Hui dragged her long skirt and circled around Wu Yan. As she circled, she observed everything about Wu Yan. It seems like he's not lying. But we can't believe it so easily. In front of Wu Yan, Bai Yonglin said such a sentence without holding back. The matter of blood can be big or small. Princess, increasing strength might be true, but there are many ways to increase strength. Yonglin's meaningful words were very accurate. Disregarding other things, many evil curses have such methods to increase strength. For example, using a certain existence's blood as a medium to cast a curse on the existence, slowly absorbing the existence's strength until the existence's strength is completely drained. After living for so long, Bai Yonglin has seen such evil methods more than once. Among these methods, there are many that use blood as a medium. Bai Yonglin can't help but be vigilant. Mount Pinglai Hui of course understood this point, and stood in front of Wu Yan looking at him. That's how it is. Mount Pinglai Hui's beautiful eyes revealed a hint of craftiness. Although I'm grateful that you've combed my hair, you've also touched my hair. You know, my hair has never been touched by more than 3 people. Among the men, you're the only one. If you count it this way, you've really profited. Ahaha. Wu Yan laughed awkwardly. How about I let you touch my hair? Who wants to touch your hair? Hui of Pinglai rolled her eyes at Wu Yan. Then she rolled her eyes and she said this. Even if I want to touch it, I have to touch other places to offset it. Don't mention Wu Yan. Even Yonglin's face fell when she heard this. Touch other places? Where do you want to touch? Seeing Wu Yan's embarrassed expression, Mount Pinglai Hui raised an eyebrow. Era, I'm just joking with you, don't mind it. Haha. Wu Yan could only laugh dryly. In the eyes of the otakus, in Fantasy Village, there are 2 girls who have received such a title. Alice is the most beautiful girl in Fantasy Village among the Western series of girls. Mount Pinglai Hui is the most beautiful girl in Fantasy Village among the Eastern series of girls. One is the most beautiful girl in the Western world. The other is the most beautiful girl in Japan, but they both have elements that make people tremble in fear. Alice had the potential to turn into an evil person. Mount Pinglai Hui is a black-bellied girl through and through. From the looks of it, this Princess Neat is indeed a black-bellied existence. I know, it's hard for you to believe me verbally, but I really do need a drop of Princess Hui's blood. Wu Yan said seriously. Both of you are smart people, there's no need to beat around the bush. Just tell me, how can I make you believe me? This. Mount Pinglai Hui and Bai Yonglin looked at each other in the face of Wu Yan's direct showdown. Believe? To Mount Pinglai Hui and Bai Yonglin, who have lived for such a long time and experienced many twists and turns in their lives, trust is not easy to achieve. Wu Yan's showdown only received silence from the 2. You should be the one to solve this problem. Bai Yonglin said after a moment of silence. How can you make us believe you? Chapter 1813. How can I trust her? This problem was indeed a very troublesome one. Wu Yan could only rub his forehead and pretend to have a headache. But didn't you promise me that you will do your best to help me achieve my goal? Do you really not understand what I mean, or are you just pretending? Yonglin's expression didn't change. If it's something else, since I promised you, I will do my best to help you achieve it. But if it's related to the princess' safety, then it's a different story. Yonglin said so. Yonglin didn't know if Yonglin's words were out of love or loyalty. Penglai Mountain's Huey was also used to it. He even reminded Yonglin with bad intentions. It seems like you did something interesting with Yonglin, like making a bet or something. But do you want to consider changing your condition? Bet. If it's just a bet, then it's fine if Yonglin doesn't keep her word. Wu Yan wouldn't think much of it. The point is, he and Yonglin aren't making a bet. It's a fair and square transaction. One should know that Wu Yan spent 7 whole days to experience all 7 deadly sins. Because of this, the entire Red Devil Mansion was in a state of chaos for 7 days. He even dragged Earth Spirit Hall into this mess. Even Alice had to pay a heavy price to let Wu Yan stand here. In this case, if he still had to change the condition and couldn't achieve his goal, then it would really be a huge loss. But looking at the current situation, whether it was Mount Penglai Huey or Yonglin Yagi, it was impossible for them to believe him in a short period of time, even if he told them all about his situation. Penglai Mountain's Huey and Yonglin might not agree to give Wu Yan a drop of blood. This made him think that he was in the Forever Pavilion. Seeing that Penglai Mountain's Huey could get his blood, Wu Yan sighed. In other words, I can't compromise no matter what. I'm not that stubborn. I don't think there's any curse that can be used on me that I can't detect, let alone Yonglin by my side. Mount Penglai's Huey held his long sleeves and covered his mouth as he snickered. As long as you can convince Yonglin, I don't mind giving you a drop of blood. Convince Yonglin? If he could convince Yonglin, then it wouldn't be so troublesome. I'm sorry. You should change your condition. Sure enough, Yonglin threw out such a sentence with an unquestionable tone. Although I don't think you can hurt the princess with a drop of blood, I won't joke about the princess's safety. If you can't make us trust you, then please leave. This time it's really troublesome. Wu Yan mused for a bit before he lifted his head. In the end, you think I will hurt the princess. That's why you won't agree to my conditions, right? Mount Penglai Huey and Yonglin Yaoi looked at each other. Penglai Mountain's Huey nodded in response. You're right. As long as you can make me believe that you're not using my blood to cause trouble, then it's fine. So it's like that. Wu Yan sighed. Then there's no other way. I can only use this method. Penglai Mountain's Huey and Yonglin immediately looked at Wu Yan at the same time. One's eyes were filled with curiosity, while the other's eyes were filled with vigilance. They didn't know what method Wu Yan planned to use to win their trust. At least, Yonglin felt that the probability of Wu Yan being able to convince her was high. It definitely wouldn't be more than 1%. After all, to Yonglin, nothing was more important than the safety of Penglai Mountain's Huey. Even if there was only a small chance, she wouldn't let Huey take the risk. Therefore, Yonglin had already made up her mind. Today, she must make Wu Yan return in defeat. Unfortunately, even the mind of the moon, which was more intelligent than a demon, could not guess it. In Wu Yan's body, or more accurately, in Wu Yan's soul origin, there was an existence that lived and died with him. They were inseparable and had long been integrated into one system. That was an existence that no one could understand, even if it was Yonglin. Thus, in front of Penglai Mountain's Huey and Yonglin, Wu Yan directly stretched out a finger and slid it down in the void in front of him. In the next moment, the system's projection list appeared in front of Wu Yan. Of course, this system list could only be seen by Wu Yan. Penglai Mountain's Huey and Yonglin only looked at Wu Yan's actions with a puzzled expression. One of them didn't understand the meaning of this action at all, while the other's mind was spinning as she guessed Wu Yan's intentions. At this moment, Wu Yan had already opened his personal status list. Character, Wu Yan equipment points, 111100 prop points, 230000 ability points, 101000 summoning points, 131000 level, 89. After checking his personal status list that he hadn't opened for a long time and confirming his various points, Wu Yan exited the personal status list and clicked into the summoning list. Penglai Mountains Hui. Fantasy Village's Lost Bamboo Forest Forever Pavilion owner, from the moon, was originally a princess of the moon. More than 1,000 years ago, she was expelled from the moon due to taking Penglai's medicine, and lived in seclusion on Earth. Currently, she is hiding in Fantasy Village's Lost Bamboo Forest Forever Pavilion owner. She is named after Hui Ji in Bamboo Tale. Summoning points, 120,000. After confirming that Penglai Mountains Hui had 120,000 summoning points, Wu Yan's face broke into a victorious smile. Seeing this smile, Yonglin in front of him had a bad premonition in her heart. Yonglin's intuition told her that if she didn't stop Wu Yan, something would happen to Penglai Mountains Hui. It was a change that even Yonglin of 8 wills couldn't predict, control, or change. This feeling was a little inconceivable to Yonglin of 8 will. At the level of 8 wills Yonglin, there were very few things that couldn't be predicted, controlled, or changed by the 8 wills Yonglin. They were so few that one could count them with one's fingers. Yonglin couldn't see through Wu Yan's strength completely. After all, Wu Yan had many trump cards. Therefore, Yonglin could only vaguely feel that Wu Yan was a threat. When Wu Yan didn't enter the red jade mode, Yonglin could only feel that Wu Yan wasn't an ordinary person. His true strength was definitely much stronger than what she felt on the surface. However, if Wu Yan is capable of doing something that even Yagi Rin can't do, Yagi Rin doesn't have the confidence to do so. But now, Yonglin indeed had such a premonition. If she doesn't stop Wu Yan now, the situation is going to get out of Yagi Rin's control. Yagi Rin can't do anything about it. Yonglin chose to believe this premonition no matter how unbelievable it was, because Yonglin wouldn't joke about Penglai Mountains Hui's safety. However, Wu Yan seemed to have seen through Yonglin's plan. When Yonglin was about to attack, he reached out his hand at the fastest speed and tapped on the summon option on Penglai Mountains Hui resolutely. Buzz. An intense white light instantly shrouded every corner of the surrounding space. And the source of this intense white light was none other than Penglai Mountains Hui, who was glaring at Yonglin in astonishment. Oh no! Yonglin's heart trembled, and the murderous intent in her eyes erupted without restraint. Her demigod-level strength erupted in an instant, causing Yonglin's body to emit a shocking aura that could change the color of heaven and earth. Without any hesitation, Yonglin appeared in front of Wu Yan in a flash. Her expression was as cold as a glacier. She raised her hand and a violent airflow swirled in her palm, transforming into a deadly attack. Then, Yonglin pressed her palm that was swirling with the violent airflow softly toward Wu Yan's head. It looked like a soft palm, but Wu Yan believed that if he let it land on his head, his brain would be smashed into pieces like a watermelon. It was just that this palm of Yonglin's was destined to not obtain a good result. During the period when the user and the summoner's life were fused, how could the system allow an outsider to interfere? Only Wu Yan and his summoners knew that during the process of Wu Yan's summoner's life being fused, the system would protect him and his summoner until the end of the fusion. In other words, during the process of the fusion, the system would automatically protect them. Therefore, in the next second, a circle of faint light appeared around Wu Yan. Chapter 1814. It's as if the lines of his chakra were clearly drawn out. The rest of his body became transparent. A circle of light flashed around him and covered his entire body in an instant. At the same time, Yonglin's determined attack arrived. The palm strike that contained enough power to shatter the earth struck at Wu Yan's head. Just like that, in the next moment, something that Yonglin didn't expect happened. Whoosh! The violent palm strike landed on Wu Yan's head. However, Yonglin felt as though she had hit air. Her palm passed through Wu Yan's body along with Yonglin's body. She didn't feel like she had hit him at all. All she felt was the whistling sound of the powerful strike in the air. What? Yonglin's pupil shrunk as she passed through Wu Yan and arrived behind Wu Yan. Yonglin could sense that Wu Yan didn't really turn transparent. Instead, it was as though he was in another dimension that was higher than the one she was in. She couldn't touch him as she was in a lower dimension. Why couldn't she touch him even though he wasn't transparent? In fact, this wasn't the first time that Yonglin had seen such a situation. This kind of external interference had no effect at all. It was like an invincible, transparent person state. Wasn't this the method used by Bori Shrine's sorceress, Bori Soul Dream, to become the manager of Fantasy Village and the Bori Great Barrier? It was because of this invincible method that Bori Spirit Dream, who was merely at the peak of rank 8, could stand at the peak in Fantasy Town where powerful beings were as common as clouds. Could it be that this person had the same method as Bori Spirit Dream? At this thought, Yonglin's face instantly turned ugly. Ah! At this moment, Kagaya of Penglai Mountain let out a cry of surprise, waking Yonglin up from her daze. Princess! Yonglin turned around quickly. She looked in the direction of Kagaya of Penglai Mountain. Then Yonglin saw it. From the heart of Mount Penglai Hui, a ray of light with dazzling brilliance suddenly shot out. With a speed that Yonglin could only feel a blur before her eyes. It suddenly connected to the heart of Wu Yan, who was standing in front of Mount Penglai Hui. Your Highness! Yonglin finally panicked when she saw this. Bai Yonglin couldn't even remember how many years it had been since she was as flustered as she was now. Back then, when Mount Penglai's Hui was executed by Yuedu and exiled to the surface. When he killed all the emissaries from the moon and betrayed the moon. Or was it during the 2 lunar wars, when she was scheming against Yakumo Yukari? No. Even in the above 3 situations, he had never made Yonglin panic. However, at this very moment, Yonglin of 8 Wills was indeed feeling flustered after so many years. Under such circumstances, on the other side, Wu Yan and Mount Penglai's bright night had a different feeling from Yonglin. The two of them could clearly hear that an outsider couldn't hear. 2 completely different heartbeats were lingering in their ears bit by bit. That was the heartbeat of Wu Yan and Mount Penglai's bright night. The 2 different heartbeats seemed to compete with each other, vibrating frequently, and as time passed, the frequency of the vibrations was getting closer and closer, until a certain moment, the frequency of the 2 heartbeats was exactly the same. Only then did the sound suddenly disappear. Then, the light connecting Wu Yan and Mount Penglai's bright night's heart was also cut off from the 2 of them. With a slight twist, they gathered together, forming a small light bead the size of a glass bead. With a spin, they shot in the direction of Wu Yan, and merged into Wu Yan's body. Feeling a sense of fullness in his body, Wu Yan knew. Mount Penglai's bright night. He had already become a summoner, who had merged with his life. Mount Penglai's bright night suddenly let out a soft groan, and covered his head. He looked dizzy. Princess! Yonglin appeared beside Mount Penglai's bright night unknowingly, and supported him, who seemed to be a little dizzy. A pair of eyes filled with dense cold killing intent stared straight at Wu Yan. The surrounding space constantly trembled. As if she was suppressing the rage and killing intent in her heart. Yonglin's voice that was cold enough to freeze people entered Wu Yan's ears. What did you do to the princess? Hearing Yonglin's forceful voice that was filled with anger and killing intent, Wu Yan believed that if he didn't give Yonglin a suitable explanation, from now on, Yonglin would have an irreconcilable hatred with him. Wu Yan also knew that no matter what explanation he gave, Yonglin wouldn't choose to listen to it. He only looked at Mount Penglai's bright night and said, "Don't worry, Princess Bright Night is just receiving some memories and knowledge. The system will inject all the memories and knowledge related to the system into the user's summoned character's mind. Therefore, Mount Penglai's bright night should be receiving all the memories and knowledge related to the system. Because he received the memories and knowledge that didn't belong to him, he would feel a little dizzy and would recover quickly." As expected, not long after, Mount Penglai's bright night recovered and no longer covered his head. However, when he looked at Wu Yan, there was a trace of disbelief and shock. "Princess?" Yonglin hurriedly asked. "Are you alright?" Unfortunately, Mount Penglai's bright night didn't pay any attention to Yonglin. It was as if he didn't dare to believe the memories and knowledge he received. He hesitated for a moment, and asked with an uncertain tone. Is this all real? Whether it's real or not, it's hard for me to prove it to you. Wu Yan spread his hands. However, you should be clearer than anyone about your own situation, right? Mount Punglai's bright knight was also a strong person who was at least level 80. At this level, Mount Punglai's bright knight couldn't have not noticed that his life was no longer in his body, but in the body of the man in front of him, who he had just met for less than half an hour. His life was fused with the man in front of him, and there was no way to separate them anymore. In other words, Mount Punglai's bright knight's life was no longer under her control. Mount Punglai Huiyi knew that even if someone had the means to kill him, he wouldn't die no matter what. Even if he died, he would be resurrected in another form. However, if the man in front of him died, then even if he was fine, he would die with him. In addition to the memories of the system, summoned character, and the dungeon world, Mount Punglai's bright knight fell silent. Princess! Yonglin called out, but her gaze fell on Wu Yan. She slowly raised her aura. Yonglin, stop. Before Yonglin could do anything, Mount Punglai's bright knight laughed bitterly. You can't kill him. Otherwise, I won't be able to live either. If we kill him, the princess won't be able to live? Yonglin's face darkened once more as she understood what was going on. What kind of life-sharing contract was that? It's not as simple as you think, Yonglin. For a moment, Mount Punglai Huey didn't know how to explain it to Yonglin. He could only sullenly look at Wu Yan. You really made a fool out of me. I don't want to do that. Wu Yan quickly shook his head. If it weren't for the fact that you guys are so difficult to deal with, I definitely wouldn't have used such a method. What do you mean? Mount Punglai's Huey's expression became displeased. Are you saying that I'm not qualified to be your summoner? Wu Yan laughed bitterly. I didn't say that. Summoner? Yonglin frowned deeply. She stared at Wu Yan as if she wanted to see through him. In addition, Mount Punglai's bright knight seemed to be unhappy and reproachful. Wu Yan felt like he was sitting on pins and needles. Forget it. After an unknown amount of time, Mount Punglai Huey turned around. Yonglin, I'm hungry. Yonglin didn't say anything. She just silently led Mount Punglai out of the room. Seeing this, Wu Yan panicked. Just as he was about to say something, a dark red light shot in from outside and imprinted into Wu Yan's eyes. Wu Yan was startled. When he reacted, he immediately reached out and grabbed the dark red light. He looked at his hand and sighed in relief. Looking closely, on top of Wu Yan's hand, there was a drop of gem-like blood moving up and down. Chapter 1815. Fantasy Village, Lost Bamboo Forest, Forever Pavilion. Sitting in front of the small wooden table in the center of the Forever Pavilion, Wu Yan supported his face with one hand and rested his elbow on the table. His gaze was fixed in front of him. Opposite him, Kagaya of Punglai Mountain is holding a small bowl filled with white rice. In front of her is a wooden tray with a few small dishes. She is eating the rice in her bowl, as she stared at Wu Yan who is sitting in front of her. She is sizing up Wu Yan who is sitting in front of her. Not only Mount Punglai, but Yonglin was also sitting beside Wu Yan and Mount Punglai. She was also looking at Wu Yan without saying a word. However, compared to Mount Punglai, Yonglin's gaze was not scrutinizing. Instead, it was cold and hostile. In addition to Mount Punglai and Yonglin, in the corner of the hall, there was also Ling Xian who was being restrained by the lock of discipline, and was enduring the last sin of the 7 deadly sins. She was moaning bitterly as she twisted and struggled. She looked as pitiful as she could be. Under such a strange situation, Wu Yan could only bear the scrutinizing gaze from Mount Punglai, Yonglin's hostile gaze, and Ling Xian's aggressive gaze as he sighed. Who could he blame? Should he blame Mount Punglai and Yonglin? Mount Punglai was just feeling indignant that his life was forcefully taken away and merged with Wu Yan. Yonglin also thought that Wu Yan had done something to Mount Punglai. That was why she was like this, wasn't it? He could only blame Wu Yan for using such a method to provoke the two of them. However, at that time, other than letting Mount Punglai become his summoner, there was no other way. There was no other way to make Mount Punglai and Yonglin believe him, and give him a drop of blood. No. It was not that there was no other way. if he thought about it carefully. As long as he could come up with evidence that could convince Mount Punglai Kagaya and Yonglin Yagi, the two of them should not refuse to give him a drop of blood. After all, it was said that there were many evil methods that could use blood as a medium to do something harmful to the owner of the blood. But who was Punglai Mountain's Huey? Who was Yonglin Yongi? Of these two girls, one was the princess of the moon, the other was the head of the moon, and the other was a powerhouse of the ninth step. The other was a demigod powerhouse who had lived for countless years. What kind of evil methods could be used on them without them noticing? Mount Punglai Kagaya herself said that she didn't care as long as Wu Yan could persuade Yonglin Yagi. Yonglin Yagi just wouldn't take Mount Punglai Kagaya's safety as a joke. Yonglin Yagi didn't think that there was any way to hide from her and hurt Mount Punglai Kagaya. If it took some effort, in the end, he would be able to achieve his goal. However, Wu Yan did not want to waste any more time since he had already swallowed the medicine of Yonglin of 8 senses. Hence, he might as well use the most effective method. He would turn Mount Punglai Kagaya into his summoner. Under the situation of life-sharing, Mount Punglai Kagaya had no choice but to believe that Wu Yan wouldn't harm her. Although this life-sharing was only one-sided. Originally, Wu Yan wasn't very confident about turning Mount Punglai Kagaya into his summoner. The system had once said that when Wu Yan was in a dungeon world, the characters in that dungeon world couldn't become Wu Yan's summoner, unless the summoner knew about the system before becoming a summoner, and voluntarily agreed to become Wu Yan's summoner. Just like in the date battle world, Yi Juya, Shi Xian Meijio, and Origami had voluntarily become Wu Yan's summoners because they knew about the system from Wu Yan in advance. That was why Wu Yan could make them his summoners in that dungeon world. In this dungeon world, Wu Yan had exploited a loophole to make Mount Punglai Kagaya his summoner. When he was in a dungeon world, he couldn't make the characters in that dungeon world his summoner. Then, if this character also existed in other dungeon worlds, what should he do? Mount Punglai Kagaya was the Mount Punglai Kagaya in the fantasy village, but wasn't she also the Kagaya in Bamboo Tale? On the system summoning list, the introduction of Mount Punglai Kagaya also said that Mount Punglai Kagaya was the eternal pavilion master of the lost bamboo forest in the fantasy village, but it was also derived from the Kagaya in Bamboo Tale. Although the Kagaya in the real Bamboo Tale was definitely not the Kagaya of Mount Punglai, in this world, the Kagaya of Mount Punglai was the Kagaya of Bamboo Tale. In this way, when he summoned Mount Punglai Kagaya, it could be said that he was summoning Mount Punglai Kagaya in Bamboo Tale. It couldn't be considered as summoning a character in the current dungeon world, right? Of course, this statement was a little forced, because under this setting, Bamboo Tale could be said to be a story that happened in this dungeon world. The two dungeons were considered one and couldn't be separated. However, Bamboo Tale was indeed a dungeon world, and there was indeed a character called Kagaya. And here, Kagaya was Mount Punglai Kagaya. With the contradiction between the two, it couldn't be better to use the word loophole to describe this situation. It was precisely because there was such a loophole that the system recognized Wu Yan's summoning, allowing Wu Yan to successfully make Mount Punglai Kagaya his summoner in front of her. This was an exception. Unfortunately, in this way, Wu Yan's goal was achieved, but it seemed to have caused a lot of trouble. At least, from the looks of it, Yonglin completely regarded him as an enemy. However, Wu Yan underestimated Yonglin. After a while, Yonglin seemed to have figured out something. Her gaze towards Wu Yan was no longer filled with hostility. Instead, it returned to its previous calmness. I don't know what kind of method you used to forcibly establish a life-sharing contract with the princess, Yonglin suddenly said. But I don't think you can tie the princess to you like this, right? Yonglin's meaning was very simple. She was telling Wu Yan not to think that he could make Mount Punglai Kagaya serve him like a servant just because he shared his life with her. After living for so long, Yonglin of the 8 Wills had seen many methods of life-sharing. In that case, it was not impossible to remove life-sharing. Only Mount Punglai Kagaya knew that no matter how powerful Yonglin was, she was at her wits' end this time. Mount Punglai Kagaya's life had completely merged with Wu Yan's life. There was no distinction between them. It was different from an ordinary life sharing where the other party would die, or share their life force. Otherwise, Yukari wouldn't have felt so helpless when she became Wu Yan's summon. I don't think that I can do whatever I want to Princess Kaguya just because she is my summon. Wu Yan glanced at Yonglin. Of course in this situation, you won't believe me no matter what I say, right? Yonglin didn't reply. Instead, she looked at Mount Penglai Kaguya. She wanted him to make the decision himself. Yonglin, you don't have to worry. Mount Penglai Kaguya's expression didn't change as he continued to eat his meal. He was even calmer than Yonglin. Although life sharing is done, it only means that once he dies, I won't be able to live either. If he doesn't die, I won't be affected even if he is crippled or not. Yonglin smiled when she heard Mount Penglai Kaguya's words. Wu Yan shuddered. What did that mean? As long as she didn't kill Wu Yan, Yonglin could do anything she wanted to Wu Yan. Mount Penglai Kaguya was hinting that if Wu Yan really wanted to use life sharing to do something to her, then as long as she didn't kill Wu Yan, she wouldn't have to worry about anything else. She was really two-faced. However, I am quite interested in your affairs. Mount Penglai Kaguya smiled when he saw Wu Yan shuddering. After living in the Forever Pavilion for 1,000 years, perhaps it's time to go out for a walk. Mount Penglai Kaguya didn't say anything else after leaving behind those words. Wu Yan and Yonglin fell into deep thought. Silence slowly returned to the scene. Chapter 1816. Fantasy Village, Lost Bamboo Forest. Standing outside the Lost Bamboo Forest, Wu Yan turned his head and looked at the misty green bamboo forest. He sighed faintly. Although he had no choice but to let Mount Penglai become his summoner and obtain a drop of her blood to convince her that he would not harm her, no matter what, Mount Penglai had already become Wu Yan's summoner. As the fusion of life, it could be said that they were inseparable. Wu Yan planned to let Mount Penglai follow him. At least, she would follow him back to the Spalier world after he left the fantasy village. However, when Wu Yan told Mount Penglai his decision, she gave Wu Yan an unfathomable smile and went back to her room without saying a word to continue playing the game. Wu Yan did not understand what Mount Penglai meant. When he was about to chase after her, he was stopped by Yonglin with a cold expression. She ordered him to leave with an unquestionable attitude. Wu Yan was not surprised by Yonglin's attitude. After all, when he asked Mount Penglai to follow him, Wu Yan did not hide it and directly said it in front of Yonglin. With how much Yonglin doted on Mount Penglai, it would be strange if she was nice to Wu Yan. Wu Yan even started suspecting if Yonglin is one of those idiotic moms who would guard against foreign stinky men getting close to her own daughter. No matter what, he did not know how Mount Penglai would develop. He could only take one step at a time. Fortunately, he got the essence blood with eternal power. This trip to the Forever Pavilion and 7 days of suffering were not in vain. Next, I still need essence blood with fantasy power, essence blood with realm power, and essence blood with nature power. Which one should I start with? Wu Yan pondered. Essence blood with fantasy power, essence blood with realm power, and essence blood with nature power. Wu Yan almost knew who these 3 kinds of essence blood belonged to. So, Wu Yan immediately made a decision. Let's start with the easy ones. Which kind of essence blood was the easiest to get? If it was before, it would definitely be essence blood with realm power. Purple was already Wu Yan's summoner. She was on Wu Yan's side. She would not refuse to give Wu Yan a drop of essence blood. Instead, she would be quite happy. However, what gave Wu Yan a headache was that he did not know what Purple was doing. She did not come to him these days. Plus, Wu Yan didn't know where Yakumo's family is, so he didn't bother looking for Yukari. However, Wu Yan did not believe that Purple did not know where he was. With Purple's character, even if she did not come to find him, she must be hiding somewhere. She had been using the gap ability to pay attention to Wu Yan's every move. Otherwise, when he had just arrived at the fantasy village, Lingming's moldy old woman would not have attracted Purple's attack. Since Purple had been paying attention to him, why did she not appear? After pondering for a while, Wu Yan shook his head and gave up thinking. The monster sage Yagi's every move was famous for being unfathomable, because others did not know. What Purple did at a certain moment, was it purely for fun or had a deeper meaning? This time was similar. Purple had not come to find him. Either she did it casually, or there was a deeper meaning. No matter which it was, since Purple did not come to find him, then he would not be able to find her, unless it was necessary. If it was really necessary, Purple would definitely appear on its own. It was because of this. The blood essence that contained the power of the realm should be the easiest to obtain, but the difficulty of obtaining it became unknown. Then, Wu Yan could only start with the blood essence that contained the power of fantasy, or the blood essence that contained the power of nature. Which of the two was easier to obtain? Wu Yan made his choice in an instant. Before that, let's go there and take a look. Wu Yan smiled helplessly. It's time to go there and take a look. I hope her anger has subsided. After muttering this, traces of magical power surged out from Wu Yan's body, bringing Wu Yan into the void and disappearing on the spot. Fantasy Village, Magic Forest. In the air above a certain corner of the magic forest, a series of ripples suddenly appeared in the space. A figure emerged from within without any warning, hovering in the air above that area. Wu Yan lowered his head and looked down. Immediately he saw such a scene. In an open space surrounded by huge trees and filled with miasma, a large manor house stood there for a long time. At the top of the manor house, a girl was standing in a corner with her back facing Wu Yan, who was floating in mid-air. Threads of magical power extended from her hand and connected them to small delicate puppets. At this moment, the girl was controlling the puppets and making them hold various tools to repair the hole in the roof that was caused by her not long ago. Today, Alice was wearing a blue dress that looked like a shawl, just like she always did. The dress was blue, the shawl was white, and some scattered ribbons, bows and other decorations were red. Her skirt reached her ankles, and her soft golden shoulder-length hair hung down clearly. A red belt was tied around her waist, revealing her slender waist. Her figure was slender, and her beautiful curves were exceptionally eye-catching, making one's mouth dry up involuntarily. Alice seemed to have sensed some kind of change in the space behind her. She paused for a moment, turned around, and raised her head to look at the sky. It was only at this moment that Wu Yan noticed the change in Alice. This was a change that every girl would experience after losing their virginity. After being forcefully taken over by Wu Yan, Alice, who is no longer a pure and innocent girl, now has a hint of flirtatiousness on her delicate face. If you look closely, you can see that Alice's curves have also become more voluptuous. Her every move has a mature and peculiar charm to it. Looking at the current Alice, Wu Yan felt as if his eyes had lit up, and he couldn't help but praise her beauty in his heart. If the previous Alice was very delicate and cute, as delicate as a doll, and as holy as an angel, then the current Alice was truly beautiful. Her temperament was otherworldly, and she was as beautiful as a goddess who had fallen into the mortal world. Her beauty was soul-stirring. On the other side, seeing the man who had forcefully taken her body away, Alice's face was surprisingly calm. She was as calm as still water. On the surface, it looked like this. But whether Alice's heart was as calm as it looked on the surface, that was yet to be determined. Looking at Wu Yan, who was floating in the air, Alice didn't have any intention of saying anything. After a slight glance, she turned around and continued to control the puppet to repair the roof. Wu Yan scratched his cheek, and in a flash he appeared behind Alice. That. After thinking for a moment, Wu Yan tentatively called out, "Alice?" Alice's hands didn't stop moving at all. While controlling the puppet, she continued to do what she was doing, but she didn't seem to have any intention of paying attention to Wu Yan. Seeing this, Wu Yan simply approached. But when Wu Yan approached, Alice spoke. "What's the matter?" Alice's voice was as light and pleasant as always, but there was a trace of coldness that Wu Yan could clearly detect, and a trace of nervousness that Wu Yan couldn't detect. Although he didn't detect the hidden nervousness in Alice's voice, Wu Yan seemed to have made a decision. He walked behind Alice, looked at Alice's pair of slender white arms and snow-white neck exposed outside of the sleeveless dress, and laughed. "Can't I come to see you if there's nothing?" With one sentence, Alice's heart suddenly skipped a beat. Her mind couldn't help but recall the various unsightly scenes from yesterday. Unknowingly, Alice's snow-white cheeks and neck were dyed with a faint layer of pink. She could no longer maintain her cold and calm expression, and it all turned into anger. If you came here just to take advantage of me verbally, then please leave. After saying that, Alice waved her hand and recalled the puppets that were repairing the roof. The magic thread in her hand was also cut off. She turned around, as if she was going to jump into the hole that was still being repaired and return to her home. But in the next second, Wu Yan suddenly reached out and hugged Alice. Chapter 1817. Thump. This was the sound of a huge heartbeat. When Wu Yan reached out and hugged Alice, the heartbeat was so loud that it could be heard from 4 to 5 meters away. Alice's delicate body suddenly stiffened. Originally, Alice's heart wouldn't be in such a mess so easily. But now, Alice was no longer the Alice of the past. Her body already belonged to the man who hugged her from behind. What happened that day was too unbearable for Alice, so she couldn't keep calm in front of Wu Yan. What are you doing? Alice's voice started to tremble. She started to struggle with all her might. Do you want to die? Yes. Do you really want to kill me? Wu Yan asked back and hugged Alice even more tightly. If you really think that killing me is the only way to vent your anger, then I don't mind letting you kill me once. Do you think I will show you mercy like yesterday? Alice was infuriated. She continued to struggle. If you don't let go, I will really do it. If I really let go, you will run away. I won't let go. Wu Yan said and stuck to Alice's soft and seductive body. Suddenly, a warm fragrance penetrated Wu Yan's nose. Wu Yan couldn't help but take a deep breath and exhale. And this exhalation, coincidentally, all of them hit Alice's earlobe and snow-white neck, causing the anger on Alice's face to sway. All of it retreated and her body suddenly became soft. The strength of her struggle weakened a lot. I came to ask for forgiveness. How can I let you go? Wu Yan said and lowered his head and kissed Alice's cheek. His hands moved up and stroked Alice's graceful waist. If you don't forgive me, I will continue to hug you like this. With your charm, I can't guarantee that I won't be able to control myself and enjoy some fun things with you. Something fun? What is it? This question didn't need to be asked at all. You. Alice's delicate body trembled, and her voice sounded like she was about to cry. Didn't you bully me enough yesterday? Are you going to bully me again today? I'm not bullying you, I'm just loving you. Wu Yan thickened his skin and hugged Alice's slender waist, so that Alice's entire body is stuck in front of him. He held Alice's face in his hands and kissed her on the lips. I didn't do it on purpose yesterday, but that doesn't mean I don't want to admit it. Alice, my dear wife, please forgive me this time. Caught off guard by Wu Yan's kisses on the lips, Alice panicked and turned her head away. Not sure if it was out of embarrassment or anger, but she started yelling. Who would beg for forgiveness like you? Hearing this, Wu Yan didn't show anything on the surface, but he couldn't deny it in his heart. Indeed, this method. It was a bit like he was forcing Alice to submit. It was a bit shameless. But other than this, what else could he do to make Alice forgive Wu Yan? Wu Yan didn't have much interaction with Alice to begin with. Putting aside the matter of him forcefully taking Alice's body, Wu Yan and Alice were not strangers, but they couldn't be considered friends, let alone lovers. In such a situation, with Alice's unrestrained and casual personality, it was very likely that she would treat the matter of her having sex with Wu Yan as an interlude and distance herself from Wu Yan, slowly breaking off their relationship and no longer interacting with each other. Alice was definitely capable of doing such a thing. Therefore, even if it was a bit of a forced abdication or even a bit of a rascal, as the saying goes, only shameless people can get girls. Thinking of this, Wu Yan simply hugged Alice tighter. Without waiting for Alice to struggle, he took Alice's lips in his mouth and gently sucked on them. Oh, no. Don't. Under Wu Yan's unusually presumptuous kiss, Alice, who gradually couldn't bear it, could only give up her tough attitude and involuntarily beg for mercy. Of course, such begging would only add to Wu Yan's pleasure and wouldn't have any effect at all. For a moment on the roof of the manor house, Alice's helpless whimpers gradually echoed and gradually turned into the sound of panting. After an unknown amount of time, when Wu Yan was satisfied and Alice was almost suffocating, Wu Yan let go of Alice's lovely lips. Alice couldn't help but gasp for breath, her cheeks covered with a red color. Forgive me, okay? Wu Yan seemed to be addicted to this way of asking for forgiveness, which could take advantage and gain the upper hand at the same time. He bit Alice's earlobe and whispered softly, "Otherwise I won't stop. You despicable bastard." Alice lost all her strength as she leaned against Wu Yan's body. She couldn't even struggle. She gasped for air as her body trembled. She used her soft voice to shout at Wu Yan. I will really kill you. I told you. I don't mind letting you kill me once. I won't die." Wu Yan let his hand slowly move to Alice's important parts of her body. "If you don't give me an answer, I will do something naughty." Feeling the scorching hot hand slowly moving up and down towards the important parts of her body, Alice's heart was in her throat. Just as Wu Yan guessed, Alice originally planned to cut off all contact with Wu Yan and not have any more interactions with him. Yesterday's entanglement is nothing more than a wonderful dream. However, Alice hadn't thought that her idea would be seen through in advance, which led to Wu Yan using such a method. It had to be said that this method was indeed the best way to control Alice. At least, when Alice felt Wu Yan's hand getting closer and closer, she felt that her body was beginning to feel strange. Her mind kept replaying the scene of yesterday's lovemaking, and she couldn't bear it anymore. I know. Alice could only shout as if she had given up. "I forgive you. Is that okay?" Suddenly, Wu Yan's presumptuous hand stopped moving. A victorious smile appeared on his face, but he asked mischievously, "Really? You're not lying to me, right?" "Since I've already said it, then I won't lie." Alice's tone was filled with unwillingness and indignation. "So, let go of me immediately." "Ma, I believe my wife Sama's words." Wu Yan giggled. "You can't lie to me. Otherwise, next time I won't stop, unless you have a way to hide from me forever." Hearing this, Alice, who had intended to be perfunctory, completely lost her temper. Hide from him forever? Whether it was Wu Yan or Alice, their lifespan was unlimited. It was basically impossible for them to die. In this life, if there were no accidents, they would definitely live forever. So did Alice have the confidence to hide forever? The answer, of course, was no. Not to mention that Wu Yan had far more strength than Alice. He also had the ability to appear and disappear unpredictably. In addition, the fantasy town was so big. How could Alice hide from Wu Yan forever? And once she was found, Alice could imagine her fate. Alice was anxious, but there was nothing she could do. She could only sigh sullenly. "I understand. I won't hide from you. Let go of me." Hearing the resignation and helplessness in Alice's tone, Wu Yan shrugged and let go of Alice. Alice was caught off guard and almost fell to the ground. She glared at Wu Yan. Snorting coldly, Alice was full of grievances and unwillingness. She angrily walked back to her home. Seeing this, Wu Yan quickly followed. "Why are you following me?" Well, don't be so cold. I'm already here. It doesn't matter if you treat me to a cup of tea. There's no tea for you to drink here. Go back." "It's fine if you don't want to drink tea. I'll just go in and sit. I won't disturb you." Can't you just let me go?" "How can I let you go? You're my lord wife." "Who's your lord wife?" "Don't say that, Lord old lady. Don't call me that. It's disgusting." "Then I'll call you Lily? Or I'll call you Cece? Then I'll call you AI. Do you want to die once?" Chapter 1818. Fantasy Village, Red Devil Mansion. Holding a wrapped cake in his hand, Wu Yan hummed a song as he descended from the sky. He landed in front of the Red Devil Mansion and walked in the direction of the Red Devil Mansion. That cake was made by Wu Yan at Alice's house. Due to the way he asked Alice to forgive him being a little too shameless, it caused Alice to be very angry. Wu Yan also used all kinds of methods to make Alice happy. In the end, he used his best cooking skills to soothe Alice's cold and angry face. And this cake was made by Wu Yan when he made Alice happy. He was going to let everyone in the Red Devil Mansion try it. Speaking of which, Wu Yan had also made an agreement with Zui Yi that if he had the chance, he would personally cook a meal for them to try his cooking. Unfortunately, It was destroyed by the arrival of the 7 deadly sins. Now, although there was only one cake, with Wu Yan's cooking skills, Wu Yan believed that Remilia and the others would definitely be satisfied. After passing through the lake of fog that was filled with cold fog, he walked towards the bright red mansion. Not long after, the iron gate outside the Red Devil Mansion appeared in front of Wu Yan. On the side of the iron gate, a red-haired girl in a green cheongsam was leaning against the wall. She stood there like a guard, guarding the gate outside the Red Devil Mansion. Taking a closer look, the young girl was wearing a green hat. On the front of the hat, there was a golden 5-pointed star pattern. In the middle of the 5-pointed star pattern, there was a glittering, sharp throwing knife stuck on it like a target. Seeing this scene, Wu Yan's expression instantly became embarrassed. In the fantasy village, there were many people wearing strange clothes. It wasn't like there weren't any outlandish outfits like throwing knives and hats. Those who didn't know would think that the throwing knife was one of the decorations on the hat. Only the people of the Red Devil Mansion knew. It was just something left behind by a punching bag. The girl didn't seem to notice Wu Yan's approach. She just closed her eyes and gently leaned against the wall, as if she was very unfathomable, deliberately pretending to be so that others would let their guard down. However, reality was cruel. He must have fallen asleep again, right? Wu Yan exposed the truth of this scene without hesitation. He rubbed his eyebrows speechlessly. And from the looks of it, she must have been taught a lesson by Sanyi just now. It's really amazing that she can immediately slack off and sleep. With that said, Wu Yan directly walked over, squinted his eyes and shouted angrily. China. Time to eat. Have you eaten? In China, the girl who was reading Hong Meiling was like an awakened crocodile. She suddenly opened her eyes, and her eyes shone with unprecedented brightness. Where's the food? Where is it? Miss Xiaoyi hasn't given me any food for 3 days. Hearing this, Wu Yan couldn't help but look at Hong Meiling with pity. Hong Meiling noticed it. There was no food, but the true master of the Red Devil Mansion was standing in front of her. Hong Meiling's pretty face froze. Although because of her position, Hong Meiling had never interfered in the recent matters of the Red Devil Mansion, but as a member of the Red Devil Mansion, no matter how stupid Hong Meiling was, it was impossible for her not to know what had happened in her family. Naturally, Hong Meiling also knew that the man standing in front of her, who on the surface announced that he was the butler of the Red Devil Mansion, but in reality, he treated the master of the Red Devil Mansion as his younger sister. He had the most special status in the Red Devil Mansion, and sometimes, he even had more influence than the young miss of the Red Devil Mansion. In other words, the man in front of her. Now, he was already a true celebrity in the Red Devil Mansion. Other than Remilia, there was no one in the Red Devil Mansion who could use their status to suppress him, including the second young miss of the Red Devil Mansion. And when the time came, it was really necessary. Perhaps, even the young miss of the Red Devil Mansion would listen to him. In addition, the other party was also the butler of the Red Devil Mansion in name, in charge of all the servants in the Red Devil Mansion, including the head maid. Hong Meiling was shocked and stuttered. Bye. Don't be white, China. Wu Yan couldn't help but roll his eyes. Those who don't know would think that I've been chased out of the Red Devil Mansion. You're saying goodbye to me? You must be joking. Lord Bai. Hong Meiling put on a fake smile, and then weakly retorted. Also, Lord Bai, my name isn't China. Your name isn't China? Wu Yan pretended not to know. If your name isn't China, then what is your name? My name is Hong Meiling. Hong Meiling wanted to cry, but had no tears to shed. Lord Bai, please remember my name at least. Hong Meiling. Wu Yan widened his eyes in surprise. Liar. Who is Hong Meiling? How come I don't know? Wah. Lord Bai, how can you do this? Hong Meiling seemed to have suffered a heavy blow. The corners of her eyes gradually became moist, and she looked like she was about to cry. Wu Yan couldn't help but laugh. All right, I'm just teasing you. Wu Yan took out a piece of the wrapped cake and handed it to Hong Meiling. This is for you. Taken aback, Hong Meiling received the cake in a daze as if she couldn't believe that she would receive a present. It wasn't until the aroma of the cake wafted into Hong Meiling's nose that she realized that this is all real. In the next second, Hong Miling's eyes flowed with tears. What's wrong? Wu Yan was shocked. Why are you crying? Wah wah wah. Hong Miling cried uncontrollably. Lord Bai, you're too good to me. Wu Yan was at a loss. It's just a piece of cake, isn't it? No one in the Scarlet Devil Mansion is this good to me. Hong Miling said emotionally. Forget about bringing me food. Miss Ruoyi often doesn't let me eat. I remember the longest time she did it. She directly deducted a month's worth of food. I was so hungry that I could only go to the fog lake to drink water. Is that so? Wu Yan laughed dryly. It's been hard on you. It's okay. Hong Miling wiped her tears and clenched her fists. She looked very encouraging. In the end, it's my fault for being lazy. I shouldn't have fallen asleep at the gate and let Miss Ruoyi find out. Next time, I must find a way to be lazy without Miss Ruoyi finding out. Haha. Wu Yan's mouth twitched. How dare you say you're researching a way to be lazy in front of me? The steward of the Scarlet Devil Mansion. China, you're quite bold. Hong Miling's motivational look was immediately petrified. Her face turned pale, as if she had just realized that her boss was right in front of her. Cold sweat dripped down her face. All right, I won't be like Sequoia and deduct your salary for slacking off. Wu Yan bitterly smiled and reminded her as he shook his head when he saw her face getting paler and paler. But next time if I find out you're lazy, I won't bring you food anymore. Yes. Hong Miling stood up straight and saluted. Wu Yan didn't know whether to laugh or cry. This China, if you're free you should come out and play more. It's quite fun. Wu Yan pushed open the door of the Scarlet Devil Mansion and walked into the hall. Before he could take in the scene in front of him, an extremely excited voice sounded in front of him. Brother! Following this extremely excited shout, in front of him on the platform, a small figure jumped into the air in an unrestrained manner. She drew a perfect parabola and threw herself at Wu Yan who just walked in. As soon as he heard this voice, Wu Yan knew who it was. A helpless smile appeared on his face. He reached out and caught the small figure in his arms. Brother! As soon as she threw herself into Wu Yan's arms, the small head wearing a white beret with a light yellow ponytail started to rub against Wu Yan's chest. You're finally back. Fran thought you left with that naughty Lian. You. Wu Yan pushed Fran up a little, exposing Fran's delicate and cute face to him. He pinched her little nose dotingly. Did you think your brother would leave you alone? He. Fran enjoyed Wu Yan's affectionate and doting actions, twisting her little body like a spoiled child. Brother, you're so naughty. You made Fran worry. Is that so? Wu Yan carried Flandre-chan, and he started walking towards the stairs. Then, in order to make up for Fran's worries, how about I give Fran a small gift? Sure. All right, Flan laughed. Chapter 18-19. At this moment, Remilia was sitting at the head of the round table on the platform. Raoyi was holding a tray as usual, waiting by Remilia's side. The two girls, one big and one small, presented an extremely beautiful scene. Remilia snorted when she saw Wu Yan walking over with Flan in his arms. She didn't know why, but she snorted in a jealous manner. Why are you two so close? Remilia still doesn't know how Wu Yan and Flan got to know each other. Compared to Wu Yan, Remilia is Flan's sister, and they've lived together for hundreds of years. Wu Yan and Flan are more like siblings. Wu Yan and Zuoyi glanced at each other and smiled. They didn't need to say anything. Then, Wu Yan looked at Remilia and pursed his lips. Our relationship is definitely better than you think. In any case, Fran and I share our lives. Even if you, her biological sister, are here, you can't compare to us. How can a relationship that is supported by a contract be better than blood? Remilia retorted. As long as you stop sharing your lives with Fran, there will be nothing left. It's not like there's nothing left. Before Wu Yan could say anything, Fran stuck her tongue out at Remilia. Big brother loves Fran more than big sister. Fran loves big brother the most. Fran. Remilia was immediately enraged by her own sister's teasing, but all she got in return was a mischievous chuckle from Fran. Remilia felt extremely helpless in her heart. In fact, Remilia couldn't bear to see her sister being close to someone else. She could only lock Fran in the basement. Remilia felt that it was worth it to have Fran keep that cheerful smile on her face. So, instead of saying that Remilia couldn't bear to see Fran being close to someone else, she was jealous. Why couldn't she be the one to make Fran smile so cheerfully? Right now, Remilia is envious of Wu Yan and Flan's relationship. She's jealous, but she's not sure if she's jealous of Flan or Wu Yan. Maybe she's jealous of both. Why didn't you sleep today? He sat down beside Remilia with Fran in his arms. Wu Yan asked casually. It's not dark yet. If I don't sleep, I won't have the energy to hold the party tonight. I've already slept for so long. How can I sleep any longer? Remilia said with an exasperated expression. Isn't this all your fault? After the sin of gluttony passed, Remilia was so tired that she fell asleep. After the sin of lust, Remilia slept the entire day and only woke up this morning. How could she possibly sleep now? Say, didn't you go to the moon's bamboo forest? Remilia picked up her teacup and sipped her black tea. You didn't make things difficult for me this time, right? Do you need me to help you? No need. Forget it. Wu Yan shrugged. I've achieved my goal of going to the Forever Pavilion. I didn't drink any strange drugs, so don't worry. Wu Yan picked up his cake and spread it on the table. Come and try this cake. Cake. Remilia's hand paused. Zuyi also turned his gaze to the cake spread on the table. Both of them had a suspicious expression on their faces. It's not like Scarlet Devil Pavilion doesn't have a cake. Zuyi made it himself. It's much better than the ones outside. Why did you buy a cake? I'm sorry. I didn't buy it. Wu Yan rolled his eyes at Remilia. I made it myself. You made it? Remilia was stunned. You made it yourself? A curious look appeared on Zuyi's face. Big brother made a cake. Fran's eyes lit up as she reminisced about the taste of the cake. Fran wants to eat it. Fran hasn't eaten a cake made by brother in a long time. I made it for you. Wu Yan divided the cake into several portions. He waved at Zuyi and took a tray from him. He took out a few small plates. I wanted to make you a good meal last time, but the plan didn't keep up with the changes. Try this cake first. I'll cook for you in the future if I have the chance. Wu Yan put a few pieces of cake on the small plates. He put one in front of Remilia, one in front of Fran and himself, and one on the table next to him. He looked at Zuyi. Zuyi, you should try it too. This. Zuyi was hesitant. Sakuyi is very curious about the taste of Wu Yan's cake. However, Sakuyi still placed herself in the position of a servant. As a maid, she can't just sit at the same table as her master. In the entire Scarlet Devil Mansion, Wu Yan is the only one who would sit down and chat with Remilia. Even Patrice would have to look at the occasion to do so. Remilia was the same. In front of outsiders, she might consider her dignity and wouldn't let Zuyi sit at the same table with her. But now there were no outsiders, so Remilia was much more open-minded. Zuyi, sit down and try it. Yes, young mistress. Zuyi didn't hesitate and sat beside Wu Yan. Together with Remilia, they picked up a fork, forked a piece of cake, and put it into their mouths. A spicy sweetness spread between Remilia and Zuyi's mouths. The cake melted in their mouths and flowed into their stomachs like flowing water. The two young ladies couldn't help but reveal expressions of enjoyment. This cake. Remilia was surprised and said with uncertainty. Did you really make this cake? What else could it be? Wu Yan blinked as though he had expected this reaction from Remilia. Have you ever eaten a cake that tastes like this in Fantasy Village? Indeed, I've never eaten this flavor. Remilia tasted it with relish. Not bad. For the prideful Remilia to say something like not bad, it meant that she was very satisfied. On the other hand, Zuyi savored the cake seriously and nodded after a long time. It's really delicious. Oniai-chan. Flan looked at Wu Yan with a pitiful expression while holding a plate filled with cake. What's wrong? Wu Yan looked at Flan with an amused expression. You want Big Brother to feed you again? Fran nodded hurriedly, and Wu Yan couldn't help but pat her head. Then he picked up the small plate in Fran's hand and started feeding her. Almost at the same time, Wu Yan felt an intense gaze accompanied by a sense of longing cast on Wu Yan. Then, Wu Yan saw Remilia turning her head away. At this point, how could Wu Yan not understand? Wu Yan picked up Remilia, who was sitting at the head of the table. She and Flan sat on his lap, one on his left and one on his right. Remilia was stupefied. She couldn't believe that Wu Yan would do such a thing. Come. Wu Yan forked the cake and placed it in front of Remilia with a grin. Ah, you. Remilia frowned and yelled angrily. Don't treat me like a child. I don't treat you like a child. I only treat you as a younger sister who needs to be doted on. Wu Yan continued with a smile. Come ma woo woo. Remilia squirmed. In the end, she couldn't resist the longing in her heart, and muttered unwillingly. One day, I will make you look at me in a different light. Remilia obediently opened her mouth and bit down on the cake. She looked like she was angry, but she also looked like she was enjoying the cake. Wu Yan couldn't help but chuckle. Sakuya also giggled at the side. Right. Wu Yan recalled something. Where's Patsy? Why don't I see her? Patsy usually won't come out if there's nothing important, Remilia replied. Then, she puckered her brows and her gaze turned strange. Why are you calling Patsy Patsy? Ugh. Wu Yan choked and didn't know how to explain. Should he tell Remilia that he had sex with Patsy and their relationship got better? It would be strange if Remilia didn't flip out. Chapter 1820. Scarlet Devil Mansion, Underground Library. Carrying the remaining cake in his hand, Wu Yan arrived at the underground library, Patrice's territory. Ever since he had intercourse with Patrice on the last day of the 7 deadly sins, Wu Yan hadn't seen Patrice even once. Although it had only been a day, a young lady who had just intercourse was undoubtedly the easiest to worry about personal gains and losses. She was also the one who needed the company of a man the most. Patrice might seem calm and collected, but she was still a young lady and couldn't exclude the possibility of her having similar feelings. Ever since Wu Yan devoured Patrice clean, most of his thoughts were either on how to survive the last day of the 7 deadly sins, or on how to obtain a drop of eternal blood essence from the everlasting pavilion. He didn't have the opportunity to see Patrice. If he didn't see Patrice, perhaps even Wu Yan wouldn't be able to forgive himself. After pushing open the door of Patrice's library and entering the underground library, an extremely dense aura assaulted his senses. Generally speaking, a place where a young lady stayed would have a fragrance that belonged to her. However, Patrice's library didn't have a fragrance that belonged to her. Instead, there was an extremely pungent smell. That was the essence of this extremely dense aura. It was the smell of books. Wu Yan wasn't a lover of books, but he didn't dislike books either. Even if the smell of books in the library was too dense, he wouldn't reject it. After taking in a light breath and adapting to the smell, he entered the library. On the first day he entered the library, Wu Yan discovered that there were many precious magic books that he hadn't grasped. They weren't even among the 103,000 magic books. Ever since then, whenever Wu Yan has the time, he would come here to look at these grimoires and memorize the magical knowledge and theories contained in them until now. Even if he didn't memorize everything, he had at least memorized 60% to 70% of it. At Wu Yan's level, being able to use magic could no longer increase his strength. At the very least, the increase wouldn't be too obvious. However, who would complain about having too many tricks up their sleeves? Wu Yan had already decided to visit the library more often in the coming days. On one hand, he would accompany Patrice, and on the other hand, he would strive to read all the witchcraft books in the library, to strengthen his knowledge and theories of magic. Of course, this was all in the future. Today Wu Yan didn't come here to read books. After passing through those ridiculously huge bookshelves, Wu Yan didn't head for Patrice's room. Instead, he moved towards a corner of the library. Under normal circumstances, Patrice wouldn't be in the room. Instead, she would be reading in a corner. Because in that corner, there was a desk. Given Patula's personality, that would be. He must be reading there, right? Not long after, Wu Yan came to the corner and saw a figure with his back facing him, sitting in front of a desk piled with books. There was a lamp hanging on the left. Using the weak light, Patrice lowered her head and read the book in her hand. Under the faint illumination of the lamplight, Patrice was clad in purple and lavender stripes. She wore a lavender robe with lotus leaves at the hem, looking extremely fluffy and comfortable. Her pajama-like robe flickered like flames. It looked extremely illusory. She was still wearing a round nightcap with a flouncy edge and a crescent-shaped ornament on it. Her robe and hat were adorned with blue and red ribbons. Her long purple hair casually draped over her shoulders. At this moment, Patrice was holding a book in one hand and flipping the pages from time to time with the other. She emitted a calm and tranquil temperament. Not a single noise could be heard in the underground library. Only the rustling of pages could be heard. Under such circumstances, Wu Yan's footsteps were extremely clear. It was impossible for Patrice not to hear them. Thus, at a certain moment, Patrice stopped flipping through the book and turned around. Her beautiful and tranquil face wearing spectacles was exposed to Wu Yan's eyes. Like Alice, Patrice was no longer a pure and innocent girl. Her body had undergone considerable changes. This change could only be discovered by careful observation. If one didn't observe carefully, they would only discover that Patrice seemed to have become more beautiful than before. Seeing Wu Yan standing in the middle of the bookshelf, Patrice was startled and astonished. "Why are you here? What's the matter?" Wu Yan frowned. "You don't want me to come?" In the past, Wu Yan would definitely not say such words to Patrice. Patrice also felt that she wouldn't have the chance to hear such words from a man of the opposite sex. Because wouldn't it be too flirtatious? Hearing these flirtatious words, Patrice seemed to recall that her relationship with this man before her was already extraordinary. At this moment, Patrice's heartbeat sped up uncontrollably, making her slightly flustered. She could only push down her spectacles and secretly suppress her uncontrollable heartbeat. "I just didn't think that you would look for me for no reason. Aren't you treating me as a fickle person?" Wu Yan said helplessly and raised the cake in his hand. "Well, if gifting a cake is considered a matter, then I do have a matter to discuss with you." "Cake." As expected, Patrice was taken aback and tilted her head. "Did you make it last night? But I didn't say I wanted to eat cake." "Even though I know you will think that way, can't you think of other possibilities?" Wu Yan sighed. "For example, this cake was made by me." "You made it?" Patrice was taken aback. "It can't be. I am curious as to how you viewed me before. Why are you so surprised by my cake?" Wu Yan rolled his eyes at Patrice and brought the cake to her side. "Give it a try." As Wu Yan approached, Patrice's suppressed heartbeat swelled and became louder. She no longer dared to look at Wu Yan's face. She turned her head and looked at the cake Wu Yan brought. "Then I'll have a taste." Patrice extended her hand to take the cake, but discovered that Wu Yan had already taken it away. Patrice looked up suspiciously and saw Wu Yan's smile that wasn't a smile. "I say, Patrice, your act of treating the cake as more important than me will only make me sad." "What are you talking about?" Patrice couldn't help but blush. "I just want to try the cake." "Is that so?" Wu Yan's lips curled into an arc that made Patrice panic. At the same time, he said something that made Patrice flabbergasted. "Then, I want to hear you say that you love me first." Patrice widened her eyes in anger. "How can I say that? Why can't you say it?" Wu Yan stooped down and inched his face closer to Patrice's. "Or rather, do you prefer to prove it with your actions?" What are you trying to do?" Patrice stood up hurriedly as Wu Yan's face inched closer. However, she accidentally bumped into a chair and fell backward. But before she fell, Wu Yan held her waist and pulled her into his embrace. Patrice felt a little dizzy when she sensed the familiar yet foreign male aura. She placed her hands in front of Wu Yan's chest as she muttered with a flushed face. "Don't do this. Don't do this." Wu Yan said in a mischievous manner. "Don't do what?" Patrice bit her lips and she glared at Wu Yan with an annoyed expression. "Let me go first." "No." Wu Yan said as though it was a matter of fact. "Unless you say that you love me. Don't tease me." Patrice said helplessly. If you tease me again, I will really get angry. Rather than seeing you treat me coldly, I would rather see you angry. Wu Yan pressed his forehead against Patrice's. Besides, can you really get angry? Patrice couldn't take it anymore. I really can't say it. Is that so? Wu Yan said in disappointment. All right then. Patrice thought Wu Yan was going to let her off, but Wu Yan suddenly hugged her. Since you can't say it, then use your actions to prove it. Wu Yan tossed Patrice on the desk, and he pounced on her amidst her shrieks. The sound of panting and moaning resounded in the library. Chapter 1821. Humph. In a corner of the Red Devil Mansion's underground library, Little Fiend flapped her bat-like demonic wings and fluttered her long red hair. She happily hummed a song while holding old books as she flew towards Patrice. Little Fiend was indeed very happy. At least, compared to the people of the Red Devil Mansion, Little Fiend had been living a rather carefree and comfortable life. Because Little Fiend was Patrice's familiar and not Remilia's servant, even Remilia couldn't use a commanding tone to order Little Fiend around. Furthermore, the scale of the Red Devil Mansion's underground library was simply too large. The amount of books that needed to be organized every day was like a mountain. No matter how she organized them, she couldn't finish organizing them. Thus, Patrice gave Little Fiend a fixed job to organize these books. Under such circumstances, the little devil dared to say that he was the most relaxed person in the Red Devil Mansion during this period of time. While Wu Yan was suffering from the sin of being arrogant, and expressing his vile arrogance to the people of the Red Devil Mansion, Little Fiend was organizing books in the library. While Wu Yan was suffering from the sin of jealousy, causing Remilia to send the entire Red Devil Mansion out to search for him. She even went to rescue Marissa while she was at it. The imp was organizing books in the library, while Wu Yan was suffering from the sin of being furious and chasing Marissa around the Red Devil Mansion, wantonly destroying everything in the Red Devil Mansion, and causing a commotion. Little Fiend was organizing books in the library, while Wu Yan was suffering from the sin of being lazy, and letting Xiao Yi take care of him. While Remilia, Fran, and Patrice were searching for him, Little Fiend was organizing books in the library, while Wu Yan was suffering from the sin of being greedy, and attracting the people of Earth Spirit Hall, while the girls of the Red Devil Mansion and Earth Spirit Hall were having a battle of attire. Little Fiend was organizing books in the library, while Wu Yan was suffering from the sin of being gluttonous. While the people of the Red Devil Mansion and Earth Spirit Hall were busy satisfying their appetites and taking care of him, Little Fiend was organizing books in the library. While Wu Yan is suffering from the sin of ***, he pushed down on her master, Patrice, without her knowledge. Meanwhile, Imp is still organizing her books in the library. In other words, Wu Yan was suffering from the 7 sins and causing a lot of trouble. While the people of the Red Devil Mansion were half-dead tired, Little Fiend was the only one alone was not involved. Little Fiend was organizing books in the library as usual. How could Little Fiend not have a carefree life? Therefore, Little Devil was very happy and glad that she didn't get involved in those disputes because of her work. Otherwise, she wouldn't have been able to survive. Otherwise, she would be half dead. Tired. One must know that this wasn't the first time the Little Devil witnessed Patrice returning to the library with a fatigued expression. And for the first time, she didn't stay up late to read. She fell asleep immediately. Of course, if Little Fiend knew that the reason why Patrice fell asleep immediately after returning to the library was because she had been pushed by Wu Yan for who knows how many rounds, would Little Fiend still feel happy? Actually, it could be said that Little Fiend was dreaming. Apart from Ling Meng, Little Fiend hated Wu Yan the most. However, Ling Meng hated Wu Yan because she was afraid that Wu Yan would cause trouble. Little Fiend hated Wu Yan because she felt that Wu Yan was dangerous. Little Fiend faintly felt that if her master, Patrice, were to recklessly approach Wu Yan, she would definitely suffer in the end. Although this was just her intuition, reality proved that Little Fiend's intuition was very accurate. It was so accurate that Little Fiend didn't know that her master had already suffered a huge loss. Little Fiend, who was completely unaware of this matter, could only make a decision to not have too much contact with Wu Yan. She also couldn't allow Patrice to have too much contact with Wu Yan. With this thought, Little Fiend carried a pile of books that Patrice wanted to read. She continued to hum as she flew towards the place where Patrice was reading. However, when Little Fiend followed the path and arrived near the place where Patrice was reading, a strange sound suddenly entered Little Fiend's ears. She stopped in her tracks. This voice. It's Lady Patrice's voice. Hearing that strange voice, Little Fiend tilted her head and muttered to herself in astonishment. But why is Lady Patrice's voice so strange? Strange? It was indeed strange. Because Little Fiend heard Patrice moaning and moaning without any reason. It sounded like the cry of a cuckoo. Little Fiend's heartbeat sped up for some reason, and her face flushed red. Lady Patrice. Couldn't possibly be. Little Fiend wasn't embarrassed to say the word comfort. Instead, she found it hard to imagine. With Patrice's personality, how could she possibly do such a thing? But if that wasn't the case, why would Patrice moan like that? Little Fiend had been by Patrice's side for decades, if not a century. No one was more familiar with Patrice than Little Fiend. Little Fiend didn't dare to believe that Patrice would do such an unbearable thing. Little Fiend didn't know if it was out of curiosity or her instincts. She gently placed down the pile of books in her hands and tiptoed to the back of a bookshelf. She peeked her head out and looked at the corner where Patrice was reading. In the next moment, an unimaginable scene and extremely chaotic moans entered the little evil demon's eyes and ears at the same time, causing the little evil demon to be stunned on the spot. She saw Patrice lying naked on her desk with her buttocks sticking out. Her charming face was flushed red, and she was moaning uncontrollably. Behind Patrice was a similarly naked person. He was holding Patrice's slender waist and constantly ramming into Patrice. He had a wicked smile on his face, seemingly satisfied and pleased. It was a man. Moreover, it was a man that Little Fiend was extremely familiar with. It was Wu Yan whom Little Fiend was on guard against. Little Fiend completely forgot about her blushing face and stood there in a daze. Rather than saying that she was in disbelief, it would be more accurate to say that she was absent-minded, as though she had lost her soul. Why? How could this be? What's going on? Similar questions kept popping up in Little Devil's mind. However, Little Fiend didn't attempt to answer them. Her mind was already in a daze from this unimaginable scene. Her heart was in a mess and she didn't react for a long time. But no matter how unwilling Little Fiend was to believe that this was reality, reality wouldn't change because of her hesitation. After an unknown period of time, Patrice's panting became more hurried, and the banging sounds became more frequent. Until a certain moment, Patrice couldn't help but beg for mercy. Only then did the man who was lovingly caressing Patrice stop his actions and send her to the climax. Pa. Patrice was like a doll with its strings cut. She slumped onto her desk, unable to get up again. Wu Yan laid on Patrice's back and whispered something in her ears. After Patrice absent-mindedly nodded her head, he nodded in satisfaction and stood up to wear his clothes. Seeing this, the little devil subconsciously held his breath, lowered his presence, and hid in a dark corner. Not long after, Wu Yan wore his clothes and left with a satisfied expression as though he had just come out of a hot spring. Little Fiend walked out of the dark corner and looked at the desk. Patrice didn't have a trace of strength, and was curled into a ball like a lazy kitten. She was moaning softly, and it was apparent that she hadn't recovered yet. Compared to Patrice's charming and lazy posture, Little Fiend seemed as though she had met with the end of the world as she slowly collapsed to the ground. Pushing him down was such a simple matter. As a demon, Little Fiend naturally knew of such a wicked thing. However, she hadn't experienced it personally. Therefore, Little Fiend silently shed tears when she saw Patrice's comfortable appearance. In the end, she didn't protect Miss Patrice well, and allowed Miss Patrice to be devoured by that repulsive vampire true ancestor. At this moment, Little Fiend's heart was filled with such a sentence. I am guilty. Chapter 1822. The next day, after completing his work in the Red Devil Mansion and feeding breakfast to Remilia and Fran as usual, Wu Yan informed Zui Yi, left the Red Devil Mansion, and flew into the sky outside. Today, Wu Yan wanted to make a trip to the Bori Shrine. It wasn't that Wu Yan missed Ling Meng and wanted to see her, but he wanted to obtain a drop of blood from Ling Meng. A drop of blood essence that contains the power of fantasy. Now Wu Yan had obtained blood essence that contains the power of time, and blood essence that contains the power of eternity. Of these 2 drops of blood essence, one was the blood of Zui Yi, who had the ability to control time, and the other was the blood of Mount Penglai's Hui Yi, who had the ability to control eternity. It was precisely because Zui Yi and Mount Penglai's Hui Yi had such abilities that their blood contained the so-called power of time and eternity. Then there was a problem. If he wanted to obtain blood essence that contains the power of fantasy, he had to find an existence with an ability related to fantasy and obtain a drop of blood from them. But in the fantasy village, who had the ability related to fantasy? Wu Yan filtered through the list of famous existences in the fantasy village in his mind and finally locked onto Ling Meng. What kind of ability does Ling Meng have? If this question was asked to the people and monsters in the fantasy village, they would definitely give Wu Yan a look of disdain and say such a sentence. Is there a need to say it? Of course it's an invincible ability. This was the understanding of the people and monsters in the fantasy village of the Bori Shrine. However, if one really wanted to talk about it, Ling Meng didn't have a representative ability like many famous existences in the fantasy village. Ling Meng had many abilities. For example, she had the invincible ability of opaque transparent person. There was also the ability of God's reliance, which could allow gods to possess her. She had the ability to display unimaginable combat strength. Other than that, there were all kinds of abilities, big and small. For example, the ability to control spirit energy, the ability to fly autonomously, the ability to seal and purify, and so on. Of these abilities, some were useless in battle and could only be used to assist Ling Meng's actions. However, some were so powerful that it was difficult to find any other ability that could compare to them. Furthermore, basically, there were all kinds of them. If the characters in the fantasy village had a bug-like ability, then Ling Meng had a bunch of bug-like abilities. Then, with so many abilities, what kind of power does Ling Meng's blood contain? Wu Yan felt that it was very likely to be the so-called fantasy power. Wu Yan doesn't know what this fantasy power is like. Plus, Ling Meng has never used any ability related to fantasy before, so logically speaking, she should be able to use it. He should not be on the list. However, most of Ling Meng's rune cards had fantasy or dream as prefixes or endings. Furthermore, Ling Meng was the manager of Fantasy Village on the surface. Thus, Wu Yan felt that the so-called blood essence with fantasy power should be Ling Meng's blood essence. Of course, this was just a guess. Whether it was true or not, it still needed to be verified. As for the method to verify it, it was simple. As long as he could obtain a drop of Ling Meng's blood. If Ling Meng's blood was really blood essence with fantasy power, then the system would automatically identify the item and feed back its information to Wu Yan. No matter what, this trip to the Boli Shrine was destined to be carried out. But, will Ling Meng be willing to give me a drop of her blood? Wu Yan didn't feel confident. I have a feeling that Ling Meng will not be so easily convinced by me. Sighing faintly, Wu Yan did not use spatial teleportation. Instead, he thought of a way to convince Ling Meng while flying towards the Boli Shrine. In the end, Wu Yan could only think of a way. Give Ling Meng another bag of gold coins. To deal with those without integrity, the only way to deal with them is to use the same method. Wu Yan had already grasped the essence of this method. After a while, Wu Yan's field of vision began to widen. A shrine at the end of a long stone staircase appeared before his eyes. However, to Wu Yan's surprise, on the stone staircase below the Boli Shrine, a young girl riding a broom was flying at a low altitude. She was desperately chasing after a black shadow that was also flying at a low altitude. That is, seeing this scene, Wu Yan was slightly surprised. Marissa and Paparazzi won? That's right, the young girl riding the broom could only be Marissa. In the entire fantasy village, only Marissa would be able to fly on a broom. The black shadow that Marissa was chasing after was the one Wu Yan had previously tied up in the magic forest. Floating in the air, Wu Yan could clearly hear Marissa's hysterical cries as she chased after Marissa. 1-1. Stop right there. Facing Marissa's hysterical roar, Marksman Maru flew past her at a speed that would never allow Marissa to catch up to him. Moreover, he even turned his head and laughed heartily. It's useless. Marissa, you can't catch up to me. Who has the time to care about whether I can catch up or not? Marissa's expression was sinister. If I don't chase after you, then there will be a problem. Marissa, are you that anxious to see your own report? Saimaru shook his head as he spoke. Although I am very grateful that you are looking forward to One's daily newspaper, it will only be distributed tomorrow. Marissa, you should return home and wait. Who's going to wait? Marissa shouted. I am not looking forward to your paparazzi daily newspaper. Not only that, I will tear apart your broken camera. That's impossible. Sensei Maruin laughed out loud. I have already been tricked by that Yakumo Haku several times. This time I must write this report. Marissa, just give up. Don't even think about writing that nonsense. Marissa seemed to have ignited a small universe as her speed increased by several levels. Watch me shoot you and that stupid camera through with one shot. If you can do it, then try. Instantly, Marissa and Sensei Marifumi started playing cat and mouse on top of the Bori shrine. Wu Yan got a better idea of what's going on when he saw this. Marissa must be the paparazzi voyeur that Marissa caught some scandal material and took a crucial photo. And the main character of this photo is Marissa. Looking at Moise's hysterical appearance, Sensei Maru must have taken an incredible photo to make Moise so crazy. Thus, Wu Yan became curious. What kind of photo did the paparazzi take to make Marissa chase after it so desperately? Out of curiosity, Wu Yan teleported himself to the front of Kamikaze Maru. Before Sensei Maru could react, Wu Yan lifted him up like a chicken and dangled him in front of Wu Yan. I have to say this paparazzi crow of yours is quite heavy. It's you. Marissa was startled when he saw the person who lifted him up. Then, as if meeting his natural enemy, he shrunk his head back. Why are you here? Marissa. At the same time, Marissa also flew over like the wind. She braked and stopped in front of Wu Yan and Marissa. She was riding a broom, but it looked like she had run a long distance. She was panting heavily. I caught you. I'm the one who caught this paparazzi crow, not you, Black-White Koan. Wu Yan said with a grin. Marissa looked like she only just noticed him. She was stunned for a moment before shouting like a demon. It's you. At this moment, Marissa looked like a police detective who was chasing after the murderer of a murder case. Moreover, the person she was chasing was only an accomplice of the murder case. Only now did she find the real murderer. Wu Yan couldn't help but feel a bit confused. He wasn't the paparazzi's superior, and he didn't send him to take pictures. How did he become the murderer, and the paparazzi an accomplice? Marissa yelled as she pounced at Wu Yan. I'll kill you. Chapter 1823. Some time ago, when Wu Yan and Alice were having a conflict because of some harmonious and loving matters, Marissa was tricked by Sensei Maru. In the end, she just happened to bump into Wu Yan's muzzle. That wasn't the most important thing. The key point was that Marissa didn't do anything at that time. Instead, she put on a very gossipy appearance. This made Wu Yan, who was worried about being interrogated, directly teleported Marissa away using space transfer. What the eye doesn't see, the heart doesn't grieve over. At that time, Wu Yan didn't have an exact location to teleport Marissa to. He only wanted her to leave quickly. Thus, he randomly found a relatively distant coordinate and teleported her there. Because of this, Marissa met with a tragedy. Marissa was teleported to the human realm. Moreover, she was teleported to the human realm, to the home of a teacher who seemed to have a very big background. Unfortunately, at that time, the teacher seemed to be taking a bath. While taking a bath, he seemed to have thought of something and directly walked out of the bathroom naked and ran around the living room of his home. As a result, Marissa, who happened to be transferred over, saw with her own eyes the scene of her teacher running naked in her own home. As the saying goes, when an ordinary man gets angry, blood splatters 5 steps away. The teacher flipped out on the spot. It was said that on that day, Marissa was punished to kneel in that teacher's home for an entire day. Moreover, that teacher's saliva flew everywhere as he preached. It was said that in order to block Marissa's big mouth, that teacher didn't calm down. The next day, not only did he not let Marissa leave, he even made her go to that teacher's place to take care of a group of brats. It was said that in order to take care of those brats, Marissa even had to personally clean up their urine and feces. She was miserable for an entire day. It was said that this morning, that teacher even made Marissa clean up the feces pit. He said that she could leave after cleaning up the feces pit. It was said that in order to not let those brats' stolen goods dirty her dashing black and white clothes, Marissa was overjoyed and stripped naked. Then, there was no then, Sensei Maru, who happened to go to the human realm to obtain materials, coincidentally saw this scene. He was extremely lucky to have witnessed this scene, and was overjoyed at the unexpected good news, so he took a picture of it. Thus, the picture of Marissa naked and cleaning the place where a bunch of brats peed, and peed was fresh. Ha 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 ha. Wu Yan burst into laughter after hearing the whole story from Sensei Maru. He laughed so hard that tears almost came out. The unfortunate black and white is indeed the unfortunate black and white. To think that he would encounter such a ridiculous situation. What should I say to you? Ha 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 ha. You're laughing. How dare you laugh? Marissa was tightly bound by chains flickering with a faint purple light that extended from the surrounding space ripples. Hanging in midair, she struggled with all her might while shouting angrily. If it wasn't for you, I wouldn't have been punished by Huyin to take care of a bunch of kids. It's all your fault. That's funny. Like I said, I didn't transfer you to that Kane sensei's house on purpose. I even did it while she was running around naked. Wu Yan couldn't help but laugh. At the end of the day, it's still your bad luck, black and white. If you had 1/10 of that red and white's luck, you definitely wouldn't be so unlucky to have bumped into this paparazzi crow. You must have been chosen by some god who controls misfortune. Marissa was stunned and couldn't find any words to refute. In the end, she could only hang her head dejectedly. I've already explained everything. On the other side, Sensei Maru carefully protected his camera and looked at Wu Yan with vigilance. Can I go now? Why are you in such a hurry to leave? Wu Yan asked suspiciously. Am I that scary? Haha. Sensei Maru laughed dryly. If you can promise me that you won't tamper with my camera in the future, I won't be afraid of you. Sensei Maru, who fell into Wu Yan's hands twice and had his important report material taken away by Wu Yan, was afraid that Wu Yan would target his negatives. That's why he was so wary of Wu Yan. Wu Yan couldn't help but feel annoyed. Don't worry, as long as it's not related to me, I won't touch your camera. Hearing this, Markumaru heaved a sigh of relief. Then, I'll go back to write the report first. Excuse me. After saying that, Saimai Morrowind didn't even say goodbye and planned to fly away. Seeing this, Marissa became anxious. If Sensei Maru successfully escapes, then tomorrow, the news of Marissa cleaning a manure pit naked will spread throughout the entire utopia. At that time, Marissa felt that she simply didn't need to mingle in Fantasy Village, nor did she need to go out to meet people. She might as well just die. Before Marissa could react, Wu Yan grabbed Sensei Marifumi by his collar and dragged him towards Wu Yan, who was about to fly away. Wait! Don't leave in such a hurry. You're going back on your word. Sensei Maru thought Wu Yan was going to touch his negatives again and struggled desperately. This time, don't even think about taking away my important report material. Who cares about the unfortunate black and white scene of cleaning a cesspool naked? Wu Yan pursed his lips. I just want you to do me a favor. Favor. Shidamaru stopped struggling. Even Marissa forgot about the fact that she might lose her reputation. She looked at Wu Yan curiously. What favor? Before that, answer me a question. Wu Yan touched his chin and asked. As the strongest existence in Fantasy Village purely in terms of speed, paparazzi, can you take someone's blood before they can react at all? Take blood. Sensei Maru was stunned. Is the Scarlet Devil Mansion starving you, so you have to come out to find blood to drink? I'm not taking blood to drink. Wu Yan rolled his eyes. Just tell me if you can do it or not. That depends on who it is. Sensei Maru answered honestly and puffed out his chest. Usually, as long as it's not someone much stronger than me, I should be able to secretly insert a needle into their body and take some blood. It shouldn't be difficult. Then, Wu Yan pondered for a moment. What if this person isn't very strong normally, but he can become stronger during a fight and is quite slow? Not very strong normally, can become stronger in a fight, is quite slow. Sensei Maru's mouth twitched. Why do I feel like this person is very familiar? Even Marissa, who had an IQ of less than 9, was stunned, let alone Kamui Marumi. This person, could it be? That's right. Wu Yan didn't hide anything. It's Ling Meng. As soon as his voice fell, Shooting Life Maru immediately turned into an afterimage and flew out as if he was fleeing. Wu Yan, who had anticipated Sensei Maru's reaction, waved his hand, and a spatial ripple appeared in front of Sensei Maru. Sensei Marifumi dove into the spatial ripple, and he appeared beside Wu Yan in an instant. Wu Yan caught him. Wu Yan grabbed Sensei Marifumi. Let me go. Sensei Maru struggled to get up. If you want to die, go ahead, don't drag me down with you. Die. Wu Yan resisted the urge to roll his eyes. Are you exaggerating? That's because you don't know what Ling Meng is like when she's angry. Sensei Maru shouted. If I really do that, Ling Meng will definitely be so angry that she'll kick me out. Before I dedicate my life to the great god of news, how can I die? It's just a drop of blood, you're exaggerating. Wu Yan said calmly. Aren't you very fast? It's useless no matter how fast I am. Even if I can get close to Ling Meng without her noticing, I won't be able to get a drop of blood from her. Sensei Maru said bitterly. In the fantasy village, Ling Meng is invincible. Every attack that could hurt Ling Meng is ineffective. Even if it's just a needle, Ling Meng may feel pain, but who knows if it will cause her to bleed? That's true. Wu Yan frowned before relaxing his brows. No matter what, we have to try. Without giving Sensei Maru a chance to protest, Wu Yan grabbed Sensei Maru with one hand and Marissa with the other, and walked towards the Bori shrine. Chapter 1824. Fantasy Village, Bori Shrine. In front of the shrine, Wu Yan, Marissa, and Sensei Marifumi stood side by side. They stared at the door in silence for a while. Are you really going to do this? Marissa lowered her voice and spoke softly. Even though I don't want to admit it, Soul Dream is very scary when she's angry. Basically, no one can suppress her. Do you really dare to stab her with a needle? No matter what, let's try it first. Wu Yan also lowered his voice. Anyways, when Akane gets angry, I'll just throw her a bag of gold coins. That will definitely calm her down. Then why don't you just throw a bag of gold coins to Soul Dream, and have her give you a drop of blood? Sensei Marifuge grumbled. That way, we won't have to take such a big risk, right? That's true. Wu Yan scratched his cheek. But I have a feeling that we'll fail if we do that. Why? Marissa asked doubtfully. Soul Dream loves money so much. She should be happy to exchange a drop of blood for a pile of money, right? But compared to money, that Akane hates trouble more, right? Wu Yan rubbed his forehead as if he had a headache. I don't know if that Akane thinks that stabbing herself with a needle is troublesome. Even if it isn't, I don't think it's very reliable. So, you want us to challenge Soul Dream's bottom line with you? Saimaru was still grumbling. I really have to hand it to you. In Fantasy Village, other than a certain brainless person, there's no one else. This is the first time I've seen someone so eager to challenge the Bori Shrine. Brainless? Marissa rubbed her head and looked around. Who? Which brainless fellow would be so eager to challenge Ling Meng? Wu Yan and Shitamaru are speechless. They ignored Marissa. They looked at each other. Are you really going to do this? Takamaru's face fell. Then can you do it yourself? A smile appeared on Wu Yan's face, but he didn't say anything. He raised his hand. The camera, which was as important as his life, was placed on his hand, making him lose his temper on the spot. All right. At that moment, Sayomara decided to throw caution to the wind. I'm a diligent reporter. For my news material, let's fight. Don't even think about it. Marissa immediately became spirited. Earlier, Wu Yan had said that the camera would belong to whoever could obtain a drop of blood from Ling Meng. Therefore, the Marissa was also burning. For my reputation, I'll do it too. The two girls immediately looked at each other, as if sparks had been ignited. Sizzling sounds that sounded like electric currents colliding rang out in the air. Immediately, Marissa and Sensei Maru tiptoed towards the entrance of the shrine. Hey! Sensei Maru cautiously beckoned to Wu Yan, who was standing behind them. Later, go open the door and check the situation inside. Then, use your strength to open the door. The moment you open the door, I will rush in as fast as I can. Marissa giggled eagerly. Feels like it's going to be fun. Hearing that, Wu Yan could not help but shake his head. Moving past the cautious figures of Sensei Maru and Marissa, he arrived before the door. Gently, he pulled the door open. Marissa was already seated on her broom. Sensei Maru was also floating in the air. The two of them had a serious expression and their bodies were tense, waiting for Wu Yan to open the door and rush in to give Ling Meng a taste of her own medicine. However, Marissa and Sensei Maru did not notice that and gently opened the door. Casting his gaze into the shrine, Wu Yan's mouth twitched. The shrine was completely silent. Not even the slightest sound could be heard. No, it should be said. It was so quiet that only an extremely faint sound could be heard. A snoring sound. Inside the kotatsu at the center of the shrine, Wu Yan, Marissa, and Sensei Marifumi are being very careful. The target they are planning to ambush is lying on the ground with his arms and legs spread out. He's sleeping so soundly that he didn't even notice that someone is trying to ambush him. Seeing this scene, Wu Yan was silent. At the same time, he sighed in his heart. He really felt like a fool. Why would he be so fearful of such a person? Why would he come up with so many tricks and get two helpers? On the other side, Moiza, who was completely oblivious to the situation inside the shrine, tensed up and prepared to rush into the shrine at any moment, nervously asked, "How is it? Did Ling Meng discover us?" "You need to be careful," Sensei Maru reminded. Under normal circumstances, Ling Meng's strength may not be high, but her intuition is frighteningly strong. Be careful, don't get discovered. Hearing Marissa and Sensei Maru's words, Wu Yan felt much better. Fortunately, if I'm stupid, then there are people who are even more stupid than me. Are you done? Sensei Maru couldn't help but ask. If you're done, then open the door. I'll rush in as fast as I can, and before Ling Meng can react, I'll escape as fast as I can. If that happens, even Ling Meng won't be able to do anything. Although I also want to do it openly with Princess Ling Meng. The Mega Sand grinned and laughed. But for the sake of my reputation, I'll let it go this time. Next time, I'll have a proper round with Ling Meng. Wu Yan was now certain. These two are really stupid. At that moment, Wu Yan ignored Marissa and Sensei Maru and walked into the shrine under the startled looks of the two girls. Hey! Sensei Maru didn't bother to lower his voice and called out. Are you crazy? Oh! Marissa also cried out. Little brother from the Yakumo family, are you not planning to sneak around and face Ling Meng head-on? I have high hopes for you. The two girls noticed that Wu Yan had walked into the shrine, but there wasn't the slightest bit of commotion. Even if the sneak attack didn't start and Ling Meng didn't know that Wu Yan was planning to attack her, she should have made some noise when she saw Wu Yan, right? With that in mind, Marissa and Sensei Maruin both stepped forward with doubtful expressions and walked into the shrine. Then, both of their expressions turned awkward. Under the watchful eyes of Marissa and Sensei Marumi, Wu Yan squatted down and half-knelt in front of Ling Meng, who was snoring away in the kotatsu. He took out a small needle and stabbed it into Ling Meng's exposed smooth arm. That's it. He succeeded just like that? Marissa and Sensei Maru looked at each other in dismay. But reality proved that if he wanted to succeed, he still needed to put in some effort. The three of them clearly saw this scene. The small needle pierced into Ling Meng's smooth and slender arm. However, not only was there no blood, There was not even the slightest sound when the needle pierced into her arm. Only Wu Yan could feel that when the needle stabbed into Ling Meng's arm, it was as if he was stabbing air. Even though the needle stabbed into Ling Meng's arm, it didn't cause her any harm. In other words, it was as if Ling Meng's skin was immune to the damage caused by the small needle. In gaming terms, it was similar to a state of being unable to break through her defense. Even though the attack hit, the damage caused was zero. Thus, this needle didn't even cause her to feel pain, let alone see blood. At the very least, Ling Meng was still sleeping soundly with no signs of waking up. So it's like that. Sensei Maru sighed. This kind of action is already equivalent to attacking Ling Meng. There's no way to harm her at all. This is cheating. Marissa was indignant. I hate this ability of Ling Meng's the most. Every time, I can't hit her. Even if I hit her, she doesn't feel anything. This is too unfair. Why don't I, Ling Meng's destined opponent, have such a powerful ability? I won't complain about the destined opponent of Ling Meng that you speak of, Wu Yan said as if he was having a headache. Looks like we have to think of another way. Think of what other way? Of course, I'm going to give Princess a good whack. Wu Yan subconsciously replied to the question that came out of nowhere. Then he noticed something. This voice didn't seem to belong to Marissa or Sensei Maru. Before Wu Yan could react, a figure slowly stood up from the ground and looked down at Wu Yan with a handful of imperial coins in his hand. You came to someone's house to disturb their sleep. So it's for a sneak attack. Wu Yan, Marissa, and Sensei Maru froze. Chapter 1825. In other words, standing on top of the kotatsu table in the middle of the shrine, Ling Meng crossed her arms in front of her chest and looked down at Wu Yan, Marissa, and Fumamaru standing side by side in front of the kotatsu. Her expression became increasingly unfriendly. In order to obtain a drop of my blood, you came to the shrine to ambush me? Hearing this, Wu Yan raised his head and looked at Ling Meng, who was standing on top of the kotatsu table. Although he wanted to ridicule her for standing on top of the kotatsu table, he still nodded obediently. That's right. That's all. I was forced to do it. Markumaru hurriedly said with a smile. I only did this to retrieve my camera, Ling Meng. Furthermore, my ambush did not succeed. That's right. Marissa placed her hands on her waist. Personally, I am very opposed to doing sneaky things. Rather than sneaking up on Princess Ling Meng, it would be better to do it in broad daylight. Hearing Marissa's words, before Ling Meng could respond, Wu Yan spat out. Come your head. Against doing sneaky things? Don't you always act sneakily when you steal from the black and white bandits? I didn't steal anything, Marissa retorted with a face full of dissatisfaction. I'm just borrowing it. I will definitely return it in the future. Is that so? Wu Yan looked doubtfully at Marissa. Then when are you going to return it? Is there even a need to ask? Marissa said matter-of-factly. After saying this, of course it's after I die. Wu Yan did not want to continue his ridicule. However, Marissa's idea wasn't incorrect. The most worthless things in Fantasy Village were the monsters, spirits, and spirits that could live for hundreds of years. For these existences that could easily live for hundreds of years, the lifespan of humans was really too short. Perhaps to those monsters, waiting for Marissa to die before returning the items was actually just a very normal borrowing period of time. That's hard to say, really. Princess Ling Meng sighed. It's not easy to get a good night's sleep. I was still thinking of spending the day leisurely. Who knew that you would ruin my plans because of such a boring matter? Why am I so unlucky? Well, actually, it's easy to solve this problem, Wu Yan suggested kindly. As long as you're willing to give me a drop of blood, I'll leave immediately. That way, you can continue to sleep. Furthermore, it wouldn't be a problem to spend today, tomorrow, or even the day after. How about it? Not bad, right? Princess Ling Meng smiled insincerely. Do you think I'll fall for your trick? Dang? Wu Yan asked doubtfully. What do you mean by that? Do you think this is the first day I've known you? Princess Ling Meng said coldly. What are you planning to do with my blood? There are various reasons. In other words, you don't want my blood to drink, right? Princess Ling Meng raised her voice and interrupted Wu Yan's words. If that's the case, I can't give it to you. Forget about Wu Yan. Even Marissa and Fumaru were shocked by Princess Ling Meng's resolute tone. Why? Is there anything else to say? Princess Ling Meng looked at Wu Yan, as if she was looking at an enemy. I already know that you're the biggest anomaly in Fantasy Village. You're always causing trouble. Who knows what you're planning to do with my blood this time? Wu Yan was at a loss for words. Wu Yan couldn't refute Princess Ling Meng's words. After all, it didn't matter if it was Wu Yan's intention. Ever since he came to Fantasy Village, he had caused all sorts of trouble. For example, on the first day, Fran caused a ruckus in Scarlet Devil Mansion because she wanted to find Wu Yan, causing Remilia to be in a terrible state. Another example is the 7 deadly sins. Wu Yan didn't just bring trouble to Scarlet Devil Dojo, he also dragged in Yongyong Pavilion, Earth Spirit Hall, and even Bori Shrine. In the span of 7 days, he brought about all sorts of troubles. Wu Yan did all of this for the sake of completing his demigod path quest. That's why he got himself into so much trouble. But trouble is still trouble. For the lazy and lazy Ling Meng, Wu Yan can be considered an enemy. This time, I really won't cause any trouble. Wu Yan wasn't confident in his words, but he could only brace himself. As long as you give me a drop of blood, just 1 drop. I've said it before. I won't fall for your tricks. Princess Ling Meng snorted. I won't let you disturb my leisurely life. Seriously, I really want to cure the biggest anomaly in your Fantasy Village. The more Princess Ling Meng spoke, the angrier she became. She even lifted her head and screamed at the ceiling of the shrine. Violet, you despicable bastard. Hurry up and bring your family's big trouble back. From Ling Meng's unbearable screams, one can tell how much she hates Wu Yan for causing her so much trouble. Princess Ling Meng must have taken into account Wu Yan's identity as the head of the Yagumo family, and Violet's identity. Otherwise, with Princess Ling Meng's personality, she might have treated Wu Yan as a real anomaly. It seems that Princess Ling Meng is also having a hard time. Markumaru said with some sympathy. She could have lived a leisurely life every day, but now, she has to be on tenterhooks every day, worrying about when trouble will happen in Fantasy Village. Being a bully shaman isn't a good job. Why isn't it a good job? In this regard, Marissa proposed a different idea. This is the bully shaman who maintains the peace of Fantasy Village. If possible, I want to do it too. Wu Yan couldn't help but roll his eyes. Marissa was indeed worthy of being called the town security of Fantasy Village like Princess Ling Meng. Although she wasn't a bully shaman, she was indeed very passionate about solving all kinds of anomalies. To Marissa, Wu Yan didn't know whether it was interesting or a genuine outburst of righteousness. But from this point of view, Marissa, who wasn't the real bully witch, was very enthusiastic about the work of the bully witch, while the real bully witch was someone who complained about being tired every day and didn't have any motivation. It was hard to describe this feeling of dissonance. Can't we discuss this? Wu Yan could only bitterly smile at Princess Ling Meng and extend his hand. As long as you give me a drop of blood, I will give you a bag of gold coins. The red bow on Princess Ling Meng's head trembled slightly like a puppy's ears. Seeing this, Wu Yan felt that there was a chance and immediately increased the bargaining chip. 10 bags of gold coins. Princess Ling Meng's delicate body trembled. Her face was filled with interest, but she immediately became resolute. Although Princess Ling Meng was greedy for money, compared to money, Princess Ling Meng clearly preferred a leisurely life. As the saying goes, life is precious, love is even more valuable. If it is for freedom, both can be thrown away. To Princess Ling Meng, leisure is definitely as important as freedom, more important than life and love. How should I put it? She is really lazy to the point where it makes people cower in fear. This Princess Ling Meng must be one of the 7 sins of sloth. For this reason, Wu Yan could only be ruthless. 100 bags of gold coins. Princess Ling Meng almost fell from her quilt. Marissa and Soulcutter Maru were stunned with their mouths wide open. A bag of gold coins would contain more than 20. 100 bags would be at least 2,000 gold coins. With these 2,000 gold coins, not to mention the Boli Shrine, even the Red Devil Hall could undergo a major renovation, which could be considered a lot. 100 bags of gold coins. Princess Ling Meng muttered shakily. Then how many of the most expensive tea leaves can I buy? It doesn't matter how much you buy. Wu Yan struck while the iron was hot. If you feel that it's not enough, I can increase it by 10 times. I will give you 1,000 bags of gold coins. 1,000 bags of gold coins? That would be at least 20,000 gold coins. 1,000 bags of gold coins. 1,000 bags of gold coins. Princess Ling Meng's eyes began to drift. After a while, she seemed to wake up and shook her head violently. Even if it's 1,000 bags of gold coins, don't think of ruining my leisurely life. After shouting such a sentence, Princess Ling Meng ran out of the shrine as if she was escaping. Wu Yan did not expect Princess Ling Meng to be able to resist the temptation. He immediately chased after her. Princess Ling Meng, I will give you 10,000 bags of gold coins. Shut up. At this moment, Princess Ling Meng's voice sounded like a sorrowful cry. You're tuning in to the Li Mei's Sword of Destiny YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.